Welcome to Sally Fox audiobook Naruto, I Kill, I Loot, I Ascend synopsis. As a virtual anime game player, due to unknown reasons, he truly entered the world of Naruto. Treating the entire world as a game, Hyuga Orin plunged headfirst into it. Konoha dropped the Sharingan, which formed a synergy with the Byakugan. Cloud Ninja enemies dropped Demon Slayers, Thunder Breathing, along with Bakis, Demon Back, and Demon Brain. Stone Ninja enemies dropped Fairy Tails, Arc of Time, and Fire Dragon Slayer magic. He picked up Devil Fruit fragments, dropped by the Hidden Mist Village. He put on the Vongala Sky Ring from the Sand Village, igniting the flames of fighting spirit. As experience was farmed, skills upgraded, and levels increased, Hyuga Orin advanced toward the peak. He spread chakra fused with Nen abilities, using the ninja world as nourishment, embarking on a path that surpassed the 6 paths. The entire ninja world began to change beyond recognition. Hyuga Orin, having activated 6 paths mode, floated high in the sky. Looking down at the allied shinobi forces below, he said coldly, "Boss fight has started. Player Hyuga Orin. Books 48 chapters memo 59,660 word stopwatch tilde 239-minute read. Chapter 1, Player Hyuga Orin. 1,365 words. Konoha Village. Hyuga Clan Compound. Chirping sparrows fluttered down from the sky. Perhaps tired, they were looking for a tree to rest on. A jade-white hand suddenly reached out and grabbed one of them, clutching it tightly in the palm. Hyuga Orin, from today onward, you are the personal death guard of the clan heir, Hyuga Hayashi. An elder with a square-shaped face spoke in a deep voice to the distracted Hyuga Orin. This man was Hyuga Dima, an elder of the Hyuga clan. Meanwhile, Hyuga Orin's eyes wandered. Dressed in the robes of the Hyuga clan, he leaned against the doorway, sitting there without even turning his head to look at him. Hyuga Dima. That name once made Hyuga Orin seriously suspect that this guy might also be a transmigrator. And really, his own name shouldn't even be Hyuga Orin. He should have been called I'm Hyuga Orin. It was just that he'd spent money on a gacha and happened to pull the Byakugan. And they straight up changed his name because of it. Wasn't that a bit much? Are you even listening to me? Hyuga Dima roared, his voice thunderous enough to shake the ears. I hear you, I hear you. Hyuga Orin dug a finger into his ear and replied perfunctorily. To show that he wasn't completely brushing him off, he still walked inside and sat down across from Hyuga Dima. Hyuga Dima's face darkened as he spoke heavily, remember this well. You are from the Branch family. Being chosen as the young master's death guard is an honor. If you don't perform well and are punished. The caged bird seal, right? Hyuga Orin interrupted him, lifting the forehead protector on his head to reveal the green mark beneath. A cursed seal that allowed the main family to control the life and death of the Branch family. It could destroy the eyes and brain to prevent the Byakugan from being stolen. And now it also served to prevent the Branch family from tearing the main family apart limb by limb. The corners of Hyuga Orin's mouth curled upward, revealing a row of chilling white teeth. If you've got the guts, why don't you just have them kill me outright? He was a player, did he really look like someone who could be scared by this bunch? What a joke! Seeing Hyuga Orin's unrestrained attitude, Hyuga Dima felt a headache coming on. This kid really was outstanding at the Ninja Academy, but he wasn't a genius by any stretch. And on top of that, he had this lawless personality. So how did he end up being chosen as Hyuga Hayashi's death guard? I can tolerate you here, Hyuga Dima said, his gaze deep, but don't talk back in front of the young master. He didn't finish the sentence, but the threat was obvious enough. Hyuga Orin didn't care in the slightest. The caged bird seal might restrain others, but it didn't necessarily restrain him. Seeing his attitude, Hyuga Dima didn't feel like saying anything more. Once he tasted enough pain, he'd behave. The clan head probably intended to use Hyuga Orin as a whetstone for Hyuga Hayashi anyway. Report to training ground number 2 at 7 tomorrow morning, Hyuga Dima said, leaving that behind before hurriedly walking out. Hyuga Orin curled his lips. The Hyuga clan was divided into the main family and the Branch family. The main family developed the clan, while the Branch family swore to protect the main family with their lives. And in this generation, the main family had only one heir. He'd wanted to stay as far away from the main family as possible, but unfortunately, he was too outstanding and ended up being targeted anyway. I wonder if killing Hyuga Hayashi would drop a Byakugan. Hyuga Orin thought maliciously. At the same time, his fingers gently tightened. When he opened his hand, the dead sparrow fell to the ground. A notification flashed before his eyes. Gained EXP, 1. There was also a glowing orb in his palm. With a light squeeze, the orb vanished, and a sparrow feather appeared in his hand. Obtained, sparrow feather. Completely useless. He casually tossed it onto the ground. What a pity there's no quest system, Hyuga Orin muttered. Otherwise, this Death Guard mission should pay pretty well. With a thought, a game interface appeared before his eyes. Name, I'm Hyuga Orin? Class, none. Level, LV.20, 160 to 2000. Chakra, 99 to 120. Skills, Gentle Fist, LV3, Clone Technique, LV2, Substitution Technique, LV5, Transformation Technique, LV2, 8 Trigrams Air Palm, LV3, Byakugan, LV3. EXP Pool, 311. Equipment slots, none. Inventory, Kunai, 10, Explosive Tags, 10, Shuriken, 99, Steel Wire, 10. Hyuga Orin was a player. Back in his original world, fully immersive virtual reality gaming had just been developed, and he'd immediately bought a rig. There was only one game available on it, an online game called Anime Grand Brawl. Each server was built based on the background of a different anime world. Players could use abilities from other worlds while playing within a specific anime setting. He'd originally entered the game full of excitement, then, somehow, he transmigrated. After all, becoming a newborn baby, with no other players around, and NPCs that were supposed to be rigid according to online claims instead being frighteningly lifelike. All of it proved one thing, he'd really crossed over. After 12 years of exploration, he'd more or less figured out the game interface. There was no quest module, only a system where killing enemies caused items to drop. Of course, killing wasn't strictly required. The condition was whether the opponent still had combat capability. After 12 years of dominating kindergarten and ruling over the Ninja Academy, he'd finally reached his current level. If it weren't for the fact that the Ninja Academy no longer gave EXP, he wouldn't even have wanted to graduate. Beating the same target repeatedly caused the EXP gain to be halved each time, until it eventually dropped to a mere sliver. However, defeating opponents only gave EXP, it didn't drop items. Only killing them caused loot to drop. This was a conclusion he'd reached after fighting wild beasts in the forests around Konoha. Finally, I can leave the village to take missions, Hyuga Orin said. Though being a Death Guard is a bit troublesome, I need to get rid of that status as soon as possible. And also, Hyuga Orin tapped his forehead. The caged bird seal. This thing depends on changing classes. Did they really think this thing could trap him for an entire lifetime? The next day. Training ground number 2. A blonde woman wearing a green flak jacket sat lazily atop a wooden post, her expression clearly impatient. Hyuga Hayashi entered the training ground and respectfully said, "Jonin Tsunade." Behind him, his younger brother Hyuga Hisashi followed, also bowing slightly. Jonin Tsunade. Konoha's princess, Tsunade. This time, she was the instructor assigned to their newly formed mission squad, a result of an exchange of interests between Hyuga Hayashi's father and the Hokage. With Tsunade as the team's Jonin, his safety was guaranteed. The Hyuga clan's main family treasure couldn't afford to suffer even the slightest harm. Tsunade asked impatiently, "Where's the last one?" She really didn't want to do this kind of babysitting job. "Are you calling for me?" A figure suddenly dropped upside down from a nearby tree branch. Hyuga Orin hung there by his legs, looking at the newly formed team. "You're Hyuga Orin?" Tsunade frowned as she looked at him. This brat didn't give off the slightest feeling of a Hyuga clan member. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi both frowned in displeasure. Hyuga Orin acted as if he didn't notice. He loosened his grip on the branch, let himself fall, flipped in midair, and landed lightly on the ground. Turning his head, he bared his teeth at Hyuga Hayashi in a wide grin. "The new member of your squad, Hyuga Orin." A bone-chilling killing intent washed over Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi, making their bodies stiffen for a brief moment. But they quickly returned to normal. "Hey, brat," Tsunade walked up to Hyuga Orin and said in a low voice, "Don't show killing intent toward your teammates." Chapter 2, A Team at Odds. 1,335 words. Hyuga Hisashi was the first to react, stepping forward to block in front of Hyuga Hayashi. Hyuga Hayashi's face was livid as he stared at Hyuga Orin. If Tsunade weren't present, he would have taught Hyuga Orin a harsh lesson on the spot. A member of the branch family daring to release killing intent toward the main family. That was outright treason. Hyuga Orin let out a scoff and shot Hyuga Hayashi a look full of disdain. Trash. You. Hyuga Hayashi angrily pointed at him. He hadn't expected this person to be exactly as rumored within the clan, showing not the slightest respect toward the main family. Boom! A violent impact rang out as the ground beneath Tsunade's feet shattered. Green chakra erupted from her body. This time, even Hyuga Orin felt his breathing become labored. This is not your Hyuga clan's territory, Tsunade said coldly. My apologies, Lady Tsunade, Hyuga Hayashi said respectfully. In terms of etiquette, there wasn't a single fault to pick at. Hyuga Hisashi followed Hyuga Hayashi's lead, retreating a step to stand behind him. Hyuga Orin also stepped back, deliberately widening the distance between himself and the two brothers, wearing an expression that clearly said don't come near me. Tsunade's expression wasn't pleasant. She knew she shouldn't have accepted this team-leading assignment. She'd originally thought members of the Hyuga clan would be easy to handle. She glanced at Hyuga Orin, who wore an utterly indifferent expression. Who would have thought the Hyuga clan could produce such a thorn in the side? It made her head ache. I don't care how you behave inside the Hyuga clan, Tsunade said sternly. Right now, you are my subordinates. Under Tsunade's pressure, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi both pursed their lips and didn't dare say anything more. Hyuga Orin sucked in a sharp breath. The might of a Jonin, terrifying indeed. This brat really wasn't afraid of her at all. The corner of Tsunade's eye twitched. She shot Hyuga Orin a fierce glare, while Hyuga Orin whistled and looked away. At that moment, Tsunade took out a scroll and held it up in front of the three of them. This time, I've accepted a C-rank mission, clearing out bandits. It's also meant to help your team build some coordination. Her role as the team leader, put bluntly, was basically that of a babysitter. It wasn't that she truly acknowledged the three of them as a proper squad yet. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi had already graduated for 2 years, yet they still hadn't once left the village on a mission. As the precious heir of the main family, Hyuga Hayashi had naturally been protected extremely well. After 2 years of training, the Hyuga clan wanted this future clan head to gain some real experience. To prevent any accidents, Tsunade had been selected. As for Hyuga Hisashi, he had already completed quite a few missions and was a qualified genin. His duty this time was to protect Hyuga Hayashi. As for Hyuga Orin, he had just graduated this year. Originally, he was supposed to be assigned to a genin squad, but the Hyuga clan forcibly inserted him into this newly formed team. He joined under the identity of a death guard. If the other two encountered danger, Hyuga Orin would be required to protect them at the cost of his life. Hyuga Orin bared his teeth at Hyuga Hayashi, revealing chilling white fangs. He would make Hyuga Hayashi understand that sometimes, teammates were the most dangerous of all. Any objections? Tsunade asked, looking at the three of them. If not, we'll depart immediately. Hyuga Orin raised an eyebrow. He hadn't known they were going on a mission right away, Hyuga Dima hadn't mentioned a single word about this. He glanced at Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Hayashi. Neither of them looked surprised at all. So he was the only one kept in the dark. Seeing Hyuga Orin's reaction, Tsunade said in a deep voice, a ninja must always be ready for battle. With a sloppy attitude like that, you won't even know how you died. However, if you're not fully prepared, we can wait for you here. This time, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi didn't say anything either, clearly agreeing with Tsunade. You guys are actually pretty nice, Hyuga Orin said with a cheerful grin. It was obvious the three of them weren't trying to force him. I've always kept the ninja handbook in mind, ready for combat at any time, Hyuga Orin said, patting the ninja tool pouch at his waist. Of course, that thing was just for show. All his real items were in his inventory, stacked up to 99 per slot. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. Then let's move out. At the village gate, Tsunade submitted the mission documents to the two guards, and their squad was allowed to pass directly. For a ninja to leave the village, a mission report was mandatory, to prevent defections or spies slipping away. Not only were there 2 ninja guarding the gate, there were also many ANBU hidden nearby. Hyuga Orin glanced at the 2 gate guards. He didn't recognize either of them. As expected of the 2 great gate guardians whom even Uchiha Madara would fear in the future. Hyuga Orin chuckled softly. The other 3 gave him puzzled looks, not knowing what he was laughing about. The team quickly left the village and began moving through the forest. Chakra really was amazing, it could directly enhance the human body. Hyuga Orin brought up the rear of the team, leaping from branch to branch among the trees. Beast roars and birdsong echoed through the forest, masking the sounds of their movement. Since none of them were familiar with one another, there wasn't much to talk about. Hyuga Orin, meanwhile, was thinking about chakra as a power system. Chakra was incredibly versatile. It could enhance physical abilities, increase defense, transform into elements, even affect space itself and condense into tangible forms. On his game panel, chakra was just a string of numerical data, but its true manifestations weren't directly shown. What were concretely displayed were his nin technique and innate abilities. Skills like throwing techniques or setting traps were technical abilities, but they didn't condense into skills on the panel. Those required diligent practice and training. Abilities that could condense into skills could be upgraded directly by consuming EXP. Depending on the difficulty of the skill, the EXP cost varied. For example, Substitution Technique, LV5. Skills could be expanded further. Once expanded, it became Substitution Technique, LV5, EXP, 0-500, traits, none. Once a skill was upgraded to max level, it would gain a trait. And similar skills could even be fused together later on. However, for now, he didn't meet the conditions for that. Before entering the closed beta, he had been extremely familiar with all the in-game guides. For instance, the evolution of the Byakugan into the Tenseigan. The requirements were a max level, Byakugan, plus the item, Otsutsuki Chakra, which would then allow it to evolve into Tenseigan. But the problem was that Otsutsuki Chakra only dropped from members of the Otsutsuki clan. And all the Otsutsuki on this planet were enemies he couldn't afford to provoke, like the Sage of Six Paths in the Pure Land, or the hidden boss Otsutsuki Ashiki. Going up against them would just be suicide. The nearest option left was the moon. Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was sealed, was obviously out of the question. That left only the Otsutsuki clan living on the moon. But the problem was, he had no way to get to the moon. Byakugan really has no future. Better to find a way to farm Archer and get a Sharingan instead. Hyuga Orin cursed inwardly. He looked up and noticed that Hyuga Hisashi had slowed down slightly, gradually falling into step with him. Hyuga Orin shot him a sideways glance. What? You got something to say? He had no interest in Byakugan implanted with the caged bird seal anyway. At best, it would only drop a Byakugan, damaged. Chapter 3, Open Strife and Hidden Schemes. 1,340 words. Hyuga Hisashi noticed the disdain in Hyuga Orin's eyes, but only frowned slightly. Hyuga Orin, I know you harbor resentment toward the main family. But the duty of the branch family is to protect the main family, while the main family leads the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Orin nearly rolled his eyes hard enough to pop out a second pair of Byakugan, giving Hyuga Hisashi two white-eyed glares. None of that has anything to do with me. The responsibilities of the Hyuga clan had absolutely nothing to do with him. Hyuga Hisashi ignored Hyuga Orin's words and continued in a deep voice, the main family bears the weight of the entire Hyuga clan. Can't you show a bit of understanding? Hyuga Orin replied with a serious expression, if that's the case, then put that responsibility on me instead. Go tell your brother to let me become the main family, and he can be the branch family. Hyuga Hisashi's expression darkened. That joke isn't funny at all. Hyuga Orin sneered. You're the one who started joking first. He raised his hand. A shuriken from his inventory appeared in his palm, and he immediately threw it at Hyuga Hisashi. Hyuga Hisashi was startled and halted his steps, dodging aside. By the time he recovered, Hyuga Orin had already accelerated and rushed forward, quickly pulling away. King shameless, Hyuga Orin cursed aloud as he caught up to Hyuga Hayashi, not bothering to hide it at all. Hyuga Hayashi shot him a sharp look. Hyuga Orin responded with a grin, looking eager to fight. Suddenly, Tsunade stopped and stood atop a tree branch, forcing both Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Orin to halt as well. Hyuga Hisashi leapt over with an ugly expression and landed behind Hyuga Hayashi. Tsunade's expression was just as ugly as she glared at Hyuga Orin. You actually attacked a teammate without authorization. Hyuga Orin shrugged indifferently. His mouth was filthy. I helped him wake up a bit. The three of them all stared at Hyuga Orin at the same time, as if from start to finish, he was the only one who'd been swearing. Hyuga Hisashi said in a low voice, I was only trying to make you understand your responsibilities. Hyuga Orin didn't even look at him. Instead, he looked straight at Hyuga Hayashi. You want me to be your dog like your brother? Keep dreaming. Did he really think Hyuga Orin didn't know this was Hyuga Hayashi's idea, sending Hyuga Hisashi to play mediator? Trying to make him willingly become a dog? What a joke. Hyuga Hayashi's face grew extremely ugly. His hands even began forming the rat hand seal, the starting seal for activating the caged bird technique. Hyuga Orin saw it. Tsunade saw it too. Enough! Tsunade slammed her fist into the nearby tree trunk. Boom! The middle of the entire tree shattered, and the upper half crashed to the ground. Rubbing her temples, Tsunade felt deep regret. She never should have taken this mission. Staring at the three of them, who were practically at each other's throats, she said in a deep voice. I don't care what grudges you have. Right now, you are a team. Until this mission is completed, you will all behave yourselves, otherwise. Tsunade rotated her fist, glaring threateningly at the three of them. Faced with Tsunade's threat, Hyuga Hayashi naturally didn't dare activate the caged bird seal any further. Hyuga Orin gave Tsunade a crisp salute. Lady Tsunade, rest assured. I guarantee I won't clash with them in front of you. Which clearly implied that outside her sight was fair game. Tsunade shot Hyuga Orin a glare, said nothing more, and turned to leap onto another tree branch. Hyuga Orin followed, then turned his head and said to the two of them, hurry up. Don't delay the mission. Who do you think caused the delay in the first place? Hyuga Hayashi clenched his teeth. This was the first time he'd ever encountered a branch family member who showed him absolutely no respect. Hyuga Hisashi hesitated, then spoke up, brother, it seems Lady Tsunade is deliberately protecting Hyuga Orin. Although it was subtle, Hyuga Hisashi wasn't clouded by emotion. After all, Hyuga Orin had been targeting Hyuga Hayashi the whole time, which oddly made Hyuga Hisashi more clear-headed. Hyuga Hayashi looked at Hyuga Hisashi in shock. Scenes from everything that had happened since meeting Tsunade today flashed through his mind. Impossible. But thinking carefully, both times today had indeed been moments when he was about to act, and Tsunade had suddenly intervened. Absolutely impossible, Hyuga Hayashi insisted, firmly believing his own judgment. What right did Hyuga Orin have to be connected to Tsunade in any way? Hyuga Hisashi sighed softly as he looked at Hyuga Hayashi, who had already made up his mind. The two of them hurriedly chased after the others. The trees on both sides blurred past at high speed. Tsunade led the way in front, with Hyuga Orin sticking close behind her. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth and said, brat, know when to stop. Hyuga Orin replied with a grin, of course, Lady Tsunade. I know when to quit. I definitely won't cause you too much trouble. Tsunade snorted coldly and continued moving forward at high speed. The 4 members of the squad turned into streaks of black shadows, rapidly weaving through the forest. Their mission target wasn't far. Soon, they arrived at the designated location. The group quickly concealed themselves in the trees, looking down at a group of raggedly dressed people guarding the entrance into the mountain. These bandits are all ordinary people. Only their leader and vice-leader are 2 wandering ninja. Tsunade quickly explained the mission details. She cast a deep look at Hyuga Hayashi. Since this is your training mission, you'll complete it yourselves. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't intervene. This was only a C-rank mission. Although Tsunade hadn't yet reached her later status as one of the legendary Sannin, she was still a formidable Jonin. A task like this wasn't worth her stepping in. Hyuga Hayashi nodded and proactively took on the role of team leader. Hisashi, circle around to the back and block their retreat. If they're just ordinary people, let them go. Focus on the 2 wandering ninja. Hyuga Orin and I will infiltrate from the front and deal with the 2 wandering ninja. Hyuga Orin, do you have any objections? He wasn't someone who acted arbitrarily. His brother Hyuga Hisashi would certainly listen to him. Only Hyuga Orin, this thorn in his side, constantly went against him. But no one answered. Hyuga Orin? He turned around. But Hyuga Orin was nowhere to be seen. Hyuga Hisashi pointed toward the mountain entrance. Hyuga Hayashi's expression changed drastically. Hyuga Orin. He saw Hyuga Orin swaggering straight toward the entrance. A group of bandits had already noticed him. Tsunade slapped her palm against her forehead. Did this guy really have the qualifications to be a ninja? Hyuga Orin didn't care what they were thinking. Because he was already surrounded by bandits. Hey, kid, where'd you come from? Several bandits stared at Hyuga Orin with fierce expressions. What's with those eyes? Are you some kind of monster? They felt a chill when they saw Hyuga Orin's pale, pupilless eyes. Hyuga Orin completely ignored them, instead recalling the strategy guides from his past. What do bandits drop again? Bandit mobs drop junk, and the bandit leader boss drops ninja equipment, I think. Kid, I'm talking to you. A slightly burly bandit stepped forward angrily, raising his hand to slap Hyuga Orin across the face. Bang! Smoke burst out. The bandit's slap landed on a spiked club. A spiked club! Where the hell did that come from? His palm was instantly pierced by the spikes, proof of just how much force he'd put into that strike. Before he could even scream, blood sprayed from his neck. Hyuga Orin stepped down, planting his foot on the bandit's head as he landed. In his hand was a kunai stained with blood. Boss fight started. Byakugan. Chapter 4, Teammates are also mobs. 1298 words. Byakugan. The bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan, granting abilities such as long-distance vision, X-ray vision, and enhanced perception. Long-distance vision effectively turned the eyes into binoculars. X-ray vision allowed one to see straight through objects and clearly observe the flow of chakra within the human body. Not to mention that in this world, everyone's body possessed chakra to some extent, making it impossible for anyone to escape the lock-on of the Byakugan. The most suitable role for a Hyuga clan member was actually a sniper. Yet somehow, this bunch insisted on playing melee combat. The enemy was probably laughing themselves to death. Coupled with the nearly 360-degree field of vision, though due to the caged bird seal, 1 degree was missing. It still posed no real problem for ranged combat. Hyuga Orin stepped on a bandit beneath his foot. In his other hand, 5 shuriken appeared at once. With a flick of his wrist, he threw them out. From the moment they left his hand to when they reappeared, the 5 shuriken were already embedded in the throats of 5 people. Notifications flashed before his eyes. EXP 13, EXP 11, EXP 10. 6 people provided him with a total of 68 EXP. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi quickly rushed to his side. Hyuga Hayashi, whose expression had been ugly the entire time, directly questioned him. Why didn't you follow orders? His suspicious gaze fell on the spiked club lying on the ground. That move just now, was that the substitution technique? It had to be the substitution technique. But then why did a spiked club appear? Where the hell was he storing that thing? In response to Hyuga Hayashi's questioning, Hyuga Orin completely ignored him. He stepped forward and picked up the spiked club. This was his substitution prop. The substitution technique was a misdirection technique where, at the instant of being attacked, the user quickly replaced their body with wood, making the opponent believe the attack had succeeded. To put it bluntly, it was about blocking at the critical moment with an object. Having trained the substitution technique to level 5, Hyuga Orin was no longer limited to using wood. I'm talking to you! Hyuga Hayashi snapped angrily when he saw Hyuga Orin completely disregarding him. Hyuga Orin continued doing things his own way, picking up the items dropped on the ground. Silver, 8 taels. That was the total from all the drops combined. Too weak. They don't drop anything good at all, Hyuga Orin sighed inwardly, then turned his sharp gaze toward the Hyuga brothers. If you steal my mobs, I'll kill you. Hyuga Hayashi completely lost his temper. Even though he didn't understand what stealing mobs meant, he still charged straight at Hyuga Orin. Hyuga Hisashi hesitated for a moment, then stopped in place. Watching from a tree, Tsunade shook her head. This generation's Hyuga main family is really hard to deal with. Mostly because of that one kid who refused to play by the rules, Hyuga Orin. Even so, openly triggering internal conflict during a mission wasn't exactly a wise choice. The Hyuga clan had protected Hyuga Hayashi far too well. If not for the fact that this brat had the same eyes as the Hyuga clan, she would have suspected he was from the Ucha. Facing Hyuga Hayashi's sudden attack, Hyuga Orin's eyes lit up. This guy wasn't using the caged bird seal, and actually dared to attack directly. He'd been waiting for this for a long time. The veins around Hyuga Hayashi's eyes bulged as he activated the Byakugan as well. His hands lashed out like whips, raining down blows like a violent storm. Gentle Fist. The Hyuga clan's Gentle Fist was less a punching style and more an art of striking pressure points. Its main purpose was to hit the opponent's chakra points. Hyuga Orin's hands moved just as quickly, blocking the torrential assault. Like an unyielding rock, no matter how fiercely the opponent attacked, he couldn't harm him in the slightest. Seeing that he couldn't break through for so long, Hyuga Hayashi grew even more anxious. A palm strike infused with dense chakra slammed forward. Hyuga Orin raised both palms to block. If this hit landed, he'd be sent flying. Bang! AAH! A shrill scream rang out. But the one screaming wasn't Hyuga Orin, it was Hyuga Hayashi. His palm had slammed into a spiked club, the spikes piercing straight through his hand. Hyuga Orin appeared behind Hyuga Hayashi, his lips moving slightly. You really are useless. Before Hyuga Hayashi could react, Hyuga Orin tapped a finger against his temple, instantly knocking him unconscious. Hyuga Hisashi rushed forward several steps, launching rapid palm strikes toward Hyuga Orin, followed by a backward kick. Hyuga Orin jumped back, dodging Hyuga Hisashi's kick. Relax. He's still alive. A mocking expression appeared on Hyuga Orin's face. He had no intention of defecting from Konoha just yet. He glanced at the notification in front of him. EXP 115. Not bad. Seeing Hyuga Hisashi itching to continue, Hyuga Orin thought for a moment, then chose to let him off. He turned and ran toward the mountain. Hyuga Hisashi let out a sigh of relief. He hoisted the unconscious Hyuga Hayashi onto his back, his expression complicated as he looked toward Hyuga Orin's retreating figure. Hyuga Orin. Is this guy really a genius? He ground his teeth in frustration. Which Hyuga clan member would use the substitution technique in battle? And with a spiked club, no less. What kind of ninja does that? He'd heard of Hyuga Orin's reputation, invincible among his peers, hailed as a genius of the Hyuga clan. Now he seriously wondered how those people had even lost to him. Tsunade appeared beside the two of them, looking at the brothers with disappointment written across her face. Engaging in internal conflict during a mission, both of you are extremely unqualified. Hyuga Hisashi protested, it was Hyuga Orin. Enough. I don't want to hear your excuses, Tsunade cut him off coldly. She had no interest in getting involved in the Hyuga clan's internal mess. Hyuga Hayashi's lofty, condescending tone had already irritated her. She really didn't understand what the Hyuga clan had been thinking, forcing these three together. This squad was clearly arranged entirely by the Hyuga clan themselves. And the contradictions were simply far too intense. Hyuga Orin didn't care what the others did. If they didn't follow him, even better. That way, they wouldn't steal his mobs. More bandits had already appeared ahead, and there were even more than at the foot of the mountain. Who goes there? How did you get up here? This kid's a ninja. They saw Hyuga Orin lean his body forward, arms stretched behind him, charging toward them at extreme speed. But just before fully closing the distance, he suddenly stopped. His arms swung forward, and shuriken flew from his hands one after another. As the foremost group had shuriken buried in their necks and collapsed forward. Enemy attack! A shrill cry echoed through the mountains. But what they were facing was an endless barrage of shuriken. To the naked eye, it looked like a wall of shuriken, constantly firing toward them. Necks, shoulders, chests, arms, blood blossoms burst open one after another. Hyuga Orin was like a human shuriken throwing machine. Standing in place, doing nothing but throwing shuriken. His inventory held more than 10 stacks of shuriken, each stacked to 99. As he watched the notifications endlessly scroll before his eyes, the smile on his face grew even brighter. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to a 3-meter-high broken ledge to the side. Someone jumped down from it, gripping a blade. I've been waiting for you. Before the person who jumped down could even react, he was pierced by countless shuriken and lost his life. This wasn't a fighting game. This was a shooting game. Chapter 5, the mobs aren't even cleared yet, and the boss shows up. 1169 words. The Hyuga brand shuriken launcher finally came to a stop. Sore arms were one reason, but more importantly, everyone standing in front of him was already dead beyond dead. Only a handful of alert bandits remained, hiding behind trees and rocks. What a pity. My power isn't enough, Hyuga Orin sighed regretfully. Even with chakra reinforcement, his arms still couldn't throw shuriken hard enough to pierce through trees and rocks. That said, none of them dared to come out now. With that terrifying number of shuriken, popping their heads out meant instant death. Who would dare? EXP 328. He had wiped out more than 30 people in one go. These bandits were seriously not worth much. He glanced at the dropped items. Only he could see them, each with a clear form, faintly glowing. He quickly stepped forward to collect the loot. Most of it was silver. Even mosquito legs were meat. He'd spent a fortune on shuriken, his family's savings were almost gone. If he hadn't graduated and become a genin soon to earn money, he'd be eating dirt. This money really came at the perfect time. Silver, 96 taels. Finally broke even, Hyuga Orin let out a breath of relief. With this amount, he wouldn't have to tighten his belt anymore. Aside from money, quite a few items had dropped as well. Iron ore, ×3. Wool thread, ×2. These were useless to him, materials for life skills. He tossed them straight into his inventory. The best part was the 2 pieces of equipment. Bandit's left greave, movement speed +5. Bandit's right bracer, strength +3. The bandit set, best starter set. Hyuga Orin's eyes lit up. He remembered that if the set was completed, it granted a skill, sap, which forcibly silenced the target for 3 seconds. Although it only worked on enemies below level 30, it was still god tier in the early game. He immediately equipped both items, clenched his fist, and felt a surge of power before continuing forward. Just as he passed a tree stump, Hyuga Orin suddenly stepped back. A bandit burst out from behind a tree ahead, blade slashing through empty air. The bandit awkwardly turned his head, forcing out an embarrassed smile at Hyuga Orin. Hyuga Orin returned a polite, equally awkward smile. Then casually slit his throat with a kunai. EXP, 12. Silver, 3 tails. With a tap of his foot, Hyuga Orin accelerated, moving even faster than before, like a phantom rising and falling. Bandits kept popping out one after another. Each was either cut across the throat or stabbed clean through the chest with a kunai. As screams rose and fell, the remaining bandits hiding no longer dared to come out, some didn't even dare make a sound. One bandit curled up tightly, praying. "Don't find me. Please don't find me." Suddenly, the outside fell silent. He cautiously raised his head. A face poked out from behind the rock in front of him. "Found you." "Aya." Hyuga Orin flicked the blood off his kunai. His Byakugan swept the surroundings. There wasn't a single living person left. Under Byakugan's X-ray vision, hiding was meaningless. The rest had already fled. Sooner or later, I really need to grind out a barrier technique. In the game world, monsters wouldn't move until fully cleared, and they could even respawn. But here, it was completely different. The monsters could run. 2 kunai flew at him from behind. Hyuga Orin tilted his head twice, dodging them as they embedded deeply into the rock. Under the sunlight, he saw 2 steel wires attached to the kunai. Fire release, twin dragon fire. In the distance, a man with bandages covering his face, leaving only one eye exposed, bit down on the other end of the wires. Flames burst from his mouth, racing along the wires straight toward Hyuga Orin. At the same time, a short man wielding steel claws leapt down from above. So even bosses would actively come over. Left, right, above, everything was sealed. Front and back were blocked as well. He was completely trapped. Bang! Smoke exploded. A curved shield appeared in front of Hyuga Orin, with a rock behind him for cover. The flames slammed into the shield, only heating it red hot. The descending man's steel claws scraped against the shield, sparks flying. Where the hell did that shield come from? What kind of ninja carries a shield? Substitution technique. Hyuga Orin added calmly from behind the shield. This is substitution technique. What kind of substitution uses a shield? The claw-wielding man roared in fury. I used a spiked club earlier, Hyuga Orin muttered. The short man finally snapped and charged straight at the shield. Hyuga Orin kicked it hard. The shield flew forward, smashing into the short man and sending him flying back. Whoosh! The short man crashed into the fire-style user. A smell of roasted meat filled the air. AAH! The short man hurriedly pushed the shield away. The front of his clothes had turned to charcoal, and blisters bubbled up across his burned flesh. Damn brat! He glared furiously at Hyuga Orin. Hyuga Orin was even angrier, shouting back. Couldn't you two just stay obediently at the mountaintop? He still planned to finish farming the remaining bandits. At the very least, he needed the rest of the bandit set. So far, he dropped for pieces. Aside from the first 2. Bandit's right greave, movement speed +5. Bandit's right bracer, strength +5. Another right bracer. But he didn't have 2 right hands. He was still missing a left bracer, a necklace, and a ring. Bandit bosses usually dropped armor and blades. If these 2 died early and the rest of the bandits ran away, whose fault would that be? Definitely not his. The 2 men fell into confusion. Weren't they allowed to come down the mountain? He was the one attacking them, so why did it look like he was more furious than them? Before they could figure it out, kunai appeared in Hyuga Orin's hands once more, flying straight at the 2 of them. Hyuga times stationary kunai turret times Hyuga Orin returns to the battlefield. Seeing the sky filled with kunai, both men felt their souls nearly leave their bodies. One drew his sword, the other rapidly swung his steel claws, blocking kunai while retreating step by step. Clang! 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 What kind of ninja carried this many kunai? Did kunai grow on trees or something? Did they not cost money? The two hurriedly ducked behind a large rock, finally breathing a little easier. Though they'd been hit, the wounds weren't fatal. But Hyuga Orin's strength had increased. Under the relentless barrage, the rock they hid behind began to crack and crumble. What kind of monster is this guy? The short man screamed in frustration, too scared to even poke his head out. I think those eyes look like the Hyuga clan, the taller man said hesitantly. He'd only heard rumors and never seen a Hyuga member before, but the description matched. But this fighting style, it wasn't ninja-like at all. Chapter 6, Mission Successfully Completed? 1,329 words. What does a ninja battle usually look like? First, everyone throws a few shuriken to set the mood. After all, if you've got shuriken in your pouch and don't throw them, how are you supposed to get reimbursed? Then you toss out a couple of nin technique, which burns a fair amount of chakra. After that come some Tai technique exchanges, and finally you finish things off with a carefully prepared trap or a decisive technique. As long as you don't get killed halfway through, everyone basically follows this routine. Who the hell starts a fight by throwing shuriken like they're free? Crack! The rock finally shattered completely. Panic spread across the two men's faces. Were they about to face that endless storm of shuriken again? No. Please no. They really couldn't block it anymore. The two of them had practically resigned themselves to death. Silence. Who? Both of them looked at Hyuga Orin in confusion. Hyuga Orin gave them an apologetic smile. Sorry. I ran out. What are you apologizing for? Brat! It's your turn now. The two men snarled at the same time and charged toward Hyuga Orin. The vicious expressions on their faces made them look downright ugly. But just as they felt something was wrong beneath their feet, they suddenly stopped, lowering their heads to look at the glowing explosive tags on the ground. UF! Boom! A violent explosion erupted, flames surging up and completely swallowing their figures. I still have explosive tags, you know. The raging wind stirred Hyuga Orin's clothes as he stood there, wearing an innocent expression. It wasn't like he'd gone brain dead from throwing shuriken. He'd clearly noticed that he was about to run out. While the rock was being shattered by the barrage, he'd already attached explosive tags to the last few shuriken and thrown them over. The moment the two of them stepped onto the tags was exactly when they detonated. Like he said, this was a shooting game. And shooting games naturally came with bombs. If you weren't playing ranged combat with the Byakugan, that would just be a waste. EXP 156. EXP 135. The two bodies had been blown into pieces. On the ground lay a bronze battle saber, a set of bronze armor, a blue scroll with a white core, and a red pouch. Bandit's battle saber, plus 10/15 attack. Bandit's battle armor, plus 15 defense. Skill book, fire release times unknown flame. Money pouch, 100 taels. A skill book dropped. Hyuga Orin was pleasantly surprised. He swept everything into his inventory, then took out the skill book separately. He'd always wanted more skills. The ones he currently had weren't particularly helpful to him. After all, he played ranged. A body full of close combat skills was basically useless. The Hyuga clan actually possessed quite a few nin technique, but the problem was that these people were stubborn to the extreme. They were obsessed with gentle fist and barely valued other techniques at all. Only the main family held many nin technique scrolls. For the branch family, aside from gentle fist and Byakugan-related scrolls, it was rare to get anything else. It was honestly hard to put into words. If you wanted nin technique scrolls, you either worked for Konoha, or you knelt in front of the main family and became their dog. And Hyuga Orin had long since decided on a third path. Farm mobs. Grind skill books. He could grind not only Naruto world skills, but also skill books from other worlds. It was just that items from other worlds only dropped from specific monsters, and all depended on RNG. He directly chose to use the skill book. A flood of nin technique knowledge surged into his mind. Fire release times unknown flame, LV1, EXP, 0 to 100, traits, none. Unknown Flame was a D-rank technique in terms of learning difficulty. After activation, it temporarily imbued attacks with fire damage. This skill's actually pretty useful for me. The best part of Unknown Flame was that it could enchant weapons with fire, like Shuriken. Flaming Shuriken have real potential. Hyuga Orin began forming hand seals. Snake, goat, tiger. Only 3 seals. When the seals were completed, he felt the chakra in his body begin to drain continuously. He thrust his palms forward, flames flashing briefly in his hands. He picked up a shuriken from the ground and threw it into the distance. The shuriken ignited, flying out like a small fireball. Decent power. Worth leveling up. There were 2 ways to level up skills. One was diligent practice, but that didn't increase EXP. Only after leveling up would the panel values change. The other was directly consuming EXP from the EXP pool to raise the skill instantly. Aside from the substitution technique, which he'd leveled using EXP, all his other skills were trained the hard way. He glanced at his EXP pool. EXP pool, 311 plus 918 is equal to 1,229. So I farmed over 1,000 this time. 800 more and I can level up again. Putting those thoughts aside, Hyuga Orin equipped all the gear in his inventory. Equipment: Bandit's left greave, Bandit's right greave, Bandit's right bracer, Bandit's battle saber, Bandit's battle armor. There was no visible change to his body, except that a bronze saber appeared in his hand. With a thought, the saber vanished. Another thought, and it reappeared. Too bad there's no attribute panel. Because he'd entered during the closed beta, the attribute panel hadn't been fully implemented. As a result, even here he couldn't see his stats directly. Otherwise, he could have seen his growth much more clearly. Equipment durability also hadn't existed during the beta, it was just a hidden mechanic. All of that was supposed to be finalized for the official launch. Unfortunately, he never made it that far. With a push off the ground, Hyuga Orin charged up the mountain. He didn't know how many mobs were left up there, but maybe he could finish farming the entire bandit set in one go. The sap skill was god tier in the early game. He'd been drooling over it for a long time. When he reached the mountaintop, he saw Tsunade and the Hyuga brothers standing there, clearly waiting for him. Tsunade looked at him expressionlessly. Hyuga Hayashi leaned against a nearby tree, his hand wrapped in bandages. Hyuga Hisashi stood beside him, glaring at Hyuga Orin with hostility. Hyuga Orin's gaze turned unfriendly as well. What about the bandits? Don't tell him these 3 had stolen his mobs. He scanned the area, and didn't even see a single corpse. Tsunade frowned slightly. They ran away before we arrived. This kid's killing intent was a bit too heavy. Charging up here with a bronze saber, bristling with murderous aura, don't tell her Hyuga Orin had come up here to hand out warmth and kindness. Hyuga Orin let out a regretful sigh. He delayed a bit while testing his new skill. Otherwise, he probably could have caught them. Tsunade looked at Hyuga Orin, full of regret, and felt her headache worsening. Then she glanced at Hyuga Hayashi. This mission could only be considered partially completed. 1 injured person. Enemies almost entirely wiped out. Before she came up, she'd seen that only 7 or 8 bandits had escaped. The bandits' combat power had basically all been erased by Hyuga Orin. And that fighting style, well, it was expensive. The only injured person was someone who'd hurt himself during internal conflict. It was honestly hard to describe. This mission was supposed to help Hyuga Hayashi grow, not for Hyuga Orin to go on a killing spree. Tsunade had no idea how she was supposed to report this when they got back. Seeing that there were no mobs left, Hyuga Orin flicked his wrist, and the bronze saber disappeared. Even Tsunade couldn't tell where he'd stored it. Hyuga Orin turned around and started walking away. Tsunade called out, "Where are you going?" Cleaning up the battlefield, Hyuga Orin waved his hand. There are still tons of shuriken lying around. I've got to pick them all back up. Chapter 7, Storm Clouds after returning to the village. 1,390 words. Farming monsters for an entire afternoon, then picking up loot for a whole day. Hyuga Orin looked at the several stacks of kunai in his inventory, each stacked to 99, and finally let out a sigh of relief. It was honestly hard to describe. In the end, I still didn't manage to pick them all up. There were quite a few that he had no idea where he'd thrown them. In the end, he could only retrieve everything he could find on the mountain. During this whole process, the 2 Hyuga brothers and Tsunade didn't help at all. TCH. What kind of good teammates were these? Only after Hyuga Orin finished collecting everything did the three of them finally head back toward Konoha. On the return trip, there was no need to rush. Instead, they walked along the main road toward the village. Missions had time limits. Usually, when executing a mission, ninja would hurry to reach the objective as quickly as possible. Once the mission was completed, however, there were no strict requirements. Under the shade of the trees, Tsunade and Hyuga Orin walked at the front. Tsunade glanced sideways at Hyuga Orin and lowered her voice. "When we get back, the Hyuga clan won't let you off easily this time. I won't conceal anything either." Her voice was kept very low, so low that the two brothers walking behind them couldn't hear a thing. This mission itself had been the result of a deal between the Hyuga clan and the Hokage. She didn't have the authority to interfere in Hyuga clan affairs. After all, she was only a Jonin right now. And precisely because of the Hyuga clan's involvement, she absolutely could not hide any details. The ones who would truly evaluate this mission were the Hyuga clan themselves. The Hyuga clan at present wasn't the oppressed clan they would become in the future. Competing with the Uchiha for the title of strongest ninja clan, the power they held was far from insignificant. Even though that power was mostly directed at branch family members. Doesn't matter. They can't kill me, and they don't dare cripple me. Hyuga Orin split into a grin, revealing chilling white teeth. They couldn't kill him. They couldn't cripple him. Those were Konoha's rules. They were also the conditions under which the first Hokage had accepted the Hyuga clan. Any ninja currently in service could not be beaten to death or crippled by the Hyuga clan. Of course, accidental death outside the village was another matter. But if the Hyuga clan dared to come after him outside the village, he'd gladly accept the EXP. Tsunade fell silent. Was this kid completely unafraid of death? In her life so far, she'd never encountered someone like this, reckless, unrestrained, and fearless in the face of death. It couldn't help but remind her of a certain famous figure. Uchiha Madara. At the very least, based on the legendary stories, Madara's image matched Hyuga Orin disturbingly well. A Hyuga Madara? What kind of joke was that? The caged bird seal, even the sealing division can't break it, Tsunade said quietly. As Konoha's princess, although her reputation outweighed her actual authority, she was still aware of many of the village's secrets. A certain darkness of the ninja world, a pot-loving mastermind, had once tried to break the caged bird seal, but ultimately failed. It was only because the Hyuga clan vaguely sensed something amiss that the attempt was stopped. If the caged bird seal wasn't broken, then even if Hyuga Orin truly became a Hyuga Madara, he still wouldn't be able to escape the Hyuga clan's control. Is that so? Hyuga Orin didn't care. He simply looked toward the distant mountain ranges. Tsunade followed his gaze. She still had no idea what he was looking at. Or what he might be seeing. Back in Konoha, Tsunade went to submit the mission report. The three of them headed toward the Hyuga clan compound. Like the Uchiha, the Hyuga lived within a clan district, though with some differences. Within the Hyuga compound, there were also clear hierarchies. The main family lived in the best area, while the branch family residences were divided according to strength. Just as they were about to reach the entrance, Hyuga Hayashi stopped. Watching Hyuga Orin walk forward, he pondered for a moment before speaking. "You performed very poorly on this mission." Hyuga Orin glanced at the bandages wrapped around Hyuga Hayashi's hand and broke into a grin. "What? Planning to settle accounts after the fact?" Hyuga Hayashi took a deep breath. "I'm not that kind of petty person. But what you did on this mission can't be hidden at all." Even if he didn't say anything, his brother and Tsunade certainly wouldn't hide it either. The fact that he had been allowed to leave the village on a mission already meant the main family was paying close attention. There was no way to conceal anything. So, Hyuga Orin sneered. He really wasn't someone who'd grown up being scared. Hyuga Hayashi's gaze flickered as he spoke in a low voice. "Hyuga Orin, if one day I defeat you, I hope you'll completely submit to me. If that happens, I'll save you once." He knew very well that Hyuga Orin was the whetstone his father had prepared for him. If he simply watched Hyuga Orin be punished like this, his father would also be disappointed in him. So he was still trying to salvage the situation. The branch family serving the main family was only natural. The branch family defying the main family was a grave sin. Those were the rules of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Orin looked at Hyuga Hayashi with a half smile and said nothing. Aside from Gentle Fist and the Byakugan, the branch family had no powerful techniques at all. Advanced Gentle Fist techniques like the 8 trigram 64 palms or rotation were only mastered by the main family. In theory, branch family members who rendered great service might be taught these techniques, but Hyuga Orin had never heard of any branch family member actually being taught rotation or the 64 palms. Most likely, it was only after Hyuga Hayashi became clan head, and because of Hyuga Neji, that true transmission would be allowed. As for now, Hyuga Orin could only say, heh. In other words, theoretically speaking, Hyuga Orin would never be able to defeat Hyuga Hayashi. That was only theory. Hyuga Orin slowly opened his mouth. What if you can never defeat me? Impossible. That thought flashed through Hyuga Hayashi's mind instantly. But looking at Hyuga Orin's half-smiling expression, he gritted his teeth and said, then I'll grant you freedom. I won't allow anyone to activate the caged bird seal on you. Ha! Ha ha ha! Hyuga Orin laughed twice, shoved Hyuga Hayashi aside, and walked straight past him. What a generous reward! Hyuga Orin, you're back. Two Hyuga clan members guarding the entrance smiled as they greeted him. Uncle Kaogen, Uncle Chuwu, just got back from a mission, Hyuga Orin replied with a bright smile, nodding at them. Compared to the smile he'd shown Hyuga Hayashi, this one was far less chilling. The two Hyuga in their 20s scratched their faces awkwardly and muttered under their breath. We're not that old, are we? Hyuga Kaogen couldn't help sighing. Time really flies. Hyuga Orin, you've become a ninja already. They were about to say more when they noticed Hyuga Hayashi approaching. Immediately, they dropped to one knee. Young master. Hyuga Orin's expression sobered slightly. I'll head back first. He didn't pay any attention to anyone else, pushing the door open and walking inside. Hyuga Kaogen and Hyuga Chuwu looked worriedly after Hyuga Orin, wanting to explain something on his behalf. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi ignored them completely and walked in as well. Watching the three figures disappear inside, the two let out a sigh. Hyuga Chuwu touched the forehead protector on his own head. Just a few green marks. And yet, the gap between branch family and main family was as vast as heaven and earth. Hyuga Orin returned to his own room. It was a small one-bedroom unit. Because his deceased parents had both been jonin, he had inherited this residence from their estate. He sat cross-legged on a cushion and quietly waited for something. 6 more levels. He murmured softly. Chapter 8, Interrogation by the Main Family. 1269 words. Tick. Tuck. The slow ticking of a clock echoed in Hyuga Orin's ears. Time passed little by little. When the door to his house finally opened, 2 members of the Hyuga clan stood outside. Hyuga Orin. The main family has summoned you. Come with us, the Hyuga woman in the lead said coldly. Hyuga Orin slowly opened his eyes and rose from the meditation cushion. Let's go. The main family's precious air had been wronged, he knew these people wouldn't come late. As Hyuga Orin stepped outside, the two flanked him front and back, escorting him like a criminal. Well, to the main family, he was a criminal. Branch family members along the way couldn't help looking over. Some who recognized Hyuga Orin whispered in confusion. What happened to Hyuga Orin? Didn't he just become a ninja? They're heading toward the council hall. Murmurs spread, then gradually quieted as people realized what this meant. Some couldn't help feeling worried. After all, Hyuga Orin was a genius of the branch family, and he was always friendly toward them. Many were familiar with him. Of course, that was mainly because Hyuga Orin had been trying to see whether a quest system existed, hoping to trigger missions. He hadn't found any quests, but he'd built up plenty of goodwill. Still, this involved the main family. No one dared intervene. Hyuga Orin himself wasn't counting on anyone. His ninja status was his protective talisman. As long as he wasn't killed or crippled, he truly wasn't afraid. If they really dared to risk being questioned by the Hokuge's faction and kill him. At worst, he'd test whether a resurrection mechanic existed. The game he'd entered before transmigrating did have resurrection, though you'd lose levels. Besides, they wouldn't dare. Not because they couldn't, but because it wasn't worth it. The two escorted Hyuga Orin into the council hall. Calling it a halt was generous, it was really just a tatami room. For elderly men were already kneeling on cushions along both sides. At the front sat a middle-aged man who resembled Hyuga Hayashi, kneeling in the seat of honor and facing Hyuga Orin. Hyuga Orin glanced around. Hyuga Hayashi wasn't present. But he recognized everyone here. The elders of the Hyuga main family. The Hyuga clan had a total of 5 main family lineages, each responsible for different duties. Hyuga Hayashi's lineage was the clan head's line, controlling the entire clan. The others were responsible for safeguarding the Byakugan, maintaining the final line of retreat, managing the clan's private assets, overseeing weapons and nin technique. Aside from the clan head's line, the other four lineages did not join Konoha's regular ninja forces. In some ways, they had it even worse than the clan head's line. Unless absolutely necessary, they were not allowed to leave Konoha for their entire lives. They would spend their whole existence confined within the village. All of this was to prevent the Byakugan from leaking out. In later eras, when other main family members appeared among Konoha's ninja, setting aside the hatred between main and branch families, it only showed how far the Hyuga clan would go to protect their eyes. From an outsider's perspective, the Hyuga clan was honestly pretty miserable. The branch family had no freedom and lived under the main family's control. The main family, meanwhile, could never leave Konoha and had to live like turtles inside the village. Everyone was tormenting each other. The only ones who were truly free were the clan head's lineage. They had no restrictions at all. Hyuga Hayashi's first mission outside the village after 2 years wasn't because of restrictions. It was simply the clan head protecting his son. As for why other main family members appeared in later generations, there was only one explanation. Under pressure from the Hokage, the Hyuga clan gradually lost its autonomy. Most clans' internal conflicts were caused by outsiders. Only the Hyuga were different. Their suffering was inflicted by their own people. Hyuga Orin. The elder on the left, Hyuga Hui, shouted angrily. Do you know what you did wrong? What did I do wrong? Hyuga Orin asked calmly. Still unrepentant, another elder on the right, Hyuga Fangxiang, said coldly. Hyuga Hui glared at him. You repeatedly talked back to the young clan head and even injured his hand by acting on your own. Are you denying that? Hyuga Orin sneered. How weak is the young clan head, exactly? Can't even handle a few words of disagreement. And getting injured in combat, what's wrong with that? He attacked me first during the mission. The young clan head attacked you, and you dared to fight back. Hyuga Fangxiang questioned sternly. Have you forgotten that you are from the branch family? Can someone who can't even win against a freshly graduated ninja really be qualified to serve as young clan head? Another elder on the right, Hyuga Huangku, suddenly turned the questioning toward Hyuga Hayashi. The branch family exists to protect the main family. The elder on the left, Hyuga Fu, said heavily. What does that have to do with whether Hyuga Hayashi is qualified? Don't change the subject, Hyuga Huangku snapped. Hyuga Hayashi has been a ninja for 2 years, yet he still lost to a newly graduated kid like Hyuga Orin. Doesn't that make you feel ashamed? This made the clan head, Hyuga Masayuki, frown. Hyuga Hayashi was his son. He said in a low voice, Elder Huangku, today we are here to question Hyuga Orin. A branch family member has already broken the rules. Hyuga Huangku snorted and said nothing more. Hyuga Orin finally understood. It seemed the elders were dissatisfied with the clan head's lineage as well. After all, the clan head's line enjoyed far more freedom than they did. Hyuga Masayuki looked at Hyuga Orin. The boy's face was calm, as if the discussion had nothing to do with him. Masayuki frowned slightly. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Hyuga Orin shrugged, his expression mocking. What's the point of defending myself? I'm just a branch family member, after all. He'd only come here to go through the motions. Hyuga Masayuki said coldly. Hyuga Orin defied the Hyuga main family and attacked a main family member without authorization. He will be confined for 10 days as a warning. 2 figures appeared beside Hyuga Orin, moving to seize him. At that moment, the doors burst open. Hyuga Hayashi rushed in and knelt beside Hyuga Orin. Father! It was only a momentary conflict. There's no need for such a severe punishment, Hyuga Hayashi said urgently. 10 days of confinement wasn't just being locked up. It was the Hyuga clan's special punishment chamber, a small black room meant for mental torment. No food was provided during confinement. Only ninja could survive 10 days without eating or drinking, but the hunger would still be unbearable. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Hyuga Masayuki's face, gone in an instant. Hyuga Orin's lips curled slightly in mockery, but he didn't speak. Not being locked up was better. He still needed to farm EXP. The elders of the main family all fell silent. Everyone waited for Hyuga Masayuki's decision. Hyuga Masayuki spoke heavily. Clan rules cannot be abolished. Hyuga Hayashi continued. Hyuga Orin is still a member of my squad. Without him, our team won't be able to carry out missions. I ask Father to forgive his disrespect. Beside him, Hyuga Orin let out a quiet sigh. Circumstances were stronger than people. But one day, when he became strong enough, he would make these people understand. If their roles were reversed, he would show them what true cruelty meant. Chapter 9, a half. 1262 words. Hyuga Masayuki looked at Hyuga Orin, who stood there with a completely expressionless face. There wasn't the slightest trace of remorse on him, which made Masayuki frown. He turned to Hyuga Hayashi and said, "Since you're pleading for him, the punishment can be reduced, but it cannot be waived. 3 days of confinement." Father, Hyuga Hayashi still tried to speak up for Hyuga Orin. But Hyuga Masayuki had already made his decision. Enough. You may withdraw. 2 Hyuga clan members took Hyuga Orin away, escorting him toward the Hyuga clan's prison. The prison was located in the rear compound. Along the way, many people saw them, but this time, it wasn't one in front and one behind. Instead, each guard seized one of Hyuga Orin's arms, unmistakably treating him like a criminal. This was also meant as a warning to the other branch family members. The Hyuga clan's prison was an underground dungeon. From the outside, it was just a small building. Once the door was opened, stairs led downward. Inside the dungeon, torches were mounted along the walls at fixed intervals. Between every 2 torches stood an iron door, airtight and oppressive. Who would have thought this place was prepared for their own people? More precisely, prepared for the branch family. Still, public defiance like Hyuga Orin's was rare. The entire dungeon held very few prisoners. The 2 guards unlocked one of the iron doors and shoved Hyuga Orin inside. Without a word, they shut the door. As it closed, the last sliver of light vanished completely. In the darkness, Hyuga Orin opened his eyes. One plays the bad cop, the other the good cop. He was utterly disdainful. Hyuga Hayashi thought he could subdue him this way, pure wishful thinking. Byakugan. Activating it, Hyuga Orin swept the area. Seeing no surveillance mechanisms, he finally took something out of his inventory. A desk lamp. Good thing I prepared in advance. Although this was his first time being locked up, he had long known about the Hyuga clan's methods of punishment. The dungeon was infamous. Many branch family members loathed it to the core. He turned on the lamp. Bright light instantly illuminated the cell. The dungeon wasn't large, square on all sides, with only a small ventilation duct. There was a chair inside. Judging from the chains fastened beside it, one didn't need to think hard to know what it was for. He took out several strips of dried meat from his inventory and put them into his mouth. For others, this place was torture. For him, it wasn't necessarily so. He had plenty of items stored away. Staying here for years wouldn't be a problem. 3 days later, I'll still be a fine man. Just need to watch one thing. Can't gain weight during these 3 days. He immediately started training inside the cell. In any case, he might not even be here for 3 full days. The next day, Konoha's princess, Tsunade, paid a visit to the Hyuga clan. Inside the council chamber. This time, only Hyuga Masayuki and Tsunade were present. Between them sat a wooden table with 2 cups of tea. Behind Tsunade, the sliding doors were open, revealing a verdant lakeside view. Jonin Tsunade, Hyuga Masayuki asked directly, "Are you satisfied with my son?" He had intended to establish a master-disciple relationship between Hyuga Hayashi and Tsunade. However, Hyuga Hayashi wasn't assigned to her through the Ninja Academy, so it couldn't formally be called that. At best, they were superior and subordinate. That was also why the Hokage had agreed to let the 3 Hyuga members be led by Tsunade. Tsunade frowned slightly. Your son's ability is acceptable, but he's too impulsive. However, that's not why I'm here today. Hyuga Masayuki calmly set down his teacup. Then what brings Lady Tsunade here? Hyuga Orin, Tsunade said bluntly. To prepare for future missions, I intend to personally train Hyuga Orin. Hyuga Masayuki's brows creased slightly. He hadn't expected Tsunade to come specifically for Hyuga Orin. And her reason was entirely legitimate, team leaders were allowed to train their subordinates. Then does Jonin Tsunade also intend to train my 2 sons? Hyuga Masayuki smoothly shifted the topic. Although the 3rd Hokage's position was now stable, that stability had come at great cost. Over time, the Hokuge's authority had been reduced, while the power of the great clans had increased. Just like now, Hyuga Masayuki had no intention of handing Hyuga Orin over, and Tsunade had no real way to force the issue. This wasn't the era of the first or second Hokage anymore. But Tsunade's identity was also significant. Hyuga Masayuki didn't want to offend her, yet he couldn't simply let go either. Tsunade merely frowned, then spoke calmly. What I intend to teach Hyuga Orin is medical nin technique. If Hayashi and Hisashi are interested, they may train together with him. That put Hyuga Masayuki in a difficult position. Originally, he'd hoped Tsunade would train his two sons. Tsunade had been taught by Hiruzen Sarutobi and even the second Hokage, if she trained his sons, their growth would be rapid. But he had no desire for his sons to become medics. At this point, Tsunade hadn't yet formally introduced the concept of medical ninja, and many ninja looked down on medical nin technique. Tsunade's stance made it clear she wanted to get Hyuga Orin out, without offering much in return. Which also meant her relationship with Hyuga Orin wasn't particularly deep. Yet Hyuga Masayuki still didn't want to reject her outright. As for Hyuga Orin, he didn't want to release him either. It had only been a day, the punishment hadn't sunk in yet. It still wasn't enough for Hayashi to fully subdue him. Silence filled the room. Tsunade gently sipped her tea, the green liquid reflecting her face. There was no coercion, no bargaining, just Hyuga Masayuki weighing his options. Agreeing wouldn't necessarily build a closer relationship with Tsunade. Refusing, however, would definitely offend her. Tsunade herself looked completely indifferent. I want to know why, Hyuga Masayuki asked directly. Why him? Why would Tsunade speak up for a mere branch family member? They had no apparent connection. Even this team assignment had been the result of his deal with the Hokage. Tsunade set her teacup down and spoke softly. Hyuga Orin is my subordinate. Hyuga Masayuki could tell she didn't want to elaborate. With a helpless sigh, he finally said, very well. In the end, he still didn't want to become enemies with Tsunade. 891. 892. 893. Hyuga Orin was doing handstand push-ups, his entire body balanced on one hand, rising and falling repeatedly. Sweat dripped from his face, pooling on the ground like a small stream. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed. Hyuga Orin immediately stopped, stepped forward, and swiftly stored the trash and desk lamp on the table back into his inventory. The cell plunged into total darkness. He didn't want to expose these things. The inventory was his greatest trump card. Click! The sound of a lock turning echoed. Hyuga Orin looked toward the door as a sliver of light shone in. Fortunately, he hadn't been in complete darkness the whole time, light didn't bother him. Hyuga Orin, your confinement is over, a familiar voice came from outside. The corner of Hyuga Orin's mouth curled upward as he stepped out. Hyuga Hayashi stood at the entrance, his face conflicted. Upon seeing Hyuga Orin emerge, he quickly put on a serious expression. He extended his hand. We're on the same team after all. I hope we can work well together from now on. Chapter 10, Temporarily Escaping the Main Family's Threat. 1273 words. Smack. Hyuga Orin slapped Hyuga Hayashi's hand away. Teammates? Sorry. Hyuga Orin looked at Hyuga Hayashi with open disdain. You're not qualified. It wasn't really that he was singling out Hyuga Hayashi. He despised everyone. No one was worthy of being his teammate. What if they stole his mobs? Hyuga Hayashi's face flushed red with anger, and he blurted out, aren't you afraid my father will punish you again? Hyuga Orin rolled his Byakugan, then rolled them again. Guess whether I'm afraid or not. The main family didn't dare kill him. That was his confidence. If he hadn't already become a ninja, he wouldn't dare act this arrogantly, but unfortunately for them, he was already a ninja. As long as Konoha stood, the Hyuga clan couldn't take his life or cripple him. So he wasn't afraid. Hyuga Orin bumped his shoulder against Hyuga Hayashi and walked straight toward the dungeon stairs. Hyuga Hayashi ground his teeth in fury. Hyuga Orin was completely impervious, soft tactics and hard tactics alike were useless. He even felt that if he were an Ucha, he'd have awakened his Sharingan out of sheer rage by now. Hyuga Orin walked out of the dungeon entrance and saw Tsunade standing there with her arms crossed, waiting for him. When she saw him, she simply said, let's go. She didn't even look at him again, turning and heading toward the exit of the Hyuga compound. Many people stared at Hyuga Orin in shock. Everyone knew he'd been locked in the dungeon. So how was he released after just one day? Hyuga Orin gave the crowd a couple of heh laughs, looking rather smug. In the end, the main family still hadn't been able to do much to him. In the crowd, he spotted the main family elder Hyuga Hui glaring at him with fury. Hyuga Orin immediately made a face at him. Bleh! Hyuga Hui's face turned beet red. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight backward. Elder! The sight of Elder Hyuga Hui being angered into fainting threw the clan members into panic, causing a commotion. No one paid any attention to Hyuga Orin anymore. Tsunade said irritably, "Can you cause less trouble?" Hyuga Orin replied innocently, "How was I supposed to know that old man couldn't handle it?" He genuinely hadn't expected someone to faint from that. Had he known, he would have teased him more, maybe even angered him to death. Tsunade was at a loss for words. She was starting to feel that Hyuga Orin was an unbelievably troublesome thorn. The two of them walked straight out of the Hyuga compound. At the gate stood a young boy with blush marks on his cheeks. Hyuga Orin had always suspected they were painted on, but sadly, they were natural. All he could say back then was, the Senju bloodline was truly terrifying. Big bro. Seeing Hyuga Orin come out, the boy's face lit up with joy. This was Tsunade's younger brother, Nawaki. After the Senju clan disbanded and fully integrated into the village, both Nawaki and Tsunade stopped using the Senju surname. This is thanks to you, Hyuga Orin said, patting Nawaki on the shoulder. From the very beginning, Hyuga Hisashi's intuition had been right. Tsunade had always been on Hyuga Orin's side. The main reason was this little brother of hers. Nawaki. Their acquaintance had been simple. After Hyuga Orin found no opponents among his peers, he turned his attention to students older and younger than himself. Nawaki was the only one who proved somewhat troublesome. After several difficult, underhanded, battles, Nawaki, 1 year younger than Hyuga Orin, became his most loyal little brother. For the sake of her disappointing younger brother, Tsunade had no choice but to lend Hyuga Orin a hand. Tsunade shot Hyuga Orin a fierce glare. Don't corrupt my brother. This guy was far too reckless. Hyuga Orin replied nonchalantly, Me? I'm such an upright and honest person. How could I corrupt your brother? He shot Nawaki a look. Nawaki immediately pumped his fist. Yeah. How could Big Bro possibly corrupt me? Tsunade rubbed her forehead helplessly. She didn't want to say anything more, but if Nawaki could learn Hyuga Orin's combat style, that might actually be a good thing. Fine. She didn't really object to Nawaki hanging out with Hyuga Orin. This kid wasn't stupid. She then turned serious and said to Hyuga Orin, You have at most 1 year. The Hyuga clan won't do anything to you during this time. In that period, you must learn medical nin technique to appease them. After that, you're on your own. This was the only help she could give him. More than enough, Hyuga Orin replied, his face filled with anticipation. Tsunade had no idea what he was looking forward to. Turning to Nawaki, she reminded him. You're about to graduate. Don't forget to train properly. Before Nawaki could reply, Tsunade vanished in a blur with the body flicker technique. Nawaki muttered resentfully, Seriously, she's always nagging me. Hyuga Orin rolled his eyes. Getting benefits and still complaining. He'd love to have a future legendary Sannin as his sister. Thinking about that 1 year window, Hyuga Orin's mouth stretched into a grin, revealing chilling white teeth. This year was Konoha year 36. Tensions among the 5 great nations were steadily rising, though still restrained. Everyone was waiting for the day when conflict would finally erupt. Most believed it would take several more years. Only Hyuga Orin knew the truth. Next year, the Second Shinobi World War would fully break out. 3 consecutive years of war. Exactly what Hyuga Orin was looking forward to. After all, Ninja gave the most EXP, allowing him to level up rapidly. Different villages also dropped plenty of good loot, letting his strength expand explosively. And most importantly, it was the key to completely breaking the caged bird seal. Big bro, who are we going to mess with first? Nawaki asked eagerly, seeing the smile on Hyuga Orin's face. Every time Hyuga Orin wore that smile, someone was about to suffer. Hyuga Orin smacked the back of Nawaki's head. First, help me find a place to live. And am I really the kind of person who likes causing trouble? Such a gentle, kind soul. Nawaki rubbed his head and muttered. In the entire academy, who causes more trouble than you? The Ninja Academy was practically turning into a hot-blooded brawler school. Hyuga Orin showed zero self-awareness. In the end, Hyuga Orin rented a house in a relatively remote area. Unfortunately, his money was only enough to last about 3 months. When the two opened the door and stepped inside, a cloud of dust rose into the air. Cough, cough. Nawaki coughed. Can people really live in a place like this? One glance at the dust told you no one had lived here in ages. Hyuga Orin's eye twitched as he looked at the single-room interior. If he stayed here too long, he'd feel like his entire life was over. Gotta grind monsters and do missions. He had no intention of staying here. Hyuga Orin dragged Nawaki right back outside. Come on. I'll take you to rob the rich and help the poor. Nawaki had learned Hyuga's style eye-rolling. And you say you don't like causing trouble. But big bro, how exactly are we robbing the rich to help the poor? Hyuga Orin looked at Nawaki thoughtfully. Do you have money? Nawaki quietly took 2 steps back. Big bro, you're not planning to rob me to help yourself, are you? Hyuga Orin asked speechlessly. Do I look like that kind of person? Nawaki shook his head. Not look like. You are that kind of person. Chapter 11, Life is Hard, Hyuga Orin takes to street performances. 1,221 words. Step right up, don't miss out. On the bustling street, iron wires were wound around kunai to cordon off an open space. Nawaki held a bronze gong in one hand and a wooden mallet in the other, shouting as he struck it. Clang! Clang! Quite a few people were drawn over. At the center stood Hyuga Orin, planting a red banner into the ground. Written on it were 3 large characters. Gen in battle. Gen in battle? What's that supposed to be? Those eyes, he's from the Hyuga clan. What are they trying to do? The crowd buzzed with discussion, clearly confused. When enough people had gathered, Nawaki brought the mallet down hard on the gong. Clang! The sharp sound drowned out the chatter. This was Hyuga Orin's cue. Ahoom! Hyuga Orin cleared his throat. Fellow villagers, life is not easy. Hyuga Orin is putting on a humble performance today. Due to financial hardship at home, I've set up this challenge arena. He cupped his fists toward the crowd and continued. I hereby lay down a wager. I'll put up 50,000 taels. Whoever defeats me will receive the full 50,000 taels as a reward. If you want to challenge me, 1,000 taels per attempt. Genin only. This was Hyuga Orin's solution to making money. It didn't just earn cash, it earned EXP too. Taking missions required the team leader to accept them, and Tsunade clearly wasn't in the mood to take him out of the village anytime soon. Ninja also weren't allowed to casually engage in other professions. So he'd come up with this, setting up a challenge arena. He was confident in himself. Among genin, there were very few who could beat him. Anyone truly capable probably didn't have the time to mess with him here anyway. As for Chunin, he had enough self-awareness to know he wasn't their match yet. Even though Chunin gave more EXP, he could only look on with envy. Is this for real? Someone asked eagerly. Genin made up the majority of Konoha's ninja. Not everyone could become a Chunin. Many people spent years stuck at the genin level. Of course, Hyuga Orin said, signaling to Nawaki. Nawaki reluctantly pulled out a stack of silver notes totaling 50,000 taels. Who would have thought? The boss was making money, but the investment came from the little brother. This was all of Nawaki's pocket money. But thinking of Hyuga Orin's spotless record, he decided it was still worth supporting him. Definitely not because they'd agreed to split the profits 50-50. 50,000 taels was a massive sum for a genin. Soon, someone hopped over the iron wire. It was a young man, his eyes gleaming as he stared at Hyuga Orin. Hyuga Orin extended one hand, striking a lofty, expert-like pose. The young man reached toward his ninja pouch. Wait. Hyuga Orin suddenly stopped him. The young man paused, raising an eyebrow. What? Scared? Hyuga Orin shook his head calmly. There are rules for challenges. To prevent serious injuries, nin technique and ninja tools are forbidden. Only Tai technique is allowed. The young man frowned, sizing Hyuga Orin up. Competing in Tai technique against a Hyuga? Everyone knew the Hyuga clan specialized in Tai technique. Before he could say anything, Hyuga Orin continued. And besides, do you really think 50,000 taels is that easy to get? That made sense. If it were that easy, it'd just be free money. No one was that stupid. And while the Hyuga clan specialized in Tai technique, Hyuga Orin looked like a freshly graduated genin. His Thai technique might not be that terrifying. The young man withdrew his hand from his pouch, pushed off the ground, and charged at Hyuga Orin. Wait! Hyuga Orin raised a hand again. The young man screeched to a halt, nearly crashing into him. What now? Hyuga Orin rolled his Byakugan, then rolled them again. You haven't paid yet. What are you fighting for? Even if you win, you won't get any money. The young man laughed awkwardly. Nawaki stepped forward and held out his hand. Payment. With a sigh, the young man took out a 1,000 tael note and placed it in Hyuga Orin's hand. Only after Nawaki stepped aside did the young man raise his fists again, preparing to strike. Wait! Hyuga Orin shouted yet again. Are you done or not? The young man snapped. The next instant, a palm struck his chest. The young man's eyes went wide, foul words about to spill from his mouth. Before he could say them. 8 trigrams times mountain-shattering strike. Bang! The young man was sent flying, crashing outside the iron wire. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out on the spot. Hyuga Orin nodded in satisfaction as a prompt flashed before his eyes. EXP, 325. This guy was stronger than those 2 bandit bosses last time. 2 more like this and he'd level up. Nawaki slapped his forehead. The surrounding crowd erupted in gasps and sighs. This was so Hyuga Orin's style. Hyuga Orin wasn't bothered at all. Next. Seeing no one immediately step forward, and noticing the crowd's disdainful looks, Hyuga Orin said righteously. This is called strategy. All's fair in ninja combat, got it? If you fight fair and square, can you still call yourself a ninja? Seeing how shameless he was, and how proud of it. The crowd had words stuck in their throats. Annoyingly enough, he kind of had a point. Just then, a figure leapt over the iron wire and landed in front of Hyuga Orin. You really are just as shameless as ever, the newcomer growled through clenched teeth. On his blue outfit was the flame fan crest. Acha! It's an acha. This'll be interesting. Hyuga Orin looked at him helplessly and waved dismissively. Shoo, shoo. Kids should go play somewhere else. Bastard! The newcomer exploded in rage. Acha glared furiously at Hyuga Orin, tossed a 1,000 tael note to Nawaki, and charged forward. Nawaki glanced at the silver note on the ground, shook his head, and bent down to pick it up. He knew this guy. The eternal runner-up in their year, always suppressed by Hyuga Orin. He'd challenged Hyuga Orin countless times, losing every single one. Who knew that even after becoming a ninja, he still hadn't given up that dream? Well, dreams were fine, as long as you kept them dreams. Acha rushed in fast. And flew back even faster. He landed right at Nawaki's feet, eyes shut tight, sleeping peacefully. Hyuga Orin looked at the tiny bit of EXP he'd gained and frowned in dissatisfaction. You've already become a ninja, and you still haven't grown at all. Acha had long since been farmed dry by him. Unless there was a qualitative jump in strength, he wouldn't give normal EXP anymore. Next. Hyuga Orin scanned the surroundings. This time, people began to hesitate. One opponent had been an experienced genin. The other was from the Acha clan. Both had gone down into such deep, peaceful sleep. Everyone felt their own sleep quality was already pretty good, no need to test it further. Just as the crowd wavered, another figure lightly vaulted over the iron wire and stood before Hyuga Orin. I'll give it a try. The newcomer revealed the same pale eyes. Byakugan. Hyuga Orin's lips slowly curved upward. Hyuga Hisashi, he said lightly. You really do have a lot of free time. Chapter 12, Who says underhanded tricks aren't strong? 1,129 words. Hyuga Hisashi looked at Hyuga Orin expressionlessly. One hand lowered in front, the other raised behind, he took a stance. At the same time, veins bulged at the corners of his eyes. Byakugan. Hyuga Orin mirrored his movements exactly. His eyes widened. Byakugan. The two stepped forward simultaneously and collided head-on. For hands seemed to multiply, transforming into countless afterimages as they clashed rapidly in midair. Off to the side, Nawaki couldn't help muttering. He still hasn't paid. As he spoke, he grabbed Acha and dragged him backward to a safer distance. The collision of palms was already kicking up fierce gusts of wind. Pa 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 pa, boom. The rapid sounds of impact rang out, punctuated by a dull, heavy thud. The sound felt close. Nawaki looked down and saw a pair of confused eyes. Acha had woken up. Seeing the swollen lump on the back of Susuke's head, Nawaki guiltily shifted his gaze away. "I lost again," Acha murmured, staring toward the center of the battle. Two members of the Hyuga clan locked in combat. "Hyuga Hisashi. You know him?" Nawaki asked in surprise. He wasn't very familiar with the Hyuga. Acha nodded. He was a member of Team 10 2 classes ago. He was once called part of the Hyuga Twin Stars. But for some reason, Team 10 was suddenly disbanded not long ago. "That smug-looking guy is a genius," Nawaki said with open disdain. Acha replied solemnly. "Don't underestimate him." Team 10 completed B-rank missions before. B-rank missions meant clashes with Chunin, and sometimes even Jonin. Hyuga Orin can fight someone like that. He's definitely going to lose. No matter what underhanded tricks he uses, they're useless in front of absolute strength. He said it through clenched teeth. Although Hyuga Orin had always been called a genius, topping every exam, no one from their year ever truly acknowledged him as number one. Because this guy used dirty tricks. They accepted his written exam scores, sure, but how exactly had he lost just now? Acha fell into confusion. Watching the evenly matched battle before him only deepened that confusion. It hadn't been like this before. Nawaki chuckled softly. "You have no idea what Big Bro's real strength is. For Hyuga Hisashi to win, impossible." His eyes shone as he stared at the fight. As the grandson of Senju Hashirama, Nawaki was no weakling. He already had the strength of a proper ninja. And yet, even so, he still wasn't Hyuga Orin's opponent. "Impossible," Acha retorted stubbornly. Though he'd lost cleanly, he still refused to admit it. How could Hyuga Orin be that strong? Nawaki said lightly. "When he fought you guys before, Big Bro just didn't bother getting serious." The battle shifted. Their palms collided once more, the force pushing both fighters back 2 steps. Hyuga Hisashi took a deep breath. A faint 8 trigrams diagram appeared beneath his feet. Gentle fist art times 8 trigrams 64 palms. The supreme secret of the Hyuga main family, normally only taught to branch members who had rendered great service. But Hyuga Hisashi was ultimately Hyuga Hayashi's younger brother, and he had learned this main family technique. With a single step, he closed the distance instantly, his fingers stabbing toward Hyuga Orin. 64 strikes, sealing the opponent's chakra flow by striking 64 tenketsu. Hyuga Hisashi's hands fell like rain. Hyuga Orin exhaled softly. His body suddenly felt light, almost weightless. Gentle fist art times willow drift. Under the rainstorm of attacks, Hyuga Orin's body swayed like drifting willow catkins, floating with the wind and evading every single strike. How is that possible? Acha eyes widened. That was a main family Hyuga technique, he knew it well. How could it be dodged so easily? And since when did Gentle Fist have a technique called Willow Drift? It hadn't existed before. This was a combat technique Hyuga Orin had developed himself. At its core, it still belonged to Gentle Fist. By controlling his own chakra flow, amplifying perception, and extending Gentle Fist throughout the entire body. The moment an enemy's chakra approached, his body reacted first, instinctively evading. In short, a hard counter to Hyuga-style Gentle Fist. Hyuga Hisashi clenched his teeth as chakra suddenly surged from his palms. 8 trigrams palm times rotation. Blue chakra condensed into a hemispherical barrier. Hyuga Orin jumped backward in advance, easily avoiding the technique. "Your rotation isn't very good," he even had the leisure to mock him. Although Hyuga Orin had never practiced rotation himself, he knew how demanding it was in terms of chakra control. Hyuga Hisashi's rotation flickered and vanished, clearly unsustainable. It wasn't even as good as his son's. That boy, at 13, had not only taught himself rotation but mastered it proficiently. Such a genius was rare even in Hyuga clan history. Hyuga Hisashi was far from that level. Still, "You're stronger than your brother." Hyuga Hisashi was indeed stronger than Hyuga Hayashi. "What kind of judgment does your father have, making your brother the clan heir?" Hearing Hyuga Orin's deliberate provocation, Hyuga Hisashi's heart wavered only for an instant. Hyuga Hayashi had become heir not because of talent or strength, but simply because he'd been born first. "My brother just lacks experience," Hyuga Hisashi tried to defend him. And that was the truth. After becoming a ninja, Hyuga Hayashi had rarely seen real combat. Hyuga Hisashi, on the other hand, had spent 2 years living the life of a true ninja. That was the main reason the gap between them had grown. What a loyal dog, Hyuga Orin sneered. He couldn't care less about the brothers' bond. Hyuga Orin stepped forward. No longer striking with palms or fingers, his hands clenched into fists. In a single step, he closed in. Hyuga Hisashi couldn't deploy rotation in time and was forced to counterattack. Hyuga Orin's first move upon closing the distance. A punch. Fast. Fierce. Laden with chakra. Hyuga Hisashi sensed danger. His attacking posture abruptly changed into crossed arms for defense. Crushing fist. Boom. Hyuga Hisashi was sent flying backward. Hyuga Orin tapped the ground repeatedly, instantly pursuing. He leapt into the air, leg lifting high. Hyuga Hisashi's expression changed, his arms were numb and powerless. This isn't gentle fist, this is hard fist. Bang! A downward kick smashed into him. Hyuga Hisashi crashed heavily into the ground, eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. EXP, 512? Hyuga Orin nodded in satisfaction and glanced at his panel. Chakra, 30 to 120. His chakra was nearly depleted. At the same time, his EXP pool was finally enough to level up. EXP pool, 1965. EXP, 160, 2000. Even after leveling, some EXP would remain. With his current, pitiful amount of chakra, he couldn't continue fighting. He directly poured all the EXP from his EXP pool into his level progress. Level up! Chapter 13, The First Max. 1113 words. Name, I'm Hyuga Orin. Class, None. Level, LV 13, 125, 2500. Chakra, 130 to 130. Skills, Gentle Fist, LV 3, Clone Technique, LV 2, Substitution Technique, LV 5, Transformation Technique, LV 2, 8 Trigrams Air Palm, LV 3, Byakugan, LV 3, Fire Release Times Unknown Flame, LV 1. EXP Pool, 0. Equipment, Bandit's Left Greave, Bandit's Right Greave, Bandit's Right Bracer, Bandit's Battle Saber, Bandit's Battle Armor. Inventory, Kunai, 0. Explosive Tags, 9. Shuriken, 99. Steel Wire, 0. Hyuga Orin felt the chakra within his body increase, his strength and agility all rising slightly. Although there was no attribute panel, leveling up definitely boosted all stats, just not by much. At most, about a 10th increase overall. Nawaki stared at Hyuga Orin, feeling as if a streak of golden light had flashed over him. Like a god descending into the mortal world. But then he wondered if it was just his imagination. He turned to Achasusuke and asked, "Did you just see a golden light flash on my boss?" Achasusuke stiffly shook his head. He still couldn't accept that Hyuga Hisashi had lost just like that. That was Hyuga Hisashi. One of the Hyuga twin stars. Hyuga Orin didn't care about any twin stars. He squatted down beside Hyuga Hisashi and slapped his face twice. "Wake up. You haven't paid yet." That was money meant to improve his quality of life. Hyuga Hisashi slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at Hyuga Orin. Hyuga Orin immediately stepped back. "Don't try to scam me." Hyuga Hisashi stood up expressionlessly, pain throbbing in his head. That last kick had landed squarely on his skull, knocking him out. He asked in a low voice, "What you used just now, was that hard fist?" Gentle Fist and Hard Fist were two completely different paths. The Hyuga clan had never produced anyone who walked the Hard Fist path. So what if it was? Hyuga Orin shrugged, utterly unconcerned. Crushing Fist was a style he'd developed himself, pieced together from memories of his previous life. Unfortunately, it hadn't crystallized into a skill on the panel. It was pure, brutal punching. Hyuga Hisashi took a deep look at Hyuga Orin. Then turned around and left. He didn't hesitate for even a moment. Hyuga Orin handed the banknote to Nawaki and looked around. Anyone else? Night fell over Konoha. Moonlight spilled down, yet it couldn't outshine the lights of the many shops. Hyuga Orin let out a slow breath. "Big bro, today we made 23,000 taels, Nawaki said, handing over the money. Hyuga Orin took out 3,000 taels and passed them back. "Your labor fee." "Thanks, big bro." 20,000 taels was enough to improve Hyuga Orin's living conditions. But for him, money wasn't the biggest gain. It was EXP 5,625. Ninja really are valuable. Hyuga Orin clicked his tongue. He'd originally thought leveling up once would be enough. Now this EXP was enough for 2 levels. If he did this a couple more times, he could reach level 18. At level 18, he could choose a class. Class change unlocked other profession skills. And among those skills were methods to remove the caged bird seal. After changing class, I'll still need to grind skills. Hyuga Orin wasn't in a rush to level up. He wasn't far from level 18 anyway. Right now, improving his combat strength mattered more. He took 3,500 EXP and directly poured it into substitution technique. Each level of substitution only required 100 EXP. To max it out took exactly 3,500 EXP, substitution technique, LV10, EXP, max, trait, selectable. Swap, can swap places with any currently used item. Explosion, all substitution items explode violently. Illusion, after substitution, enemies cannot see you for a period of time. 3 traits in total, with detailed explanations following. After careful consideration, Hyuga Orin came to 3 conclusions. First choice, swap. Second choice, swap. Third choice, swap. It had to be swap. This was basically Flying Thunder God. Substitution technique, LV10, EXP, max, trait, swap. A massive amount of information about substitution technique flooded his mind. One simple technique suddenly became incredibly complex, making his head throb. I'm growing a brain, he thought grimly. He still had 2,125 EXP left. Big bro! Nawaki suddenly shouted, snapping Hyuga Orin back to reality. Hyuga Orin turned and scratched his head. What did you say just now? He'd been completely absorbed in the system panel. Nawaki sighed and repeated himself. Big bro, I have class tomorrow. I won't be able to help you set up the stall. Hyuga Orin waved his hand. It's fine. I'll handle it myself tomorrow. With EXP increasing this fast, he had no intention of stopping anytime soon. The two of them began collecting the kunai stuck in the ground and the coiled steel wires. Hyuga Orin made the motions of stuffing them into his ninja pouch. In reality, they went straight into his inventory. Seeing there was nothing left to clean up, Nawaki asked curiously. Big bro, you're already a ninja, right? Ninja missions pay pretty well too. Why don't you just do missions? Hyuga Orin sighed helplessly. It's not that I don't want to. I really can't. My team's united in name only, and your sister's always swamped, she doesn't have time to worry about me. With Hyuga Hayashi, it wasn't just discord, they clashed on every possible level. As for Tsunade, she was busy treating the wounded. Tensions among the 5 great nations were rising fast. If ninja encountered enemy shinobi during missions, it could instantly turn into a life-and-death battle. Many ninja were severely injured, and Tsunade was working non-stop to save them. With a team like that, how could they take missions every day? They'd have to wait until Tsunade gave the word. Yeah, that makes sense, Nawaki said, thinking of how rarely his sister was home. Then I'll head back first. I can only come help you next weekend. Go on, Hyuga Orin waved him off. I don't really need company anyway. He watched as the street filled with more and more passers-by. Under the ambiguous glow of neon lights, people laughed and chatted as they walked past him. Playful banter drifted through the air. Night belonged to adults. He decided to experience the adult world himself. Even though he wasn't of age yet. And didn't even have a girlfriend. He checked into an inn. Alone, of course. He had no intention of staying in that rented house anymore. He planned to cancel it tomorrow. After getting the key from the front desk, he went straight to his room. Once the door closed, he finally had time to test his new technique. He raised his hand and threw a shuriken at the wall. Substitution technique. Chapter 14, The Small Level. 1,160 words. A puff of smoke erupted. Hyuga Orin appeared at the spot where the shuriken had been, instantly lowering his head. A shuriken flew out from behind him. Thunk! It embedded itself directly into the wall. Nearly a third of his chakra was gone in one go. So substitution technique has basically turned into Flying Thunder God, Hyuga Orin muttered, stroking his chin. but the chakra consumption is way too high. Before changing classes, chakra only increased by 10 points per level, there was no helping that. He still had 2000 EXP left. He spent 1200 EXP to upgrade Gentle Fist to level 5. Gentle Fist required 400 EXP to go from level 3 to 4, and 800 EXP from level 4 to 5. A massive amount of Gentle Fist knowledge flooded into his mind. Including Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 32 palms and 8 trigrams 64 palms. More importantly, it was the deeper understanding of Gentle Fist itself. Level 5 already puts me on par with the main house. Without any transmission from the main family, he had already mastered their secret techniques. And all of it was integrated into the Gentle Fist skill. Air Palm and Rotation count as 2 separate skills, though. Hyuga Orin raised and lowered his hands. Blue chakra shimmered between his palms, wavering but not dispersing. Only when he withdrew his hands did the blue glow finally fade. Lastly, his gaze fell on Fire Release Time's Unknown Flame, the skill he valued most. After all, if you can fight at long range, why fight up close? He had 925 EXP remaining. He poured 100 EXP into Fire Release Time's Unknown Flame. Fire Release Time's Unknown Flame, LV2, EXP, 0 to 200, trait, none. He continued. Fire Release Time's Unknown Flame, LV3, EXP, 0, 400, trait, none. Fire Release Time's Unknown Flame, LV4, EXP, 0, 800, trait, none. The methods and applications of Unknown Flame continuously flowed into Hyuga Orin's mind. At this point, he could already develop other techniques based on Unknown Flame. As long as they fell under its application scope, they wouldn't form new, separate skills. He was left with just 125 EXP, no longer enough to spend on anything meaningful. Hyuga Orin clenched his fist. Flames ignited over his knuckles, yet caused him no harm at all. 0.5 point of chakra per second. If I keep it up continuously, I can last about 4 minutes. Once skills leveled up, chakra became the real bottleneck instead. But now, he was no longer the same as before. As long as EXP was sufficient, he could grow stronger without ever hitting a ceiling. Tomorrow, he would keep going. He planned to fleece every last genin in Konoha. For now, sleep. Inside the Hoku's office, Hiruzen Sarutabi slowly exhaled a smoke ring, looking at the disciple in front of him with a helpless expression. Tsunade. Old man, spit it out. What do you want? Tsunade crossed her arms, clearly annoyed. Calling her over in the middle of the night. Given this old lecher's reputation, she was highly suspicious, eyeing Sarutabi with clear distrust. Sarutabi felt wounded by that look. Just how bad had his image become in her eyes? Whom? He coughed lightly. You should really keep an eye on that subordinate of yours, Hyuga Orin. Hyuga Orin? Just hearing that name made Tsunade's head throb. What did he do this time? Really? If she'd known, she never would have agreed to this mission. She was supposed to help the Hyuga clan's young master grow, yet they'd shoved an absolute troublemaker into the mix. And that troublemaker just happened to be her little brother's big brother. She seriously suspected Hyuga Orin did it on purpose. Not for any ulterior motive. Just to piss people off. Sarutabi sighed. He set up a public arena today. It caused quite a disturbance. Konoha wasn't the hidden cloud village. They weren't that violent. Hyuga Orin's behavior definitely affected public order. And for some reason, the Ucha clan didn't step in at all. Veins bulged on Tsunade's forehead. That brat. Sarutabi didn't want the situation to escalate. Konoha didn't encourage arena fights. If clients saw this and thought Konoha was just a bunch of violent thugs, that'd be a problem. Even if, that wasn't entirely wrong. But Konoha's reputation as a peace-loving village had to be preserved. Understood, Tsunade said irritably. Right now, she really wanted to grab that brat and beat some sense into him. Sarutabi hesitated, then said carefully, since he's fallen out with the Hyuga clan and doesn't have much money, maybe take him on a few more missions. Let him earn some. Tsunade's gaze sharpened. Old man, what are you scheming? She smelled a plot. Sarutabi shook his head. Nothing. He's your subordinate, help him out a bit. Leave the wounded to the hospital staff. The Konoha hospital wasn't useless. Although Tsunade pioneered medical nin technique, plenty of others had learned it by now. Tsunade stared at Sarutabi for a long moment, then turned and walked out of the Hoku's office. Sarutobi slowly exhaled another smoke ring, his expression growing somber. The Hyuga clan? They were a solid, impenetrable block. Konoha's control over the Hyuga was far too weak. Most other clans had, to some extent, integrated into the village. Only the Ucha and the Hyuga retained the ability to break away at any time. The Ucha had been pushed out. The Hyuga, on the other hand, chose isolation themselves. In Sarutobi's eyes, the Hyuga were another thorn, less dangerous than the Ucha, but still not something to ignore. Konoha's clans were meant to serve Konoha. Yet the Hyuga contributed little, instead wasting their strength on internal strife. Back when his position was unstable, he'd been forced to concede a great deal of power. Now that he sat firmly on the Hokage seat, it was time to take that power back. And Hyuga Orin, in his view, was an opportunity. A crack in the Hyuga clan's solid fortress. From the shadows, Danzo Shimura slowly stepped forward. Hiruzen. The borders are tense. Other villages aren't giving up. We need new power. If we can recreate another god of shinobi, only then can Konoha truly be protected. Sarutobi adjusted his Hokage hat. Danzo, we can't disturb the first Hokage's rest. Konoha's strength is more than enough to face any threat. His 3 disciples had already matured. There was also the sudden rise of Hatake Sakumo, along with the major clans. Not to mention himself and Danzo. Konoha was brimming with talent. No need to say more. 1 versus 4, the advantage is ours. Danzo said coldly, I do this for Konoha. But I am the Hokage, Sarutobi replied firmly. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo cursed under his breath as he left. As for Hyuga Orin, what did he have to do with Danzo? Danzo had designs on every clan in Konoha. Except the Hyuga. That disgusting caged bird seal cut off all his interest. The Hyuga clan? Even dogs wouldn't want them. Chapter 15, Hyuga Orin is actually a genius too. 1,205 words. Early the next morning, Hyuga Orin opened the door, and saw Tsunade staring at him with an unfriendly expression. Bang! He shut the door again. That's strange. Seeing Tsunade first thing in the morning. The two of them shouldn't really be that closely connected. Must be an illusion. He opened the door again. This time, not only did he see Tsunade, he also saw Tsunade's fist swinging toward him. Monster strength punch. Substitution technique. A shield replaced Hyuga Orin's figure. Tsunade's punch slammed into it, and he watched in horror as the steel shield began to crack from the point of impact. Boom! The entire shield shattered into pieces. Hyuga Orin stumbled back, heart pounding. Like a violated young boy, he screamed in panic. Tsunade-sama, you really can't. Tsunade, can't. Those 2 words were like trigger phrases. The doors of the surrounding rooms flew open at once, pairs of eyes peeking out through the cracks. Low murmurs followed. Is that Tsunade? The princess of Konoha. It really is her. I heard she's always been single, didn't expect her to like younger ones. And she's into forcing it too, TSK TSK TSK. The chatter made Tsunade's face flush red. Veins popped on her forehead as she raised her fist again. Hyuga Orin stared wide-eyed. That didn't scare her off. Do you even have a sense of shame? Judging by her raised fist. Realizing something, he turned and bolted back into the room. Tsunade's furious roar echoed behind him. You bastard! I'll kill you! Hyuga Orin rushed to the window, about to jump out. When a long, slender leg lashed out at him. He turned his head. The kick was already right in front of him. No way to dodge. Hyuga Orin closed his eyes peacefully. Boom! Tsunade dragged a battered, bruised Hyuga Orin out of the inn. Tsunade-sama, we can talk this out. He'd underestimated this woman. She really attacked without holding back. She'd clearly come with bad intentions. And sure enough, those who came kindly never came prepared. Tsunade ground her teeth. Hyuga Orin, can you cause less trouble for me? First, the Hyuga clan pressured him, she stepped in because of her brother. Then he set up an arena and got her scolded by that old man Sarutobi. And now he'd gone and added scandalous rumors on top of it all. This brat was even more annoying than Jiraiya. Hyuga Orin rolled his eyes, just about to say something. When Tsunade cut him off. From now on, you're learning medical nin technique from me. Right under my nose. Let's see what trouble you can still cause. No. Hyuga Orin wailed. He still needed to grind EXP. He still needed to level up. The second Shinobi World War was just around the corner. He couldn't afford to waste time like this. But he couldn't persuade Tsunade at all. She grabbed him and marched straight into Konoha Hospital. Konoha Hospital had been established by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Originally, it was staffed only by ordinary doctors. But after Tsunade invented the mystical palm technique, some ninja began working there. Even ninja who had lost their qualification to fight could earn a living at the hospital if they mastered mystical palm. They became the first generation of medical ninja. Tsunade brought Hyuga Orin into the emergency ward. Tsunade-sama, another batch of wounded has arrived, said a woman in nurse's attire with glasses, walking over. Her gaze flicked to Hyuga Orin beside Tsunade. Don't worry about him. Take me there first, Tsunade said, setting Hyuga Orin down. She shot him a vicious glare. You'd better behave and stick close. Otherwise, heh. She didn't say the threat out loud, but it was obvious enough. Hyuga Orin shrank his neck. Old hag. No wonder you can't get married. His voice was too soft for Tsunade to hear. She followed the nurse into the emergency ward. Inside, groans filled the air. Many patients lay on beds, wailing in pain. Medical ninja with missing arms or broken legs were desperately using mystical palm technique to heal others. Tsunade-sama, you're finally here, someone cried anxiously. There's a critical patient. A gurney was pushed out. The ninja lying on it had purplish-black skin exposed. Poison? Tsunade tied up her hair, rolled up her sleeves, and stepped forward. Green light shimmered in her hands. She began treating him. As she worked, she explained. Mystical palm requires extremely stable chakra. She was teaching everyone present. There were countless people in Konoha with crippled bodies, but only those in this ward truly knew mystical palm, and even they weren't very stable with it yet. By treating patients while instructing others, she hoped they'd master it better. Mystical palm wasn't something you could just know and use. It required constant adjustment based on the injury. If chakra stability was lacking, the technique could actually worsen the wound. Before long, the poison in the ninja's body began to fade. Hyuga Orin, who'd been standing around with nothing to do, listened thoughtfully to Tsunade's explanation. The most important aspect of mystical palm was chakra control. Following her words, Hyuga Orin raised his hand and adjusted his chakra. Green light quickly appeared in his palm. Then vanished. Tsunade, having just finished the treatment, widened her eyes and stared at Hyuga Orin. You learned mystical palm already. This technique had A-rank difficulty. Even under her guidance, it took the hospital staff several months to truly master it. Hyuga Orin glanced at the new skill that had appeared in his skill list. Mystical Palm Technique, LV1, EXP, 0300, Trait, None. No wonder it was A-rank, the EXP requirement was outrageous. Tsunade finally looked at Hyuga Orin seriously. To grasp Mystical Palm this quickly. This kid really was a genius. The hardest part of Mystical Palm was chakra control. Even the slightest instability could cause failure. Because his chakra reserves were low, Hyuga Orin had long trained his control intentionally. His chakra control was far beyond that of ordinary people. Tsunade pondered for a moment, then said, from now on, I'll treat patients. You stand beside me and watch. Originally, she'd only planned to teach Hyuga Orin medical nin technique to appease the Hyuga clan. But now, she genuinely wanted to take him as her disciple. As a Jonin, she already had the qualifications to accept a student. Hyuga Orin had no right to refuse. Damn old hag. He cursed silently. Tsunade brought Hyuga Orin along as she treated patients, instructing him while working. As soon as one batch was stabilized, another was rushed in. She barely stopped moving all day. By the time they finished, night had already fallen. Come with me, she said, leading Hyuga Orin out of the hospital. Seeing the familiar streets, Hyuga Orin realized they were heading toward Nawaki's home. Tsunade-sama, what exactly do you want? He finally stopped in the quiet street. Streetlights illuminated his body, his shadow stretching long behind him. Tsunade fell silent for a moment, then asked. Are you willing to become my disciple? I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 16, Who forces someone to become a disciple like this? 1242 words. Who? Hyuga Orin looked at Tsunade with a strange expression. He could tell Tsunade didn't exactly like him, and their only real connection was because of Nawaki. But he never expected Tsunade to want to take him as her disciple. Seeing the wary look on Hyuga Orin's face, the veins on Tsunade's forehead twitched. In Konoha, who didn't want to become her disciple? Yet this brat was actually suspicious of her? Use the mystical palm technique, Tsunade said. Hyuga Orin raised his hand, green light flickering to life in his palm. Like this? Mystical palm could stimulate human cells, accelerate recovery from injuries, cure illnesses, and expel toxins. It was an extremely powerful healing technique. That said, a level 1 mystical palm could only deal with minor wounds. Tsunade took a deep breath and said, the difficulty of mystical palm is very high. You managed to grasp it in an extremely short time, that proves your talent is exceptional. If you walk the path of medical nin technique, you might not be inferior to me in the future. She was being sincere. Konoha was in urgent need of medical specialists. Unfortunately, Sarutabi Hiruzen had never truly pushed to cultivate medical-type ninja. Those currently studying Tsunade's medical techniques in the hospital generally lacked talent to begin with. They had no other choice, so they learned mystical palm, but at best, they could only heal simple injuries. Anything more complex still required Tsunade herself. Sorry, Tsunade Jonin, Hyuga Orin said calmly. Being a medical ninja isn't my ninja way. Besides, it didn't even give EXP. He'd only learned it so fast because Tsunade's explanations were thorough. Tsunade's expression darkened. She raised her fist. I'm telling you to learn, so learn. Why so much nonsense? Very Tsunade. Hyuga Orin turned to run. In a flash, Tsunade appeared behind him, her hand chopping down on his neck. Hyuga Orin's eyes rolled back, and he passed out instantly. The last thought before losing consciousness was, this damned old woman, no wonder she never got married. What did you say? Right before everything went black, he vaguely heard Tsunade's furious roar. It seemed he might have said his thoughts out loud. When Hyuga Orin woke up, he saw Nawaki carrying something. Nawaki? Hyuga Orin sat up from the bed. Big bro, you're awake. Nawaki put down what he was holding and ran over happily. What's all this? Hyuga Orin stared at the pile of scrolls in the room, stacked like a small mountain. And where is this place? Nawaki scratched his head and gave a goofy grin. These are books my sister told you to read. Hyuga Orin? The question marks weren't because he had a problem. It was because he felt Tsunade definitely did. At that moment, Tsunade pushed the door open and walked in. Looking at the awakened Hyuga Orin, she said coldly. You need to read through all the books in this room and memorize them. They're all case studies, along with my personal research notes. This is forced labor. Hyuga Orin protested loudly. I absolutely refuse to submit. Even if he were to become someone's disciple, he'd at least choose someone who could take him grinding missions. Tsunade smiled, an unmistakably dangerous smile. I'm a very democratic person, she said. I'll give you 2 choices. I'd rather die than learn. Hyuga Orin declared firmly, ready to die for his principles. Tsunade's smile slowly vanished. Either you learn all of this, she said coldly. Or you get a taste of my monstrous strength. Blatant threat. Hyuga Orin's face flushed red as he answered stiffly. As long as you don't kill me. I'll learn. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. Only then did Tsunade smile in satisfaction. From today on, you'll live at my place. During the day, you come with me to the hospital. At night, you study these. It also conveniently fulfilled her promise to the Hyuga clan. Originally, she'd only meant to go through the motions for Nawaki's sake. Now, she was making it official. Remember, she added, I'll test you later. If you don't pass, heh. With that, Tsunade turned and walked out. Hyuga Orin collapsed back onto the bed, looking utterly lifeless. Why did it feel like Tsunade was taking revenge on him? Thinking back to what he'd said before fainting. Had he really spoken his inner thoughts out loud? Big bro, this is great. You can live here from now on. Nawaki, the fool, was still grinning happily. This was blatant house arrest. Hyuga Orin, a man of legendary reputation, had been imprisoned just like that, with nowhere to complain. Worse still, it was a joint effort. He bet Jiraiya would love to trade places with him. Nawaki continued cheerfully, "Big bro, this house is currently lived in by me and my sister, plus Grandma Mito and Kushina. I'll introduce them to you later. Uzumaki Mito, the first Hokuge's wife. The Ninetales Jinchuriki." Hyuga Orin's thoughts slid instantly down a dangerous slope. If I killed Uzumaki Mito, would she drop Ninetales chakra? He quickly threw that thought out of his head. That was a boss he had no business even thinking about right now. Sigh. Hyuga Orin got out of bed and looked at the mountain of books. What else could he do? Study. Big bro, rest well. I'll head out first, Nawaki said, turning to leave. He took 2 steps, then froze. Slowly turning his head, he saw Hyuga Orin gripping the back of his collar, wearing a strained smile. Big bro, I won't disturb you anymore. Hyuga Orin snorted. I'm restricted, and you think you can run? As my little brother, how can you abandon your boss? I'm telling you if I have to learn this, so do you. We share fortune and hardship together. No. When Kushina returned home, she heard Nawaki's miserable screams coming from upstairs. She cautiously glanced at Tsunade, who was sitting on the first floor reading intelligence scrolls. With tensions rising sharply among the 5 great ninja villages, missions frequently turned deadly whenever ninja crossed paths. That was why Konoha Hospital was overflowing with the wounded. Many had barely made it back alive. Plenty had died on the way. Tsunade-san, what's wrong with Nawaki-ni? Kushina asked softly. There's a long-term guest staying here, Tsunade replied flatly. Don't worry about them. She also wanted Nawaki to develop into a medical specialist ninja, at least that way, he wouldn't be in danger. Oh, okay. Kushina answered quietly. I'll go check on Grandma Mito. She trotted upstairs. Watching Kushina's cautious figure, Tsunade shook her head. That child was still far too sensitive. Putting down the scroll in her hands, Tsunade's expression turned grave. The other 4 villages are getting more and more outrageous. According to the intel, ninja from the other 4 great villages were pushing deeper and deeper into the land of fire under the pretense of missions. This wasn't reconnaissance anymore, it was practically mapping the country. She rubbed her temples with a headache. The world was about to grow unstable. Soon, she wouldn't be able to stay in the hospital forever. Sarutabi Hiruzen would definitely send her to the front lines. And the 3 Hyuga under her command would follow her there as well. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 17, Hyuga Orin, Tireless Ruiner of Lives. 1171 words. Hyuga Orin entered a grueling routine of working by day and studying by night. During this period, his medical nin technique progressed at a frightening pace. He even formed his first synthesized skill. Medical nin technique, LV1, EXP, 0-500, trait, none. Synthesis requirements, LV1 Mystical Palm plus LV1 Delicate Illness Extraction Technique plus LV1 Healing Regeneration Technique plus LV1 Chakra Scalpel. With the synthesis of medical nin technique, Hyuga Orin officially became a medical ninja. In this era, where medical ninja were extremely scarce, he could arguably rank second among them. The only thing he lacked was experience. The number of cases stored in his mind was enormous, even by standards of the later era, he would be considered an excellent medical ninja. While he still couldn't match Tsunade's level, within Konoha Hospital there was already no one stronger than him. After all, merely knowing Mystical Palm did not make one a medical ninja. Many people had mastered Mystical Palm, but that was as far as they went. However, this period of study severely slowed Hyuga Orin's leveling progress. So, Nawaki, let's become rogue ninja, Hyuga Orin said seriously, pushing up his rimless glasses. He was saying this inside the house left behind by the first Hokage. To the first Hokage's own grandson. Who? Nawaki stared at him blankly. No. How did things suddenly escalate to defection? And him, a direct descendant of the first Hokage, becoming a rogue ninja. Sarutabi Hiruzen, Crown Prince, why do you rebel? Seeing Nawaki's stunned expression, Hyuga Orin spoke passionately. First, we escape the village. Then we kill bandits. After killing bandits, we kill wandering ninja. After killing wandering ninja, we wipe out small ninja villages. After wiping out small villages, we declare war on the other 4 great ninja villages. If we can't win, we run. If we can win, we kill. Once we've destroyed the 4 great villages, we return to Konoha, stand atop the summit, and shout, everyone will support us. Then we brothers join forces. Destroy the 5 nations, unify the ninja world, bring peace to all under heaven. After that, the world is ours to roam. Once he reached max level, he'd go hunt the Otsutsuki clan in space. The ninja world could be left to Nawaki. Hava hava. Thinking of that glorious future, Hyuga Orin burst into laughter. Big bro. I think before we defect, my sister will kill us first, Nawaki said cautiously. Based on his understanding of his sister, if he really did this, she would absolutely perform righteous fratricide. Pathetic, Hyuga Orin said disdainfully. Just a mere Tsunade, and you're scared like this? As long as we brothers work together, a single wave of the hand will make Tsunade kneel and submit. He continued to incite him. Come on, shout it with me. Self-reliance. Defeat Tsunade. Self-reliance, defeat Tsunade. Nawaki muttered softly. Louder. Self-reliance. Defeat Tsunade. Boom. The front door suddenly exploded. Tsunade appeared in the doorway, veins bulging on her forehead, staring coldly at Nawaki. What did you just say? Nawaki's body instantly started trembling. No, it was big bro. He pointed straight at Hyuga Orin. At some point, Hyuga Orin was already sitting calmly among a pile of scrolls. He lifted his head from the medical case records and looked at Nawaki in confusion. Nawaki, what's wrong? Nawaki trembled even harder. His finger shook as he pointed at Hyuga Orin, then at Tsunade, then back at Hyuga Orin, then back again. This isn't how it was just now. Hyuga Orin tilted his head and asked in a puzzled tone. Didn't you just say something about defeating Teacher Tsunade? Sorry, I was too focused on reading case files, I didn't quite catch it. Oh? You want to defeat me? Tsunade cracked her knuckles, kaka, smiling without warmth as she looked at Nawaki. Perfect. Let me see how capable my dear little brother really is. Nawaki took a deep breath. Hyuga Orin. Nawaki, accept your judgment. Boom. Tsunade-sensei. Hyuga Orin stood obediently beside her, looking at Nawaki, now unconscious with a huge lump on his head, and shuddered. Good thing he was clever. He silently prayed for Nawaki in his heart. 1 sacrifice is better than 2. Hopefully Nawaki's spirit in heaven would forgive him. Amen. Tsunade glanced sideways at Hyuga Orin. Hyuga Orin fully leveraged the advantage of still being young. His face as well-behaved and innocent as possible. Sensei, I finished reading all the materials. I feel I'm ready for hands-on practice. Although he had already mastered medical nin technique, he was still stuck at the theoretical stage and hadn't actually treated anyone himself. Tsunade sighed. If you want hands-on experience, she said, then you'll have to operate on the battlefield. The battlefield? Hyuga Orin was stunned. This was Konoha year 36. The Second Great Ninja War shouldn't start until next year. Why was it suddenly ahead of schedule? Had his butterfly wings caused this? Tsunade explained with a grave expression. Relations between the major countries are extremely tense. The great villages are probing Konoha's attitude, many are openly entering the Land of Fire under the guise of missions. It's not full-scale war yet, just small engagements. To stop their infiltration, Konoha is preparing defensive lines to drive them out and guard against further incursions. She knew Hyuga Orin wasn't a simple ninja, he had his own way of thinking. This kind of situation wasn't hard for him to understand. Hyuga Orin frowned. Defense, huh? So it wasn't a full outbreak yet. That meant he still had room to maneuver. Tsunade-sensei, will the Hyuga clan allow Hyuga Hayashi to go to the battlefield? As members of the same squad, if Tsunade went to the front lines, then Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi would likely move with her. They will, Tsunade replied. The Hyuga clan does intend to protect Hyuga Hayashi, but not excessively. A ninja can't live a lifetime without danger. The Hyuga wouldn't truly allow their heir to become useless. Those 2 years were to ensure Hayashi fully mastered the main family techniques. From now on, their guard would loosen. Probably. Even Tsunade wasn't entirely certain. When do we leave? Hyuga Orin asked, frowning. He really didn't want to be on a team with Hyuga Hayashi, yet the guy still hadn't kicked him out. In 3 days. Tsunade patted his shoulder. I'll give you 3 days off. Don't worry, we'll mostly be negotiating while setting up defenses. The fighting shouldn't be too intense. Konoha was currently operating on two fronts. One was establishing defensive lines at the borders to block foreign ninja from entering the Land of Fire. The other was expelling foreign ninja already inside Fire Country. That one was far more dangerous. Tsunade had been assigned to the first, building defenses and treating the wounded. Hyuga Orin nodded and glanced at the still unconscious Nawaki lying on the floor. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 18, The Ninja Academy Changed by Hyuga Orin. 1,230 words. Tsunade had left. Hyuga Orin let out a deep breath. With his current strength, he wasn't qualified to participate in a real war yet, but fortunately, there was still some time before large-scale fighting truly erupted. What he needed was to follow Tsunade to the front lines, then find opportunities to level up quickly. During the Second Shinobi World War, he had to grind his level as high as possible. The higher the level, the greater the experience gains. But before grinding levels, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, revealing snow-white teeth. Konoha Year 37 was the year the Second Shinobi World War officially broke out. It was also the year of Nawaki's death. Among named characters, there were only 2 ninja ever killed by explosive tags. One was Nawaki. The other was Hayden, but that guy was merely blown to pieces and still lived. So in the entire Naruto story, the only named character truly killed by explosive tags was Nawaki. Of course, unnamed ones weren't counted, those never made it into the story. For the sake of ensuring his future little brother could still wave flags and shout slogans behind him, Hyuga Orin naturally had to teach him properly. Nawaki, who had just woken up, stared at Hyuga Orin in confusion. Especially when he saw Hyuga Orin smile, he felt a chill down his spine. Hyuga Orin directly extended his hand. Give me your allowance. Nawaki instantly became alert. Big bro, what are you trying to do? That was money he'd saved up with great effort. Hyuga Orin put on the look of a local tyrant. When I tell you to give it, you give it. Don't talk so much. Mainly because he was really poor and needed to buy some tools. Nawaki was unwilling, but still handed over his allowance in the end. After all, Hyuga Orin was the big brother he acknowledged. Seeing the 50,000 ryo in his hand, Hyuga Orin nodded in satisfaction. Go to the academy today and take 3 days off. Then follow me. Before we leave, I'm going to put you through special training. Finally, no more reading. Nawaki cheered excitedly and flung his book away. During this time, whenever Hyuga Orin studied, he dragged Nawaki along without mercy. Hyuga Orin looked at Nawaki's excited expression. Laugh while you can. Tomorrow, you won't be laughing anymore. The next day, before dawn, Hyuga Orin led them out the door, then hesitated slightly as he looked at the little radish trailing behind Nawaki. Uzumaki Kushina. What's her situation? Hyuga Orin asked. Nawaki scratched his head. Grandma Maito told me to bring her along to train with you. Uzumaki Maito, huh? Hyuga Orin looked at the timid-looking Kushina. Despite her weak appearance, he knew very well she was the kind who would take revenge after school. Then here's the real question. Hyuga Orin turned expressionlessly toward a blonde boy. And what's his situation? The blonde smiled brightly. Hello, senior. I'm Namake's Minato. I'm Nawaki's little brother, subordinate. Hyuga Orin eyed Nawaki suspiciously. They haven't even finished learning everything at the academy yet, right? The way he'd subdued Nawaki was by beating him into submission. And Nawaki had clearly taken that behavior and expanded on it. Before Hyuga Orin graduated that year, he already knew Nawaki had established his own organization. As far as Hyuga Orin knew, in order to defeat Nawaki and reach the top of the Ninja Academy, multiple factions had already formed. At this point, it wasn't a Ninja Academy anymore, it was a hot-blooded Ninja Academy. Seeing Hyuga Orin's suspicious gaze, Nawaki knew he was being doubted and flushed red as he defended himself. Big bro, this kid challenged me first. After he lost, he became my subordinate. Don't look at him like he's small, he's strong. Even in our grade, not many can beat him. He slung an arm around Minato's shoulders. He's the one who'll inherit my position and climb to the top of the academy. To become the 3rd generation. The first generation was Hyuga Orin. What kind of underworld boss succession ceremony was this? Hyuga Orin fell into deep thought. Had he corrupted the children? Inside the ninja academy, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a headache as he looked at the damage reports in his hand. Inuzuka faction challenged the Nawaki faction, destroying classroom property. What in the world is all this? The grade director beside him said awkwardly. Nawaki-sama is now at the top of the academy and has announced that he welcomes all challengers. The Inuzuka faction was just one of them. The academy was now full of factions. The Inuzuka faction, the Aino Shika-cho faction, the Ucha faction, the Hyuga faction. The strongest was the Nawaki faction. Second strongest was the Ucha faction. Should we stop them? At least issue a warning. The director was getting a headache too. The main reason all this happened was Nawaki. That was the first Hokuge's grandson. What could he really do? He knew the real culprit was Hyuga Orin. But the one who actually caused this fragmented power structure was Nawaki. Something about inheriting Hyuga Orin's will. It was hard to evaluate. Could only say, worthy of the first Hokuge's bloodline. Call Nawaki here, Sarutobi said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. How did this child become like this? The academy is about to split apart. The director said awkwardly. Nawaki-sama took 3 days off. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Call Tsunade to see me. 2 ANBU appeared instantly before him. Yes. They answered in unison, then vanished. Inside the forest of death. Both Hyuga Orin and Nawaki shuddered at the same time. They exchanged a glance, feeling that some great calamity was approaching. Hyuga Orin asked solemnly. Nawaki, have you caused any trouble recently? Nawaki searched his memories. Recently, he'd only defeated the Inuzuka faction. After school, he went straight home to study. Where would he find time to cause trouble? He shook his head. No. Hyuga Orin frowned and thought for a moment as well. He'd been behaving lately too, no mistakes. Probably just our imagination. A shared illusion. Minato looked curiously at the towering trees around them. He knew the Forest of Death by reputation. It was a restricted area. Wild beasts and ninja beasts lived here. Ordinary people entering would face real danger. They arrived at a secluded spot. Hyuga Orin said to the 3 of them. From today onward, we'll be spending 3 days here. During these 3 days, I'll give you special training. You need to be mentally prepared. One mistake, and you could die. As he spoke, killing intent surged from his body, enveloping the 3 of them. Their bodies stiffened for a moment. I won't die. I'm going to become the first female Hokuge in Konoha's history, Databao. Realizing something, Uzumaki Kushina quickly covered her mouth. She'd accidentally let her verbal tick slip again. Hyuga Orin didn't mind. His face was instead filled with cold menace. For the next 3 days, you only need to do one thing. Catch me. If you catch me even once, you'll receive rewards from me. Food, ninja tools, treatment, and equipment. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 19, Training the 3, Nawaki and the Others. 1,231 words. Hyuga Orin smiled cheerfully at the 3 of them, then flipped backward and landed in the distance. Start now. The moment his command fell, Namake's Minato and Kushina vanished from where they stood, both darting straight into the trees to hide their figures. Choosing to hide immediately, Hyuga Orin swept his gaze around. Without activating the Byakugan, he could no longer find any trace of the 2 of them. A very wise choice. When facing an opponent stronger than yourself, hiding your presence and gathering intelligence is the first priority. That was orthodox ninja behavior. As for Nawaki, Hyuga Orin looked at Nawaki standing far away, completely motionless, his head filling with black lines. Don't tell him this guy planned to charge straight in head-on. Big bro. I'm going in. With a crack, the ground beneath Nawaki's feet split as he shot forward like a cannonball straight at Hyuga Orin. He really did rush in head first. No wonder he gets blown up by explosive tags later, this is totally deserved. To be fair, there were plenty of ninjas who preferred frontal combat like Nawaki. But among the named characters, the only one reckless enough to die that way was him. Hyuga Orin's goal was to fix that habit. Watching Nawaki charge in, Hyuga Orin stayed where he was, not even bothering to assume a defensive stance. Nawaki didn't sense anything wrong. On the contrary, joy flashed across his face. I got him. One more step and he could land a hit. Chakra gathered in his hand. Monster Strength. A technique unique to the Senju bloodline, granting monstrous power, also the foundation of Tsunade's fearsome combat strength. Nawaki couldn't compare to Tsunade, but his monster strength punch wasn't something just anyone could block. Just as he stepped forward to continue his charge, he suddenly froze and lowered his head. Under his foot was an explosive tag. The tag glowed faintly, and the smile on his face stiffened completely. Wait, where did this explosive tag come from? Boom! A blast erupted. There wasn't much flame, only a violent gust that sent Nawaki flying. Hyuga Orin yawned lazily. Discarded explosive tags. They can only blow people away, not seriously hurt them. Defective goods sold by ninja tool shops. They still exploded, just with much weaker power than proper tags. He'd buried them all throughout this forest yesterday after buying them. This place hadn't been chosen at random. I've set up plenty of traps around here, Hyuga Orin said, lips curling into a grin that revealed white teeth, his expression chilling. If you're careless even once, you'll die. Nawaki staggered to his feet in the distance, covered in dust. Without thinking, he charged again toward Hyuga Orin. Hyuga Orin rolled his eyes. You already know there are traps, and you still rush in like that. Nawaki flashed an innocent grin. Big bro, if a trap has already been triggered, then it means there aren't any traps left here. He sprinted forward again, rapidly closing the distance. You say I'm dumb, but I'm really not. Monster Strength Punch. Nawaki swung his fist hard toward Hyuga Orin. Hyuga Orin hopped lightly backward, dodging the strike. Nawaki landed where Hyuga Orin had been standing and prepared to leap again. Suddenly, the ground beneath his foot vanished. Nawaki, what, dizzy face? What should have been solid ground was merely a layer of cloth. One step was all it took for him to fall straight through. A pit trap. Only a narrow wooden beam in the center marked where Hyuga Orin had just been standing. Hyuga Orin peered down into the pit at Nawaki and clicked his tongue twice, shaking his head. I already told you there were traps. Did you really think there was only one? I'm not wrong about you at all. At that moment, two figures suddenly burst out from the trees, attacking from left and right. Hyuga Orin leapt straight up, avoiding the ambush. Seeing they'd failed, Minato and Kushina didn't linger. They immediately retreated back into the forest. They even switched positions, Hyuga Orin said, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Nawaki clambered toward the edge of the pit. Just as his hand grabbed the rim, his fingers brushed against something paper-thin. He looked up toward the edge. Hyuga Orin let out a particularly cheerful laugh. Hey! Be big, bro. Nawaki tried to call for help. But it was already too late. Boom! The pit exploded. Nawaki's hand was blasted upward. Even with weakened explosive tags, an explosion was still an explosion. Crack! He grunted as his arm snapped, then fell back into the pit. Looks like his arm is fractured, Hyuga Orin commented coldly. He didn't jump down to treat Nawaki. Instead, he hopped backward and vanished rapidly into the forest. Minato and Kushina completely lost sight of him as well. After a while, with no sign of Hyuga Orin returning, the two finally jumped down from the trees. Wait, Minato suddenly said, stopping Kushina as she was about to jump into the pit to help. He picked up a few stones and tossed them into the pit. Only then did he nod to her. They approached the pit together. Nawaki bro, how are you? Minato called down. Nawaki clutched his arm, looking up with tears welling in his eyes. My arm's broken. I'm coming to save you, Nawaki bro. Kushina shouted, and jumped straight down. Minato scratched his cheek awkwardly. He hadn't expected Kushina to be this reckless too. Shouldn't they have confirmed where Hyuga Orin was first? In truth, Hyuga Orin had already abandoned them and headed deep into the forest of death. Around where Nawaki and the others were, he'd set up plenty of traps. They'd be suffering for quite a while. If this still didn't fix Nawaki's recklessness, then after the front line was established and they returned to Konoha, he'd raise the difficulty again. He hadn't chosen the forest of death just to train Nawaki. He had his own goals as well. His figure darted swiftly through the forest. The forest of death was a restricted area of Konoha. Even ordinary genin faced serious danger here. It wasn't just wild beasts, there were also many feral ninja beasts. Before long, he spotted a cave faintly visible in the distance. He knew he was close to his destination. Hyuga Orin was a regular here. The killing intent around him, and his level 12, had been farmed right here in the Forest of Death. Without killing, where would killing intent come from? The bandits earlier had merely been his first time farming humanoid enemies. He stopped atop a tree branch and quickly formed hand seals. Snake, ram, tiger. Chakra began to slowly drain from his body. Let's say hello first. He took out a shuriken and threw it into the cave. As the shuriken flew from his hand, it ignited with flames, turning into a small fireball that smashed into the cave. Firelight exploded inside. A massive, pitch-black silhouette flashed by. Roar! A thunderous beastly roar erupted as the ground shook. A ferocious creature charged out of the cave. Hyuga Orin flicked his right hand, and a bronze blade appeared in his grip. Boss fight started. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 20, Settling Old Scores with the Brown Bear. 1,213 words. Brown fur. A massive body. A scarred face, roaring in fury. It was a brown bear. A chakra-infused bear. And also the very same ninja beast that had once forced Hyuga Orin to retreat in defeat. A bear, but not an ordinary one. Long time no see, old friend, Hyuga Orin said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes as he looked at the brown bear. The bear also spotted him up in the tree. When enemies meet again, hatred burns hotter than ever. Just as Hyuga Orin had never forgotten it, the bear had never forgotten him either. The scar on its face was proof, Hyuga Orin's handiwork. This bastard still dared to show up again? Back then, it had been a handsome fellow among its bear pack. All it did was glance at this human one extra time while passing by, and suddenly, boom, a shuriken to the face. Who had it offended? Who had it provoked? The more it thought about it, the angrier it became. Roar! The brown bear charged straight at Hyuga Orin. Hyuga Orin sheathed the bronze battle saber at his waist. Both hands filled with shuriken, moving so fast they left after images as he hurled them forward. Flaming shuriken. The shuriken turned into blazing fireballs, smashing into the bear's body. Sparks flew, shuriken bounced away. The result? Nothing more than scorched fur. The bear's hide was absurdly tough. This only enraged it further. It rushed beneath the tree Hyuga Orin stood on and slapped the trunk with one massive paw. Crack! The tree snapped in half. Hyuga Orin leapt to another tree, never once stopping his barrage of shuriken. At last, the bear had enough. It lunged sideways and hid behind a large boulder. Only then did Hyuga Orin stop attacking. That rock was far sturdier than the trees. He jumped down from the tree and began circling the boulder. Seeing Hyuga Orin dare to come down, the brown bear abandoned cover and charged on all fours straight toward him. Hyuga Orin's shuriken machine gun activated again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fireball-like shuriken streaked through the air toward the bear. It tanked them head-on, ignoring everything as it barreled forward. Hyuga Orin stopped throwing shuriken and instead drew the bronze battle saber. This thing's defense is ridiculous. He gave up ranged attacks. Ordinary shuriken simply couldn't hurt it. Last time, after exhausting himself, he'd only managed to wound its face. Flaming shuriken drained chakra far too quickly. Better to cut it directly, this saber boosted attack power, after all. He stepped forward. In an instant, he appeared beside the bear. The bear swung a paw and slammed it into Hyuga Orin. Bang! Smoke burst out. Hyuga Orin turned into a log, shattered by the blow. At last, he'd properly used the substitution technique. Hyuga Orin reappeared behind the shattered log and slashed hard at the bear's arm, carving out a bloody gash. Roar! The bear howled in pain and snapped its jaws toward him. With a flick of his wrist, a kunai, appearing from nowhere, was tossed into the air. The bear bit down, and instead of flesh, sank its teeth into the kunai. The soft tissue in its mouth was pierced. Hyuga Orin appeared above the bear, blade raised high, and brought it down mercilessly toward its neck. The blade bit deep, but met tremendous resistance. Thick as hell, Hyuga Orin gritted his teeth. Chakra surged into his arms. Pseudo to monster strength. Veins bulged along his arms as he forced the blade downward against the resistance. The saber ground its way through the bear's neck. As the cut completed, the blade sliced through empty air, momentum carrying it in a wide arc. The massive head of the brown bear tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before stopping. A notification flashed before Hyuga Orin's eyes. EXP plus 763. Phew! He let out a breath. That thing was seriously hard to kill. On the bear's corpse, one of its claws glowed faintly. Hyuga Orin stepped forward and picked up the drop. Skill book, Bear Wrestling Hands. Why didn't it drop any equipment? Hyuga Orin muttered unhappily. He already had plenty of skills, what he lacked was chakra. Still, he learned the skill on the spot. A flood of memories poured into his mind. Bear Wrestling Hands wasn't a technique that required hand seals. It was a chakra control technique that amplified arm strength. Similar to monster strength, but clearly inferior to the Senju version. When activated, it granted the power of a bear. The higher the level, the stronger the boost. Senju monster strength scaled with total chakra and enhanced the entire body. This skill only strengthened the arms. Too bad I never learned true monster strength. He'd watched Nawaki use it countless times. With the Byakugan, he could see chakra flow clearly. After enough observation and experimentation, he'd grasped a rough imitation. But since no skill had formed, it was clear this was just technique, not a proper technique. Monster strength consumed massive amounts of chakra. Only someone like Nawaki, with Senju blood, could use it without burden. That bloodline clearly amplified the technique, otherwise it would have formed a skill long ago. Hyuga Orin began cutting into the bear's corpse with his blade, creating wound after wound and letting the stench of blood spread outward. Just killing a single bear was far from enough. Blood was the best possible lure. As night fell, pairs of glowing green eyes slowly emerged from the darkness. Hyuga Orin flicked the blood from his blade, a faint smile on his face, and walked into the darkness, his pace gradually quickening. At last, he leapt, raised his blade high, and brought it crashing down into the shadows. Elsewhere, Nawaki hung lifelessly from a tree, suspended by a rope tied around his ankle. His previously broken arm had fully healed. Minato had reset the bone, and with the Senju clan's incredible recovery, half a day was enough for complete healing. But healing his body didn't fix his brain. They tried to find Hyuga Orin, only to trigger trap after trap along the way. Minato stood not far from the tree, hesitating as he looked at Nawaki and Kushina, who was also hanging nearby. Aya! That bastard! I'm going to kill him! Kushina roared furiously. The timid, wounded little animal image was completely gone, she'd turned into a raging Tyrannosaurus. How dark does his heart have to be to set up this many traps? 2 steps, 1 trap. 3 steps, an explosive tag. Both she and Nawaki had stepped on countless ones. She was actually better, she could at least detect some traps. Nawaki, though, was terrifying. A walking trap detector. Wherever he went, there was definitely a trap. Just looking at the shredded state of his clothes made it obvious how many he'd triggered. Normal trap detection relied on sharp observation, like Minato's. Nawaki's method? Direct activation. If a trap existed, he would trigger it. Minato! Nawaki said dejectedly, hanging his head. Do you think specializing in traps would suit me? He was starting to seriously consider changing his career path. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 21, Letting a Little Water Out for His Own Junior Brothers. 1271 words. You're really pretty miserable, hey? A gloating voice rang out. Starlight shimmered, illuminating the treetops, and the figure standing among the branches. Hyuga Orin stood on a tree limb, looking down at the 3 below. Nawaki and Kushina were both in tattered clothes, hanging upside down from the tree, their situation beyond miserable. Even Minato Namikaze, who was trying to untie them, wasn't much better off, his clothes were far from intact. The 3 of them looked just like beggars. Hyuga Orin flicked his wrist and tossed out 2 shuriken. They struck with precision, cutting the ropes tied around their ankles. Thump, thump. The 2 hit the ground. Kushina's face was blazing with anger. Just how many traps did you set up here? She had completely lost her composure. Leaping up from the ground, she charged straight at Hyuga Orin, ready to fight him to the death. But she barely reached the height of the branch before Hyuga Orin reacted in time. Flick! A sharp finger flick landed squarely on Kushina's forehead, sending her straight back down toward the ground. Honestly, not that many, Hyuga Orin said calmly. Just about 50,000 ryo. He had spent every last bit of Nawaki's money to build all the traps here. Nawaki nearly fainted on the spot. That was his entire allowance. Minato jumped up and scooped Kushina into a princess carry. Ah! Let go of me! Kushina's face flashed bright red as she struggled, wriggling out of Minato's arms and landing back on her feet. Minato rubbed his nose awkwardly. Sorry. Who asked you to meddle? Kushina snapped at him. The darkness of the night hid the redness on her face. You sissy! Nawaki stepped forward and chopped her lightly on the forehead with a hand. Mind your manners, Kushina! Kushina covered her forehead, let out a tsundus hmph, and turned her head away, refusing to look at Minato. Minato scratched his cheek in embarrassment. He hadn't expected her reaction to be this intense. Hyuga Orin sat down directly on the tree branch, his legs dangling as he swung them back and forth. He held a bun in his hand, eating with obvious enjoyment. The aroma drifted over, and all three of their stomachs growled at the same time. There are still 2 days left, Hyuga Orin said leisurely while eating. If you don't catch me by then, you'll be starving for 3 days. Charge! Kushina shouted as she tried to jump up the tree again. As a lower-year student, she still hadn't mastered tree climbing, and had completely forgotten the pain from the forehead flick earlier. Hyuga Orin raised one hand, about to flick her down again just like before. But Minato and Nawaki hadn't forgotten what happened last time. The two of them jumped at the same time, reaching out from both sides to grab Hyuga Orin. This time, Hyuga Orin didn't counter. Instead, he leapt upward, springing to an even higher point in the tree. Don't run! Kushina finally managed to get up into the tree, her red hair flying wildly as if it had a life of its own. The three hurriedly chased after Hyuga Orin. Nawaki was the fastest. With a single leap, he was about to grab Hyuga Orin. But Hyuga Orin jumped backward instead, dropping down toward a lower branch. Just as Nawaki was about to react, his eyes caught sight of an explosive tag stuck to the branch below. Again? Boom! A violent explosion rang out, and Nawaki was blasted off the branch. Minato and Kushina jumped down from above, steel wires pulled taut in their hands as they charged straight at Hyuga Orin. The darkness concealed the wire's presence. But even without activating the Byakugan, Hyuga Orin's eyesight was excellent. With a flick of his hand, a bronze saber appeared. He slashed toward the wires, the blade ignited with flames, instantly severing them. Kushina and Minato landed and charged again. Nawaki, not to be outdone, rushed in as well. The three formed an encirclement, cutting off Hyuga Orin's retreat. The corner of Hyuga Orin's mouth curled upward. Experience +1, experience +45, experience +66. Hyuga Orin withdrew his blade and looked at the three figures lying on the ground, groaning in pain. SOSO, he said lightly. His gaze lingered on Minato. He hadn't expected this kid to be so close to becoming a ninja already. A genin provided over 100 experience points. 66 points meant Minato wasn't far from genin level at all. Hyuga Orin checked his experience pool. Experience pool, 1370. The bulk of it had come from the brown bear. The remaining wild beasts gave at most 20 points, most of them under 10. Even in the Forest of Death, ninja beasts were hard to come by. If he wanted to keep farming beasts, he'd have to go deeper into the forest. Both Kushina and Minato were giving him experience for the first time. Still, since they hadn't reached ninja level yet, it was barely worth mentioning. But still. Hyuga Orin lifted his foot. At some point, steel wire had already wrapped around his ankle, trailing all the way back to Minato's hand. Hyuga Orin looked at Minato. You're pretty impressive. The wire had been wrapped during the earlier group assault. In truth, it couldn't really restrain him, it wasn't even tight. Hyuga Orin shook his foot once and slipped free. Since it posed no threat, he hadn't noticed it at first. Minato, his face swollen and bruised, rubbed his nose. Touching a wound, he sucked in a sharp breath. I'll count that as your success. Yes. Kushina cheered. Minato, you really are worthy of being the man who inherits my will, Nawaki said, throwing an arm around him. His little brother was undeniably outstanding. Once he graduated, he'd be the pinnacle of the Ninja Academy, future third Hokage, Namake's Minato. So, Hyuga Orin asked, looking at the three, "What do you want?" "Food," Minato answered without hesitation. Hyuga Orin didn't go back on his word. He directly took out a warm bag of buns and tossed it to them. "These are yours." After throwing them over, he leapt back up into the trees and vanished after a few bounds. Nawaki and Kushina completely abandoned all decorum, stuffing buns into their mouths. They hadn't eaten a thing all day. Originally, the three of them had planned to go hunting, but with traps everywhere, even moving around had been difficult. "Strange," Minato said after taking a bite. "These buns feel like they were just made." Thinking of the bloodstains on Hyuga Orin's body, it didn't look like he'd gone off to make buns at all. Nawaki leaned in and whispered mysteriously, "My big brother has a magical bag of holding. He can pull out anything. Forget meat buns, he could even pull out a living person." "Wow, that's amazing." Minato's eyes lit up. "How is that even possible?" Kushina said, clearly unconvinced. Believe it or not, Nawaki rolled his eyes. He'd seen his brother pull out all kinds of things before. That palm-sized ninja pouch of his could produce something as big as a wolf-tooth club. Pulling out a person? Not impossible. He admitted he was exaggerating a little. But he firmly believed this. Big brother Hyuga Orin could absolutely pull a person out of his pocket. Elsewhere, Hyuga Orin, currently searching for wild beasts to farm experience, suddenly sneezed. "Who's talking about me? I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews." Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 22, Nawaki, a mere Hokage? My future is to dominate the entire ninja world. 1,217 words. After grinding for 2 straight days, Hyuga Orin had only just barely scraped together another 545 points of experience. Part of it had come from Namake's Minato and Kushina, both of them had been farmed down to just 1 point of experience each. The rest all came from the wild beasts in the Forest of Death. He had basically cleared out every beast on the outer perimeter. He still hadn't seen a second ninja beast. The drops were all useless things, wolf fur, tiger pelts, wild boar meat, and the like. If I want to keep farming, I'll have to go deeper. In the end, Hyuga Orin could only give up and lead Nawaki and the other 2 out of the Forest of Death. We made it out alive." Kushina looked like she was on the verge of tears. Her once pretty face was covered in dust, her clothes were torn to shreds, and there were plenty of visible wounds. "We've improved a lot this time," Minato said, scratching his cheek. To him, these 3 days had been nothing short of a complete rebirth. Hyuga Orin nodded beside him. Minato's improvement was qualitative, his experience had refreshed multiple times. First 104 points, then 52, then 26. 13. 5. 1. Kushina hadn't changed as dramatically. Her strength had definitely improved, but nowhere near Minato's leap. As for Nawaki, "I wanna eat Ichiraku ramen," the idiot Nawaki said, rubbing his belly with a goofy grin. "Let's go. My treat." Hyuga Orin's voice drifted over coolly. "Your allowance has already been spent by me." Nawaki instantly turned to stone. A cold wind blew past as tears of sorrow streamed down his face. Nawaki had also improved quite a bit, though not enough for a qualitative change. He was still only worth 1 experience point, but at least he was much more alert now. At the very least, he probably wouldn't get blown to death by explosive tags anymore. Hyuga Orin eyed Nawaki suspiciously. "Probably. I'll treat," Kushina declared, waving her hand grandly. She had plenty of allowance too. "Ichiraku ramen. Boss, another bowl." Kushina and Nawaki slammed down their empty bowls and shouted in perfect unison. Minato stared at the pile of stacked bowls beside them, sinking into deep thought. Hyuga Orin, meanwhile, spoke casually. "Chakra is the fusion of physical and spiritual energy. People with a lot of chakra are usually big eaters. Nawaki of the Senju clan, and Kushina of the Uzumaki clan, both were textbook examples of chakra monsters. So that's how it is." Minato scratched his cheek. He'd actually been feeling a bit inferior for not being able to eat as much as they did. Hyuga Orin ignored Minato and looked at his status panel. "Name, I'm Hyuga Orin. Profession, none. Level, LV 13, 125, 2500. Chakra, 130 to 130. Skills, Gentle Fist, LV 5, Clone Technique, LV 2, Substitution Technique, LV 10, Transformation Technique, LV 2, 8 Trigrams Air Palm, LV 3, Byakugan, LV 3, Fire Release Times Unknown Fire, LV 4, Medical Nin Technique, LV 1, Bear Wrestling Hands, LV 1. Experience Pool, 1915. Equipment, Bandit's Left Greave, Bandit's Right Greave, Bandit's Right Bracer, Bandit's War Blade, Bandit's Armor. Inventory, Kunai, 10, Explosive Tags, 9, Shuriken, 99, Steel Wire, 10. He'd originally planned to level up during these few days, but things hadn't gone as hoped. The Forest of Death did have ninja beasts, but far too few. Tomorrow, they'd be heading out on missions. Based on Hyuga Orin's assessment of his own strength, he was currently at the very top tier among genin. But if he ran into a chunin, he'd still be at a disadvantage. Even if frontline battles hadn't started yet, running into chunin or even jonin on the road was still possible. Hopefully, he could farm a bit of experience along the way, better yet, run into some bandits and complete the bandit gear set. Big bro, next year I'll become a ninja and follow in your footsteps, Nawaki said contentedly, setting down his bowl with a bright smile. Then the two of us will dominate the entire ninja world. Had he corrupted this kid? Hyuga Orin fell into deep thought. No, impossible. He was such a kind-hearted person. Hyuga Orin nodded seriously. When the time comes, we'll wipe out the bandits first, then the small ninja villages, and finally look down upon the 5 great ninja villages. He glanced around and swallowed the rest of his words. The ninja world was fundamentally twisted. Ninjas possessed world-shattering power, yet the world itself was controlled by ordinary people. If those people governed properly, that would be fine. But instead, these nobles abused their status, bullying the weak, harming their surroundings, and endlessly fighting among themselves. Development? What development? They were nothing but tumors of this world. Hyuga Orin had no respect for them whatsoever. Kushina and Minato stared at him, dumbfounded. Weren't these ambitions a bit excessive? The two of them only wanted to become Hokage. Were goals really this wild now? Nawaki, however, was fired up. He raised his fist enthusiastically. Then the two of us brothers will unify. Hyuga Orin swiftly covered Nawaki's mouth. That's enough. No need to say the rest. If those words got out, it would be poking at far too many nerves. Even if Nawaki was the first Hokage's grandson, he wouldn't survive the fallout. Lowering his voice, Hyuga Orin said, some things shouldn't be said casually right now. We'll talk about them after we've grown strong. Nawaki nodded vigorously, flames of ambition blazing in his eyes. Before meeting Hyuga Orin, his lifelong goal had been nothing more than becoming Hokage. After meeting Hyuga Orin, a mere Hokage? Hyuga Orin stared at Nawaki's eyes, which practically seemed to glow, and sank into deep contemplation. He seemed to have, maybe, possibly, more or less led Nawaki astray. Tsunade wouldn't blame him, right? Heavenly kick of pain. With a single kick, Tsunade sent Jiraiya flying. Jiraiya rolled across the ground twice before barely stopping, clutching his chest and wailing. Orochimaru, sitting on a nearby tree, asked curiously, Tsunade, why are you so angry? Tsunade let out a breath. Because of my brother's big brother. Jiraiya stood up, rubbing his chest, equally curious. That Hyuga kid, Hyuga Orin. Tsunade frowned. That brat's way of thinking is a little extreme. I'm worried he'll influence Nawaki. He didn't feel like a Hyuga at all, more like an Ucha. So was it the Hyuga who went astray, or the Ucha who cheated? Then just don't let that Hyuga Orin get close to Nawaki, Jiraiya suggested. Tsunade shook her head. I don't want to interfere with Nawaki's life. I'm just worried. She didn't want to dictate her brother's future, she just wanted him to grow up safely. So naturally, she took it out on Jiraiya instead. Jiraiya wore a bitter expression as he saw Tsunade raising her leg again. No, why him? What did he do to deserve this? Our teacher plans to have me take Nawaki as a student next year, Orochimaru said as he jumped down from the tree. I'll keep an eye on things for you. I won't let Nawaki walk down the wrong path. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 23, Hyuga Orin's interpersonal relationships aren't exactly great. 1,268 words. The Senju residence. Just as Nawaki was about to return to his room to get some proper rest, he was instead brought into another room by Hyuga Orin. Big bro, what is it? Nawaki yawned. He was utterly exhausted. After being tormented by Hyuga Orin for a full 3 days, his eyelids were practically fighting to stay open. Hyuga Orin simply raised his hand. In it was an item glimmering with a bronze sheen, a bracer that protected the palm and wrist. This is for you. Big bro, I don't really like wearing bracers. Nawaki hesitated. Bracers tended to interfere with his use of monstrous strength. This one's different from ordinary bracers. Hyuga Orin tossed it to him. It'll boost your strength quite a bit, and it won't affect your monstrous strength. This was his spare, bandit's right bracer. Leaving it in his inventory took up space, but throwing it away felt like a waste. Nawaki skeptically put the bracer on and clenched his fist, chakra beginning to gather around it. To his surprise, chakra actually flowed out of the bracer, resonating with his own. The chakra concentrated in his hand surged by nearly 50%. This is a ninja tool. Nawaki stared at the bracer in astonishment. That's right. Hyuga Orin nodded. I made this ninja tool myself. No one else has one. I'm giving it to you. Equipment that only dropped from farming bandits, no one else could ever get it anyway. Saying he made it himself wasn't much of a stretch. Besides, the ninja world already had plenty of similar tools. A mere bracer wasn't anything special. Some might even be surprised that a ninja tool with such a small effect existed. Thank you, big bro. Nawaki clenched his fist, eyes brimming with tears. It felt as if something incredibly important had been entrusted to him. Remember, don't show this to anyone. I'll get you something better in the future, Hyuga Orin reminded him. Gear like this would only become more common later. Things he couldn't use himself could be passed to his own people, or even sold. Don't worry. I won't say a word, not even to my sister, Nawaki said seriously, nodding hard. A promise between men. Though there was really no need to be that serious. Hyuga Orin waved his hand and shooed Nawaki out. Only then did he properly rest inside the room. Over the past 3 days, he'd barely slept, constantly grinding wild beasts and searching for ninja beasts. He'd killed plenty of animals, yet never once found another ninja beast. The next day. Wake up! The door to the room was kicked open. Tsunade strode in. Hyuga Orin was already dressed and prepared, bowing respectfully. Teacher Tsunade. Tsunade, wearing armor, crossed her arms and looked him over. Hyuga Orin was dressed in the traditional attire of the Hyuga clan, a forehead protector covering the caged bird seal on his brow. Tsunade's positioning of Hyuga Orin was clear, he was her medical disciple. She wouldn't teach him any non-medical nin technique. Hyuga Orin understood this well and had never asked her for anything else. The main reason was simple, he didn't want to owe anyone favors. Otherwise, if they ever became enemies and he ended up farming them like mobs, that would be pretty awkward. How much conscience could a player have when facing a monster with a health bar? Even if there was only a game panel and no visible HP bar above someone's head, as long as they dropped loot, they were monsters to Hyuga Orin. 3 high-tier skill drops and 1 dungeon scroll. Hyuga Orin muttered internally. Tsunade suddenly shot him a sharp look. For a fleeting moment, she sensed something dangerous, yet there was no killing intent. And the source of that danger was Hyuga Orin. Tsunade-sensei, let's go. Hyuga Orin smiled brightly, looking every bit like an innocent child. Tsunade withdrew her gaze. Was it just her imagination? The two went downstairs one after the other. Kushina and Nawaki had already gone to school. Uzumaki Maito's health had declined recently, and she rarely left her room. Tsunade grabbed 2 slices of bread from the table and tossed them to Hyuga Orin. Eat something. We'll be on the road all day today. Thank you, Tsunade-sensei, Hyuga Orin said as he caught them. Tsunade nodded and led him out of the Senju estate. Their rendezvous point was a small plaza not far from Konoha's main gate. Following behind Tsunade, Hyuga Orin immediately spotted Orochimaru waiting there. Orochimaru stood in grey armor, 3 packs placed at his feet. Seeing Tsunade arrive, he smiled. You're here. The Orochimaru of the future radiated chill and malice. But right now, he was merely soft-spoken and androgynous, without that eerie coldness. Hyuga Orin couldn't help but wonder, if Nawaki didn't die, would Orochimaru still become the person he was destined to be? Perhaps he would walk a completely different path. Soon after, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi came running over from the distance. Jonin Tsunade. Jonin Orochimaru. The two bowed respectfully. Though Tsunade and Orochimaru hadn't yet reached their peak, they were still among Konoha's top-tier shinobi, and disciples of Hiruzen Tsurutabi. That alone demanded respect. The brothers cast complex glances at Hyuga Orin. This guy was truly impervious, soft tactics, hard tactics, none of them worked. Their father's punishment of Hyuga Orin hadn't been severe. The true purpose had been to let Hayashi completely subdue Hyuga Orin. The kind of subjugation that came from genuine loyalty. Even though Hyuga Orin's status was that of a dead man, a sacrificial protector, he still needed to be cultivated by Hayashi. Such guards were meant to die willingly, not be driven by threats. Even branch family members had to be willing. A single trace of resentment could place Hayashi in mortal danger. But looking at Hyuga Orin now, he was utterly unyielding. He didn't even greet them anymore. Truly courting death. Hyuga Orin, for his part, completely ignored them. Using carrot and stick tactics to raise a loyal death guard on a player? What a joke! Although the three parties avoided each other, Tsunade and Orochimaru could still sense the tension in the air. Your mission, Orochimaru said, ignoring the hostility, is to deliver these supplies to the Land of Rain and establish a defensive line there. The Land of Rain, huh? Hyuga Orin narrowed his eyes. Oh? Mingjun is interested in the Land of Rain. Orochimaru asked with intrigue. Compared to Hayashi and Hisashi, this Hyuga Orin fascinated him far more. After all, since Konoha's founding, the Hyuga clan had produced only one individual who openly resisted the main family. A little, Hyuga Orin replied with a smile. Thankfully, this was the current Orochimaru. If it were the future version, Hyuga Orin would be a lot more cautious. Not because he feared having his body stolen. Branch family Hyuga bodies were worthless. He was more worried about being used as experimental material. Fortunately, the present-day Orochimaru wouldn't do that. And as for the Land of Rain, that was the place where the item needed to lift the caged bird seal could be obtained, an item that only Rain Hidden Village, a megacure, shinobi could drop. But to use it, he'd first have to reach level 18. I hope Mingjun won't be disappointed by the Land of Rain, Orochimaru said with a faint smile. Tsunade spoke in a low, firm voice. Pack up. We move out. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 24, this time, it's a serious forced march. 1,191 words. High up among the branches of towering trees, several figures streaked forward at high speed. Tsunade led from the front. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi guarded the flanks, observing both sides, while Hyuga Orin brought up the rear. This was a textbook advance formation. This mission was nothing like the previous one. There was no time for casual conversation along the way, they were pushing at full speed toward the border of the Land of Fire. Hyuga Orin carried a backpack nearly as tall as he was, yet its weight had no effect on him whatsoever. By contrast, Hayashi and Hisashi in the middle were already breathing a little harder. This load still put some pressure on them. Good thing my equipment boosted my strength quite a bit, Hyuga Orin thought to himself. With the +3 strength bonus from his gear, his raw power far exceeded that of shinobi his age. Inside the pack were all sealing scrolls, containing ninja tools, soldier pills, medical supplies, and other strategic materials. Every single item was vital. There could be no losses. Because of this, the mission had been directly classified as A rank. Without Tsunade, they would never have gotten an opportunity like this. The team sped through the forest. They crossed woodlands, waded through rivers, and entered the mountains. Ninjas rarely traveled on main roads, instead, they moved through mountains and wilderness. Only after entering the mountains did the group finally stop to rest. Under the night sky, a crescent moon hung high above the desolate mountain range. They built a campfire. The flames flickered unsteadily in the night wind. Tsunade poked the fire with a stick, making it burn a little stronger. From here on, it'll take another 3 days of travel to reach our destination, she said. That was at a ninja's rapid marching speed. For ordinary people, it would take at least a month. And the next stretch, Tsunade added, is the most dangerous. Hayashi and Hisashi frowned deeply. Hyuga Orin, on the other hand, looked eager and excited. This brat really did fear that the world wasn't chaotic enough. Tsunade gave Hyuga Orin a speechless look. If we're attacked, Hyuga Orin asked bluntly, what level of ninja are we likely to face? If it was a Jonin, he'd prioritize survival. If it was Chunin, he'd decide whether to fight based on numbers. If it was Genin, just farm them. Tsunade shot him a sideways glance. Most likely Chunin. The chances of Jonin or Genin are relatively low. Jonin were closely monitored by Konoha, any hint of their presence would result in immediate expulsion. Genin, on the other hand, could barely survive under Konoha's scrutiny. Chunin sat in an awkward middle ground, not monitored closely enough, yet not so weak they'd be easily killed, making them far more likely to survive within the Land of Fire. Probably, Tsunade added after a pause. Hyuga Orin felt that word carried a worrying lack of confidence. Watching Tsunade's impassive face, he quietly raised his guard. Are we bait? Tonight, the three of you rest properly. I'll take watch, Tsunade said gravely. Now even Hayashi and Hisashi sensed something was off. Still, none of them said anything and obediently lay down to rest. Hyuga Orin glanced at the backpacks stacked together. If he wanted to confirm whether they were bait, he'd need to verify whether the ceiling scrolls inside were real. After hesitating, he chose not to check. They were just genin following orders, so what if they knew the truth? Hyuga Orin condensed his bronze saber, hugged it close, curled up beside a rock, and closed his eyes to sleep. Tsunade glanced at the bronze saber in his arms. A new Hyuga bloodline limit, or some kind of ninja tool. Hyuga Orin carried far too many unusual items, especially that blade. She hadn't seen him take it out even once on the road, and there was nowhere on his body where it could have been hidden. Still, she didn't pursue the matter and swallowed the doubt. Late night. Cold winds howled. Tsunade sat by the campfire and took a light sip of strong liquor, driving away the chill. She glanced at the withered yellow branches around them. Winter's coming. The night passed peacefully. In the morning, the three ate soldier pills and immediately resumed their march. Soldier pills replenished chakra and staved off hunger, essential supplies during long operations. They continued forward in silence. The sooner they arrived, the sooner they'd be safe. As they advanced, Tsunade grew increasingly vigilant. Hayashi and Hisashi also became more tense. Only Hyuga Orin looked utterly unconcerned. Suddenly, Tsunade stopped on a tree branch and turned, signaling to the others. Reckon. All three activated their Byakugan, rapidly scanning the surroundings. In Hyuga Orin's vision, everything turned transparent. Several figures stood motionless in the distance. The chakra flowing through their bodies couldn't be hidden from the Hyuga Byakugan. Hayashi immediately signaled Tsunade. 5 enemies ahead. Based on chakra volume of 1 suspected Jonin, 2 Chunin, and 2 Genin. Tsunade frowned. Hyuga Orin understood her expression. There were too few enemies. If they were truly bait, drawing out only 5 attackers, 4 of whom were under Jonin level, made no sense. There should have been far more hostile ninja lurking within the Land of Fire. Yet there truly were no others nearby. Tsunade rapidly issued hand signals. She would take the Jonin. Hyuga Orin and Hisashi would stall the 2 Chunin. Hayashi would hold off the 2 Genin. Once she finished her target, she'd clean up the rest. Hyuga Orin bared his teeth in a grin and flashed signals back just as quickly. No. Give me the 2 Genin. Let them handle the Chunin. Hayashi wasn't willing to be outdone and signaled as well. I can hold off 1 Chunin. As the Hyuga clan's heir, he refused to admit he was weaker than the others. Tsunade gave Hyuga Orin a long, deep look, then swept her hand downward. Operation begins. Hyuga Orin secured the bronze saber at his waist, tying it down with his trouser cord to keep it from falling. Noticing the suspicious looks from the other 3, he snorted. Did they think he was bullying the weak and fearing the strong? He had no intention of explaining. Whatever they thought had nothing to do with him. The 4 figures vanished from their positions in an instant. 11 led his squad, hidden deep within the forest. They had received intelligence, this was a Konoha supply line, and the convoy had already departed. Their mission was to halt the transport and prevent Konoha from establishing defenses along the Rain Country front. He adjusted the Cloud Ninja forehead protector on his head, still not quite used to wearing it. The group had waited calmly here for a long time. As the 4 remained concealed among the trees, a figure suddenly dropped from above, charging straight at him. Heavenly Kick of Pain! Heavenly Kick of Pain! I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 25, The Assassination Begins. 1,200 words. Tsunade raised her leg high and leapt down from above, her kick crashing straight toward Elevenon. Elevenon sensed her presence instantly and reacted at once, springing backward onto a tree branch. Tsunade's first strike failed to connect. She immediately withdrew her strength, tapped the tree with her foot, and lunged after Elevenon again. Her swinging fists tore through the air with sharp whooshing sounds. Elevenon had just landed on the branch. Though he reacted in time, he couldn't evade completely. He crossed his arms in front of his chest to block. Boom! Elevenon was blasted backward, smashing through tree after tree. Tsunade didn't pause for even a moment, relentlessly pursuing him. The battle erupted in an instant. By the time the other ninja reacted, both Tsunade and Elevenon had already vanished from sight. Approaching from the left, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi struck at once. 8 trigrams vacuum wall palm. This was a Tai technique performed by 2 shinobi capable of using the 8 trigrams air palm. With their Byakugan activated, each released a vacuum shockwave from one hand simultaneously. It was an advanced version of the 8 trigrams air palm, a long-range technique of the Hyuga clan. Boom! The vacuum shockwaves detonated in the middle of the 4 enemy ninja. Forced to evade, the 4 scattered in all directions. Hayashi and Hisashi immediately charged toward the 2 Chunin. The remaining 2 genin landed on the ground and quickly regrouped, preparing to support their teammates. But just as they took a step, whoosh, whoosh! Several shuriken flew in from afar, nailing themselves into the ground at their feet and halting their movement. Hyuga Orin hung upside down from a tree branch, the grin on his face nearly reaching his eyes. Your opponent is me. He crossed his hands, each fingertip pinching a shuriken. Pulling the mobs. Shuriken heavy fire mode. Chakra surged into his hands, forming what looked like massive bear paws. Bear wrestling hands. Fire. Shuriken shot out one after another from Hyuga Orin's hands, both arms turning into blurs. The 2 genin's expressions changed drastically as they split up and dodged to either side. The whoosh-whoosh of flying shuriken filled the air, their speed far exceeded the genin's expectations, accompanied by heavy, oppressive sounds. They glanced back. And their souls nearly left their bodies. A shuriken slammed into a tree trunk. Boom! The entire trunk exploded apart. Are those really shuriken? What kind of shuriken have this kind of power? If that hit a person, wouldn't it blow a hole straight through them? The 2 genin moved even more desperately. Behind them, boom! 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 Echoed non-stop as trees shattered one after another, like the footsteps of death pursuing close behind. They didn't even have time to use nin technique. You can't escape, Hyuga Orin sneered. His hands never stopped throwing shuriken as his body flickered ghost-like through the forest. 1 genin ducked behind a tree, trying to catch his breath. But under the Byakugan, he was completely exposed. An opening. Hyuga Orin suddenly stopped his right hand and began forming seals. Fire release times unknown fire had simple hand seals to begin with. Using one hand wasn't too difficult, just slower than usual. The real challenge was guiding chakra with only one hand. Fire release. Unknown fire. Bear wrestling hands. 2 techniques layered together. Hyuga Orin hurled a shuriken with all his strength from his left hand. Mid-flight, it transformed into a fireball the size of a palm, smashing straight into the tree. Boom! The trunk was pierced instantly, along with the genin hiding behind it. Experience plus 456. Hyuga Orin didn't stop moving. He leapt to a rear branch at once, there was no time to collect drops yet. 1 genin still remained. The other enemy hadn't slowed down at all and had already widened the distance. But he had underestimated Hyuga Orin's speed. The bandit Greaves boosted Hyuga Orin's movement speed, turning his figure into a streaking shadow as he chased the fleeing genin. Soon, the Byakugan locked onto the target again. The shuriken barrage resumed. This time, they weren't dodging left and right, the genin was directly ahead. Shuriken enhanced by both unknown fire and bear wrestling hands became blazing fireballs, piercing through trees. And through the fleeing genin's body, riddling him with massive holes. Experience plus 543. Hyuga Orin rushed over, grabbed the dropped items from the corpse, then sprinted back to the first genin's body and collected those drops as well, stuffing everything into his inventory. Only then did he head toward one of the Chunin. Deep in the forest, Hisashi's body slammed into a tree, snapping it clean in half. Wind release! Great breakthrough! The Chunin rapidly formed seals and unleashed a violent gale from his mouth, roaring toward Hisashi. Hisashi, who had just landed, gritted his teeth and immediately used rotation. A blue hemispherical chakra barrier formed, blocking the powerful wind. At the same time, the Chunin gripped his blade and charged forward. Hisashi took a sharp breath. His rotation couldn't be maintained for long. Seeing the enemy rush in, he clenched his teeth and surged forward as well. He knew he couldn't win. But his mission was to stall. Just as the two were about to collide, several shuriken infused with tremendous force suddenly flew in. The Chunin's expression changed. Mid-air, he had no time to dodge. Twisting his waist, he spun in the air and kicked Hisashi hard, using the recoil to fling himself backward, barely evading the shuriken. Hyuga Orin rushed in, bronze saber in hand. His chakra was running low, he couldn't maintain heavy fire mode any longer. Gentle fist style. Yin-yang with blade. He didn't know any sword techniques. He could only adapt gentle fist movements and swing the blade at the Chunin. Gentle fist was a boxing art, using it with a blade felt awkward. But it wasn't just awkward for him. The opponent felt it too. The Chunin raised his kunai to block twice, then kicked Hyuga Orin squarely in the abdomen, sending him flying. What the hell is this? The Chunin frowned, stepping off a branch and charging after the falling Hyuga Orin, ready to finish him with a kunai. Mid-air, Hyuga Orin grinned. His figure vanished abruptly. Substitution technique. The Chunin's pupils shrank. In front of him appeared an explosive tag, and his kunai plunged straight into it. Boom! The explosive tag detonated, swallowing the Chunin whole. He had been far too careless, falling straight into a trap. After all, who would expect a genin who couldn't even use a sword properly to pull off a godlike substitution? Hyuga Orin reappeared in the distance and let out a light breath. Seeing no experience notification, he knew the enemy wasn't dead yet. He jumped down from the tree, preparing to finish him off. Only to see Hisashi, kunai in hand, charging in first. The Chunin roared with bulging eyes. If you dare touch him, I'll kill you. Several shuriken flew from his hand, hurtling toward Hyuga Hisashi. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 26, Hyuga Orin is the source of danger. 1,218 words. That Chunin had only a single breath left. Large areas of his body were badly burned, one light strike would be enough to take his life. Hyuga Hisashi was about to step forward and finish him off, when a sharp whoosh tore through the air. Hyuga Orin's shuriken arrived first. The shuriken were reinforced by bear wrestling hands, fast and vicious. By the time Hisashi noticed, it was already too late to dodge. His eyes widened as he stared at the furious Hyuga Orin. What the hell did I do to you? Is he trying to kill me? Rotation. A blue hemispherical barrier rapidly formed around Hisashi. Several shuriken slammed into it and were instantly deflected away. At that moment, Hyuga Orin rushed over, blade in hand, and chopped down at the Chunin who was still clinging to life. The head rolled across the ground twice before coming to a stop. A notification flashed before his eyes. Experience plus 1,451. Hyuga Orin scooped up the items dropped by the Chunin and tossed them into his equipment inventory. What are you trying to do? Hisashi roared angrily. Out of nowhere, Hyuga Orin had attacked him. Hyuga Orin glanced sideways at Hisashi. You stole my mob. I'll kill you. It was clearly the final hit already, yet Hisashi still dared to interfere. Did he think Hyuga Orin was blind? Mob? Hisashi didn't understand what mob meant, but he understood one thing clearly. Hyuga Orin had attacked him over the final blow on that Chunin. Was this guy sick in the head? Who killed the enemy made no difference, kills didn't count as merit anyway. Hyuga Orin couldn't be bothered to deal with him. He turned and rushed toward the other battlefield. There was still 1 Chunin and 1 Jonin left, maybe he could still harvest them. But when he reached the second Chunin's location, he saw Hyuga Hayashi lying on the ground, while Tsunade used mystical palm technique to treat him. Hyuga Orin looked at the Chunin corpse that had already stopped breathing and sighed regretfully. He hadn't killed him. No drops. No experience. Too slow. He hadn't expected Tsunade to resolve her opponent so quickly. As expected of one of the future Sannin, even against another Jonin, she could finish the fight this fast. Is it over? Tsunade turned and asked Hyuga Orin. All taken care of, Hyuga Orin nodded, glancing at the unconscious Hayashi. His white robes were soaked red with blood. That guy had it rough. Hisashi walked over, his expression ugly. He glanced at Hyuga Orin, then at Tsunade, and ultimately said nothing about what had just happened. Even if he did, Hyuga Orin wouldn't care. In fact, Hyuga Orin almost wanted Hayashi to realize something clearly. Sometimes, he was the real danger. Hyuga Orin didn't say it aloud, but in that hazy instant, Hisashi understood. He even began to wonder, if Hayashi truly wanted to subdue Hyuga Orin, it would depend entirely on whether his own life was tough enough. Otherwise, he might die at Hyuga Orin's hands before any so-called subjugation succeeded. He's out of the danger zone, Tsunade said, stopping her treatment. She turned to Hyuga Orin. You take over and heal him. Up to now, Hyuga Orin had never personally treated anyone. Hisashi's face changed dramatically. Jonin Tsunade. My brother's injury should be handled by you. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Relax. Hyuga Orin's medical skills are solid. He can treat Hayashi. Hisashi was practically fuming. Was he worried about Hyuga Orin's skill? No, he was worried about Hyuga Orin pulling something shady. Now he finally understood exactly what kind of person Hyuga Orin was. This guy was completely insane. He'd originally planned to help Hayashi subdue Hyuga Orin, turning him into a loyal death guard. Now? That idea was dead. This man needed to taste the power of the caged bird seal. All right, I'll give it a try, Hyuga Orin said casually, though a thought quietly surfaced in his mind. I wonder if I could accidentally kill Hayashi. Would he drop a Byakugan? A main family Byakugan would be incredibly valuable, it could directly raise the Byakugan skill by 1 level. Reality proved Hisashi's worries were entirely justified. Just as Hyuga Orin stepped forward, Hisashi blocked him. He urgently turned to Tsunade. Jonin Tsunade, my brother doesn't need Hyuga Orin's treatment. Tsunade frowned, now clearly sensing something was off. Hisashi hadn't been this wary of Hyuga Orin earlier. She shot Hyuga Orin a suspicious look. What did this brat do now? Hyuga Orin simply looked up at the sky, utterly unconcerned. He'd already figured it out, trying to kill Hayashi in front of Tsunade was basically impossible. Whether he treated him or not didn't matter. Hyuga Orin, go retrieve the supplies, Tsunade ordered. Yes, Hyuga Orin responded. He leapt onto a branch and vanished after a few bounds. Before the fight, they'd stashed the backpacks elsewhere, otherwise they would have interfered with combat. Once Hyuga Orin disappeared, Tsunade asked in a low voice, what did Hyuga Orin do just now? Hisashi's shift in attitude had been too abrupt. She couldn't ignore it. Hisashi opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but remembering that this was an internal Hyuga matter, he swallowed his words. Nothing happened. Tsunade gave him a long, searching look. Seeing that he didn't want to talk, she didn't press further. When Hyuga Orin finally returned carrying all 4 backpacks alone, Tsunade was still treating Hayashi. Carrying them was a struggle, even for him, 1 on his chest, 1 on his back, and 1 in each hand. Without the Byakugan, he wouldn't even have been able to see where he was going. Under Tsunade's treatment, Hayashi had already woken up, though his face was pale. Compared to his brother Hisashi, his performance had been lacking. If Tsunade hadn't returned in time, he might have already died at that Chunin's hands. We'll rest here for now, Tsunade decided after finishing treatment and standing up. After such a battle, everyone's stamina and chakra were heavily depleted. Another fight now would be extremely dangerous. Fine by me, Hyuga Orin said, hopping onto a tree branch and lying down. Hisashi walked over to Hayashi and whispered something into his ear. Neither Tsunade nor Hyuga Orin tried to listen, but they could see Hayashi's expression growing worse and worse. Meanwhile, Tsunade examined the corpses. Despite the Cloud Village forehead protector on the head, she found an Iwagakure protector inside the ninja pouch. They're from Iwagakure. She frowned. During missions, disguising one's allegiance like this was common practice among villages. Hyuga Orin's expression turned strange as he glanced at his inventory. Based on the drops alone, he was certain. They weren't Cloud Ninja. And they weren't Stone Ninja either. He knew the drop tables of both major villages well. These items didn't match. 2 of the enemies had dropped 3 pieces of equipment total, 2 from Genin, 1 from a Chunin. A village with this kind of absurd drop rate. In the guides he remembered, there was only one. The poorest village in the story background. Yet the richest village in players' eyes. Sand Village. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on PE at Treon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 27, Equipment and Skills. 1,235 words. Genin Kunai, plus 20 to 25 attack power. Regeneration Ring, plus 1 HP recovery per second. Chakra Ring, plus 50 chakra. These 3 pieces of equipment were obtained from killing Genin and Chunin. Fortunately, the kunai could be equipped as an offhand weapon. Otherwise, he would have had to take off his war blade. A character could only carry 1 main weapon and 1 offhand weapon. The regeneration ring and chakra ring were accessory-type equipment. As long as there was a finger to wear them on, accessories had very few restrictions. The regeneration effect restored physical injuries. After putting it on, Hyuga Orin could already feel the pain in his abdomen easing, though the speed wasn't particularly fast. The chakra ring increased his chakra cap. Chakra, 80's 130 plus 50? The upper limit jumped straight to 180. He had only 30 chakra left after the previous battle, this instantly restored 50 points. In his current state, he could still handle another fight. Next was experience. Experience pool, 4,365. This was already enough to level up once. However, Hyuga Orin only pushed the level progress to 2499, leaving 1991 experience points in the pool. This was in preparation for the next battle. Leveling up didn't provide a huge stat boost, roughly a 10% increase in strength. Its direct impact on combat wasn't that great. But leveling up fully restored HP and chakra, which was enormously impactful in a real fight. He planned to save the actual level up for a critical moment. With 1991 experience remaining, he didn't plan to hoard all of it. His gaze shifted to Bear Wrestling Hands. Bear Wrestling Hands, LV1, EXP, 100, trait, none. He began pouring experience into it. Bear Wrestling Hands, LV2, EXP, 0-200, trait, none. Bear Wrestling Hands, LV3, EXP, 0-400, trait, none. Bear Wrestling Hands, LV4, EXP, 0-800, trait, none. Hyuga Orin quietly activated Bear Wrestling Hands. This time, the chakra consumption had increased noticeably. In actual combat, I can't keep this up for long. Otherwise, using Bear Wrestling Hands would drain his chakra dry very quickly. Even when upgrading skills, he had to consider his own chakra reserves. A powerful skill was meaningless if it left him empty and unable to keep fighting. Next, he upgraded his Medical Nin Technique. Medical Nin Technique, LV2, EXP, 0-1000, trait, none. Medical Nin Technique could save lives at critical moments. He still had 700 experience left. There weren't many skills he could upgrade with that amount, and most of them weren't ones he used often. The most useful among them was 8 trigrams air palm, but honestly, it wasn't nearly as effective as his shuriken. In the end, he chose to stop. Experience was limited, it couldn't be spent recklessly. Name, I'm Hyuga Orin. Profession, none. Level, LV13, 2499, 2500. Chakra, 180, 130 plus 50. Skills, Gentle Fist, LV5, Clone Technique, LV2, Substitution Technique, LV10, Transformation Technique, LV2, 8 trigrams air palm, LV3, Byakugan, LV3, Fire Release Times Unknown Fire, LV4, Medical Nin Technique, LV2, Bear Wrestling Hands, LV4. Experience pool, 791. Equipment, Bandit's left greave, Bandit's right greave, Bandit's right bracer, Bandit's war blade, Bandit's armor, Regeneration Ring, Chakra Ring, Genin Kunai. Inventory, Kunai, 10, Explosive Tags, 9, Shuriken, 99, Steel Wire, 10. After reviewing the changes to his status panel, Hyuga Orin closed his eyes and began to rest. The remaining stretch of the journey could very well bring more enemies. He needed to recover his chakra as quickly as possible. The night passed without incident. The next day, the group resumed their march. They moved swiftly through the forest, maintaining the standard formation. However, every time Hyuga Hayashi's gaze swept over Hyuga Orin, it was no longer the same, it carried a trace of coldness. Hyuga Orin understood. Hayashi had completely given up on subduing him. Unconsciously, Hyuga Orin touched the forehead protector on his brow. Hayashi abandoning the idea of controlling him was both good news and bad news. The good news was obvious. The bad news was that the Hyuga clan would now completely tear off the mask. Once he returned, the punishment awaiting him would be far harsher. Possibly even activating the caged bird seal. He didn't know whether he could endure it. But as long as he could withstand the caged bird seal, the Hyuga clan wouldn't have many options left. Once we're back, I can't keep interacting with the Hyuga clan. I'm under Tsunade now, they won't dare act openly. After I change professions, I'll accelerate solving the caged bird problem. Then, during the Second Ninja War, I'll harvest experience and quickly break free from the Hyuga clan's control. This had always been Hyuga Orin's plan. If not for Hayashi, no one in the Hyuga clan would have cared about him at all. By the time they reacted, it would already be too late. Yet because of Hayashi, he still had to suffer quite a bit. Even though Hayashi hadn't technically done anything, how could Hyuga Orin not resent him? Someday, I'll kill you, Hyuga Orin shot Hayashi a vicious glare. The team continued forward at high speed. The three Hyuga never stopped using the Byakugan to scout. Before long, chakra fluctuations appeared in multiple distant areas. Jonin Tsunade! Hayashi called out in warning, and the four halted simultaneously. Hyuga Orin jumped to Tsunade's side, his expression grave. This time there are a lot of them. At least 5 Jonin. That surging chakra made him deeply envious. There were also many with Chunin-level chakra signatures, and notably, no Genin at all. No matter how confident Hyuga Orin was, he knew that if they ran into these people head-on, he wouldn't have the slightest chance of surviving. Now it was up to Tsunade to decide. If they forced their way through, it would be a dead end. Even as strong as Tsunade was, facing 5 Jonin at once meant zero chance of victory. Tsunade thought for a moment, then made her decision. Detour. We go around them, wide. The four quietly began to pull back, attempting to disengage without a sound. But the moment they moved, the ninja waiting in the distance reacted immediately as well. They have Sensora-type ninja too. Hisashi said in a low voice. Scatter and withdraw. Survival is the top priority. If necessary, discard the backpacks. Regroup at the designated location within 7 days. Tsunade rattled off the orders rapidly, including the exact rendezvous point. Withdraw! Tsunade commanded. The four split instantly, fleeing in 4 different directions. Hyuga Orin didn't dare hesitate for even a second, sprinting away at full speed. As he ran, his gaze flicked briefly toward Tsunade. Among the 4, the one in the greatest danger was actually Tsunade herself. With enemy sensors present, they would inevitably focus on the Jonin. Genin simply didn't know enough to be worth prioritizing. As long as Tsunade can tie down the Jonin. Without needing to look back, Hyuga Orin could already see several figures chasing him. The Byakugan's 360-degree vision wasn't just for show. There were no blind spots, though the farther the distance, the larger the area swallowed by darkness beyond his vision. Damn caged bird, Hyuga Orin cursed under his breath and accelerated. At least 3 Chunin were in pursuit of him. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 28, Escape and Counterkill. 1,180 words. This was only what he could see. Beyond his vision lay a stretch of darkness, hiding things he couldn't perceive at all. A blind spot in his sight, one that didn't seem large at first glance. But once extended over distance, its impact was enormous. This was the restriction the caged bird seal imposed on the branch family. Hyuga Orin moved at extreme speed, like a wraith slipping through the forest. The Byakugan helped him scout, preventing him from running straight into an encirclement. Tsunade's chakra, and that of the 2 Hyuga brothers, had already vanished completely from his perception. He stuffed the backpack directly into his inventory. One backpack occupied only a single slot. His inventory had a total of 36 slots, nearly half of which were already filled with miscellaneous items. With the backpack gone, his speed increased yet again. As he constantly shifted directions, Hyuga Orin also confirmed the number of pursuers. 5 Chunin. If I kill all 5 of them, I'll get at least 5,000 experience, almost enough for 2 levels. Chunin gave a huge amount of experience. Each one was worth over 1,000 points. If this were a game, he wouldn't even consider counterkilling. Game monsters had HP bars, you couldn't kill them unless you drained the bar completely. Sneak attacks were largely meaningless. But reality was different. People died when they were killed. Heart, neck, brain, any fatal injury meant death, not just a reduction in HP. In-game, an explosive tag might deal 500 damage. In reality, a single explosive tag could kill outright. Hyuga Orin clenched his teeth. Let's do it. His forward speed suddenly dropped. The 5 Chunin behind him gradually closed the distance. Among the interwoven trees, both sides finally caught sight of one another. The enemy ninja struck first. Wind release times condensed wind bullet. One ninja spat out a compressed blast of violent wind, firing it straight at Hyuga Orin. Hyuga Orin's figure flickered and vanished. The 5 Chunin stopped instantly, for spreading out to guard the ninja in the center. Careful, there might be traps, the central ninja suddenly shouted. Kai! Steel wires appeared from all directions, rapidly tightening inward. Shuriken spun through the air around them, each tied with steel wire. As the shuriken circled, the wires formed tightening loops. A dark-skinned man stood among them, a Sand Village forehead protector on his head. It was not very convincing. Lightning crackled along the blade in his hand. Lightning release times lightning speed slash. With a flash of lightning, he sliced through the steel wires in an instant. The ninja in the center pointed sharply in one direction. He's over there. The dark-skinned ninja charged straight toward Hyuga Orin's position, locking onto him in the bushes. So the one in the middle is the sensor. Hyuga Orin immediately identified his priority target. Shuriken appeared in both hands. Pulling aggro. Heavy firepower mode. Bear wrestling hands. Countless shuriken blasted toward the charging ninja. When his blade collided with the shuriken, his pupils shrank. One shuriken was knocked away, but so was his blade. There was no time to think about why the shuriken carried such terrifying force. He rapidly formed seals. Bang! Smoke erupted, and a wooden log replaced the dark-skinned man. Bang bang bang! The log was shredded into splinters almost instantly by the shuriken barrage. That's strength, the remaining 4 muttered, expressions changing. It was the first time they'd seen a substitution log get obliterated like that. And at that moment, Hyuga Orin's shuriken were already flying toward them. Trees were pierced through in an instant. The group could only scatter rapidly. 2 tall ninja retreated far away, regrouping with the dark-skinned man. The remaining 2, wearing Cloud Village forehead protectors, escorted the sensor ninja and fled in another direction. 2 groups, hey, Hyuga Orin muttered. Cloud Ninja. Cloud Ninja drops were extremely useful to him. His figure vanished from the spot. He's over there, the sensor ninja immediately pointed toward the ground. Hyuga Orin had just landed when he raised his hand and hurled several shuriken toward her. The 3 instantly jumped to another tree. The 2 ninja, pretending to be Sand Ninja but actually Cloud Ninja, rapidly closed in on Hyuga Orin. He had no intention of engaging in close combat. Gentle Fist was strong, but not strong enough to fight Chunin head-on. Substitution technique. His body flickered out of existence. Only a single shuriken remained behind. When the 3 arrived, Hyuga Orin was already gone. He's over there, he's trying to escape, the sensor ninja shouted, locking onto him again. The 5 resumed their pursuit. As Hyuga Orin leapt between branches, he analyzed their tracking method. After several exchanges, he was certain the sensor wasn't using a bloodline limit, but some kind of nin technique to lock onto him. The 5 stayed tightly on his heels. He pulled out an explosive tag from his inventory, slapped it onto a tree trunk, and kept moving. Through the Byakugan, he watched carefully. The 5 all landed on the tree with the tag, yet the sensor ninja didn't notice anything. So it's not chakra detection. Hyuga Orin narrowed it down. Explosive tags contain chakra, which couldn't be hidden from the Byakugan. Wind? Sound, he thought, listening to the constant whoosh of air rushing past his ears. His hands flew through seals. In midair, he suddenly turned around. Shuriken launched again. Bear wrestling hands. Unknown fire. The shuriken transformed into blazing fireballs, screaming toward the five. Boom! 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 The explosion scattered them apart. Hyuga Orin landed on a branch and immediately charged toward the nearest cloud ninja. The enemy formed seals at lightning speed. Rooster, snake, monkey, goat. An unfamiliar technique. Lightning release times lightning sphere technique. Yellow lightning orb shot toward Hyuga Orin. In the next instant, his figure vanished again. A shuriken intercepted the lightning spheres. Hyuga Orin reappeared near the sensor ninja. He kicked off the branch and rushed straight at her. The two ninja guarding her charged instantly, kunai in hand. Hyuga Orin pulled out a kunai and hurled it straight at the sensor. She shifted her body left, preparing to dodge. At that moment, Hyuga Orin suddenly swapped places with the kunai. He slipped past the two attackers, leaving only the kunai clattering to the ground. The two turned in shock. Hyuga Orin had already spread his arms and locked them around the sensor ninja's waist. In doing so, his shoulder was pierced clean through by a kunai. The sensor ninja's pupils contracted. She didn't know what Hyuga Orin intended to do, but panic flickered across her delicate face. Yes, she was a woman. And she knew full well Hyuga Orin wasn't doing this to take advantage of her. The next moment, Hyuga Orin vanished. An explosive tag was stuck firmly to her leg. The two ninja hadn't even had time to rush back. Boom! Flame swallowed the female sensor ninja whole. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 29, 2 levels in a row. 1,191 words. Leaning against a tree trunk, Hyuga Orin continued to observe the remaining ninja with his Byakugan. A notification flashed before his eyes. Experience plus 845. An unqualified tune-in, seriously. Hyuga Orin cursed under his breath. Just which village did that guy come from? How much water had they poured into the tune-in exam? If Hyuga Orin ever found out, he'd definitely file a complaint. He'd complain until they went bankrupt. Of course, it was also possible that the opponent simply had a large chakra pool and was actually just a genin. The Byakugan judged strength purely based on chakra quantity. Whether the opponent was truly a tune-in was still debatable. Hyuga Orin pulled the kunai out of his shoulder. Clink! Obtained 1 kunai. He even mentally added a sound effect himself. His chakra was almost depleted now. The substitution technique was powerful, but it was also a huge chakra sink. He'd used it 5 times already, consuming over 100 points of chakra. The rest had gone into bare wrestling hands and unknown fire. Chakra, 24 for 130 plus 50? I can still use substitution once. A tune-in's nin technique and tai technique both far surpassed his. Without substitution, counter-killing even one would have been impossible. Through the Byakugan, Hyuga Orin saw the remaining four split into 2 groups, standing alert and arguing with each other about something. They were too far away for him to hear. Hyuga Orin took a deep breath. Level up. Name, I'm Hyuga Orin. Profession, none. Level, LV14, 0, 3000. Chakra, 190, 140 plus 50. The wound on his shoulder began to heal at a visible rate. His depleted chakra rapidly refilled, he was back at peak condition. His physical attributes increased by roughly another 1/10. Experience pool, 1635. 3000 experience. Hyuga Orin muttered as he looked at the growing requirement. I'll need to kill 2 more enemies to level again. The 2 factions that had been on guard soon reached a conclusion. 2 of the ninja, he didn't know which side, chose to withdraw outright, quickly retreating in another direction. Only 2 cloud ninja remained behind. With no sensor ninja, they're basically blind. Those 2 just gave up on fighting, huh? Hyuga Orin roughly guessed their thought process. A pity, 2 experience packs just walked away. But there were still 2 cloud ninja left. 8 explosive tags remaining. He silently calculated his chances. His substitution technique was already exposed, pulling off another cheap kill like before was unlikely. Even though 2 tune-in had left, the danger hadn't dropped by much. Ha! Hyuga Orin exhaled slowly. Then he suddenly leapt out from behind the tree, hurling shuriken toward the 2 in the distance. Shuriken heavy fire. Fireballs. The fireballs formed from shuriken were even faster than the shuriken themselves. The two Cloud Ninja jumped to opposite sides, narrowly avoiding the attack. Several trees behind them were pierced straight through. Hyuga Orin had expected the ambush to fail, but when it actually did, he still felt a bit disappointed. Lightning release times lightning beast. Lightning surged and took the shape of a rampaging thunder beast, charging straight at Hyuga Orin. Hyuga Orin flickered and swapped places with a kunai. But the instant he reappeared, the other Cloud Ninja rushed in with a blade. Lightning crackled along it, the speed was terrifying. Hyuga Orin used substitution again. Only an explosive tag remained at the original spot. The lightning-coated blade slashed through the tag, cutting it cleanly in half. The Cloud Ninja kicked off the ground and retreated instantly. Boom! The explosive tag barely produced flames, only a shockwave. Hyuga Orin rode that shockwave backward, widening the distance. A defective one, the other Cloud Ninja said as he landed beside his companion, frowning at the underwhelming blast. Even defective goods are being used now? How broke are you? The two said no more. Their bodies suddenly turned into streaks of lightning. Lightning body flicker technique. They appeared behind Hyuga Orin in an instant, both blades crackling with electricity as they slashed toward him. Body flicker. Hyuga Orin's expression darkened. Fast movement techniques, no matter how quick he was, he couldn't outpace flicker. Substitution. His body vanished instantly. The shuriken that replaced him was cut apart by both blades at the same time. Hyuga Orin reappeared at the previous battlefield. His pupils contracted as he saw an explosive tag on the ground. He could ambush others. Others could ambush him too. Now that they understood the key to his techniques, they'd naturally prepared counters. Hair. Hyuga Orin snorted, stepped forward, grabbed the explosive tag that was about to detonate, and threw it straight into his inventory. Explosive tag, about to detonate. Anything placed into the inventory had its state frozen in time. Even an explosive tag was no exception. The two Cloud Ninja used lightning flicker again, reappearing behind him. Hyuga Orin's Byakugan had already caught them. He turned around and tossed the about-to-detonate explosive tag back at them. Here, have it back. Boom! A violent explosion sent all three flying. Hyuga Orin rolled across the ground twice before stopping. He crouched, both hands glowing green, one pressed to his chest, the other to his head. 3 broken ribs. Internal organs shaken. Concussion. The world spun in his vision. This was already considered severe injury. He couldn't help coughing up a mouthful of blood. He used mystical palm technique on himself. No experience notifications appeared, but those two had been closer to the blast. There was no way they'd come out unscathed. He only suppressed his injuries for now, then rushed toward where the two had been blown away. Soon, he spotted them supporting each other, both covered in blood and clearly badly injured. Hyuga clan? One of the Cloud Ninja said weakly as he looked at Hyuga Orin. Are you Hyuga Hayashi or Hyuga Hizashi? The Hyuga clan has more than just those two, Hyuga Orin grinned, shuriken appearing in both hands. Bear wrestling hands. Shuriken heavy fire. Saturation. Shuriken formed a dense wall, crashing down on them. They wanted to dodge, but the injuries from the explosion were too severe. All they could do was raise their blades to block. But against a shuriken wall empowered by the strength of 4 bears, they could only barely deflect a handful. They couldn't stop this many. What kind of lunatic fights by throwing shuriken like this? And throwing shuriken was far faster than forming hand seals. They didn't even have time to use nin technique. They still had plenty of chakra. They still had formidable Tai technique. None of it mattered. They were directly ambushed to death by a single genin. Their bodies were pierced through, shredded into flying gore that splattered across the ground. Experience plus 1556, experience plus 1365. Level up. Name, Thime Hyuga Orin? Profession, none. Level, LV 15, 0 3500. Chakra, 200 150 plus 50? The injuries across his body healed rapidly. His depleted chakra refilled in an instant. Hyuga Orin had advanced 2 levels in a single battle. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 30 Danger even after leaving combat? 1,246 words. If not for the ability to level up, Hyuga Orin wouldn't have fought so desperately. Even suppressing injuries with medical nin technique only allowed him to endure. It didn't mean he could keep fighting. Forcing himself to act would only worsen his injuries. At worst, he could lose the ability to move altogether. Losing mobility out here meant certain death. If another hostile ninja showed up, he wouldn't even be able to run. Only now did he have the breathing room to step forward and collect the items dropped by the two Cloud Ninja. Skill book, Endorphin? As expected, this thing dropped. Straight out of Baki. Hyuga Orin recognized the skill immediately. In the game, it was known as one of the most useless skills. The brain automatically released numbing hormones to reduce physical pain. But in a game, who didn't set pain to the minimum? Turning pain up was just masochism. Here, however, this was reality. For Hyuga Orin, this was an extremely powerful skill. The caged bird seal inflicted physical pain, and there was no option to lower the pain slider. He chose to learn it immediately. Endorphin, LV1, EXP, 0-100, trait, none. He picked up the second dropped skill. Skill book, Nico Style × Fire Heaven Form. Cloud Village drops melee-type skills, things from Baki, Kengan, Demon Slayer, that sort of anime. He still didn't quite understand why Demon Slayer counted as a melee system. But these were all items that Cloud Ninja could drop. Their equipment followed the same logic. Actual Cloud Village native items only dropped from canon characters with names and reputations. He learned Nico Style × Fire Heaven Form without hesitation. Nico Style × Fire Heaven Form, LV1, EXP, 0-100, trait, none. If I collect the full Nico Style set, it'll fuse into the complete version. Even so, the movement speed boost alone is decent. Hyuga Orin thought it over briefly. There was no limit to the number of skills, he could learn as many as he wanted. As for leveling them, he'd decide case by case. Melee skills had one major advantage, they leveled fast and could quickly form combat power in the early stages. Still, this skill came a bit late. He already had a functional combat system. The Nico style could wait. Before returning to the village, he planned to max out Endorphin to counteract the pain of the caged bird seal. This time, the Hyuga clan definitely wouldn't hold back from using it. If they weren't going to subdue him, then punishment was the only option left. Before he fully resolved the caged bird problem, all he could do was reduce his suffering. He didn't know exactly how painful the caged bird seal was, but in canon, even an elite jonin like Hyuga Hisashi couldn't endure it. That said enough. There's still one more. Hyuga Orin quickly moved to where the Sensor Ninja had died earlier. The corpse was already gone, clearly taken away by the others. Only the dropped item remained. So if the body's taken, the drops stay. Hyuga Orin let out a sigh of relief and stepped forward. When he saw the item, he sighed again, this time in disappointment. A sword, huh? He picked it up. Ninja longsword, plus 50 to 55 attack power. It was a solid weapon. But equipping it meant removing the bandit's battle saber. Since the bandit set wasn't complete yet, taking it off didn't matter much. As expected, it's Sand Village. Only the Sand Village had drop rates this absurdly high. He swapped the two weapons, the bandit's battle saber appearing in his inventory. After glancing in the direction the two Chunin had fled, he chose to turn away. The previous fight had been far too dangerous. Against Chunin, he couldn't afford any frontal combat at all. And now, he didn't have enough experience to level up again. No refresh. Better to leave. After exiting the forest, he didn't cut through the wilderness again. Instead, he stepped onto the main road. Seeing the deserted road, he took out the backpack, pulled out one of the scrolls inside, and unfolded it to check. They're real. Hyuga Orin was surprised. He'd assumed these scrolls were decoys. If they were genuine, then the chance that they'd been used as bait dropped significantly. He put the backpack back into his inventory, then used transformation technique, changing into the appearance of a young man. Only then did he follow the main road toward the destination. 30 days, plenty of time. Hyuga Orin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Soon, he spotted the silhouette of a village in the distance. Houses stood faintly visible, thin columns of cooking smoke curling upward. Around them were withered yellow trees, fallen leaves drifting in the wind, like a painting. Hyuga Orin quickened his pace. When he reached the village entrance, someone noticed him. Several figures hurried over. "May I ask who you are?" an elderly man at the front asked. I'm just a passing bounty ninja, Hyuga Orin replied casually. The old man subtly glanced behind him at two burly men. The two kept their heads lowered, seemingly unaware of the look. Or perhaps the old man was deliberately letting Hyuga Orin see it. Hyuga Orin looked at the three with interest. Do you happen to have any commissions? I'm cheap. Any bandits, or bandit types that need clearing out? You're clearly here for bandits, aren't you? After some thought, the old man said, there is a group of bandits nearby, in the mountains not far from here. We do need them driven away, but we have no money. Hyuga Orin frowned. No money? Then what am I supposed to live on, a northwest wind? My income comes from squeezing villages like yours dry. Is that really something you can say out loud? Even the two burly men couldn't help lifting their heads, staring at Hyuga Orin. They were curious too, just how shameless was this guy? You two dare glare at me? Got a problem? Hyuga Orin snapped, glaring angrily at them. The two stared wide-eyed at Hyuga Orin. They hadn't glared at him at all. And you're still glaring. Hyuga Orin exploded into action. With a raise of his hand, he threw 10 shuriken, all empowered by bear wrestling hands. The two men reacted, trying to dodge. But they had underestimated the speed. Before they could even move, the shuriken had already struck them. Their bodies were riddled with holes as they collapsed to the ground, eyes filled with unwillingness. The old man tried to scream, but hurriedly clamped a hand over his mouth. Hyuga Orin glanced at the experience notifications. Experience plus 102, experience plus 103. As expected, ninjas. Judging by their age and experience yield. Ooh. The old man gagged, trying to vomit, but nothing came up. The shock was simply too much. Talk, Hyuga Orin said calmly, stepping forward and collecting the drops from the two corpses. Skill book, clone technique. Damaged shield, plus 10 defense. One useless skill book. One offhand item he couldn't even use. Pure trash. Hyuga Orin sighed in disappointment. The old man had no idea why Hyuga Orin looked disappointed and hurriedly explained. They're ninja from who knows where. They took our village hostage and have been tyrannizing us. They truly suffered disaster out of nowhere. A group. Hyuga Orin looked toward the village in surprise. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 31, Speed. 1190 words. Bastard! You dare kill our brothers. 7 or 8 people dressed as villagers rushed out, each holding a long blade, furious as they charged at Hyuga Orin. So they really aren't from a major ninja village. Experience plus 763. 7 or 8 people gave him only that much experience, along with a pile of completely useless junk. For example, Old Kunai, plus 5 to 10 attack power. Skill, substitution technique. Either he couldn't use it, or he already had it. Given their strength, there was no point expecting anything better. The quality of drops was related to the person's overall strength. Not chakra alone, but comprehensive combat power. The stronger the individual, the better the drops, the weaker they were, the worse the loot. Hyuga Orin sat down on a chair the village chief had carried over. After all, elders needed exercise too. Even though the village chief was old, moving around was good for his health. Kneeling before Hyuga Orin was a wandering ninja dressed as a villager, his face full of regret as he cried. We didn't want to do this either, but Konoha has gone crazy lately, driving us away everywhere. We wanted to go to the land of rain, but the borders are full of Konoha ninja. We only planned to hide in this village temporarily. The man was sobbing miserably. They had only wanted to wait until things calmed down, who knew they'd wait for a killing star instead. He kills people this easily, does his family know? The man complained silently in his heart, but he didn't dare say it aloud. If he did, he'd probably be next. So, Hyuga Orin interrupted coldly, are there actually bandits around here? Who? The man stared blankly at Hyuga Orin. Just how much hatred do you have toward bandits? You're still thinking about them now? At this point, he actually believed Hyuga Orin really was a bounty ninja. There are, the village chief said in a low voice. I wasn't lying. Those bandits have been robbing travelers on the road. The man shot the village chief an angry glare, stealing his chance to contribute. Hyuga Orin nodded. Then you're useless. Eh? The man's eyes widened. Too late, he should have cursed him earlier. Now it was already over. A blade flashed across his neck. His head tumbled to the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief. So decisive. You didn't even want to ask more. Those questions would never be spoken. Clean this up, Hyuga Orin said, patting the village chief on the shoulder. The village chief was so frightened he nearly collapsed, but he forced himself to stay calm and quickly called people over to clear the ground. Their crisis was finally over, right? The village chief glanced suspiciously at Hyuga Orin. Find me a place to rest, Hyuga Orin said indifferently, acting as if he hadn't noticed the look. He'd only stopped by this village by coincidence. The village chief didn't dare disobey and led him to an empty house. My lord, if you need anything, just tell me, the chief said humbly. Those wandering ninja alone had been enough to ruin them. Now this one was even worse, clearly not someone to mess with. Hyuga Orin waved him away. He wasn't in the mood for small talk. The village chief retreated and gently closed the door. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Hyuga Orin left the village. After getting detailed information about the bandits from the village chief, he headed straight toward the mountain stronghold without stopping. If I still can't get the drops, I'll have to give up. The bandit set could be used all the way to level 30. Other sets were much harder to farm. He quickened his pace. As he followed the main road, he noticed people hiding on both sides. No need to think, it had to be the bandits. Byakugan. Once he activated the Byakugan, he could no longer maintain the transformation technique, reverting to his original appearance. Veins bulged around his eyes, pupils turning pure white. Shuriken appeared between his fingers. Pulling the mobs. He leapt high into the air and hurled Shuriken downward at the bandits below. Shuriken times heavy fire mode times heavenly maiden scatters flowers. Whoosh, whoosh. A group of bandits looked up in confusion. The scattered shuriken bloomed like flowers in the sky, covering them all as they rained down madly. Like falling raindrops. There was nowhere to dodge. Ah! Screams rang out non-stop. Soon, the noise faded, leaving only corpses strewn across the ground. Hyuga Orin flipped in midair and landed. Ninja really do completely crush ordinary people. More than 10 notifications flashed before his eyes. In total, experience plus 123, silver plus 30 tails. His eyes swept quickly over the corpses. Ordinary people had extremely low drop rates, but out of more than 10, 3 items still dropped. Bandit ring, plus 20 chakra. Low-grade health potion. Low-grade health potion. 2 health potions, finally some meds dropped. Hyuga Orin took out a low-grade health potion. It was a light red liquid sealed in a glass test tube. In the original game, health potions were commonly sold by merchants. But in reality, the merchants who should have sold them didn't sell this stuff at all. These were essential farming items. There was also an energy potion, though none had dropped this time. The drop rate wasn't low, but still not high either. All humanoid enemies had a chance to drop them. Still not enough farming, Hyuga Orin sighed regretfully. Even farming monsters wasn't free these days. He stored the potions and locked onto the bandit's base. His figure shot forward in a straight line, plunging into the mountains. Wooden palisades had been set up throughout the forest, with scrawny bandits patrolling. Hyuga Orin moved like a ghost through the woods. His Byakugan locked onto every bandit, and the shuriken in his hands became the scythe of death. He harvested their lives at high speed. Experience plus 10, silver plus 3 tails. Experience plus 8, silver plus 5 tails. Notifications flashed rapidly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bandits clutched their throats and collapsed. The shuriken flying through the forest were unbelievably fast, those bandits only heard the wind. One companion after another fell. What's going on? What the hell is happening? Someone collapsed in terror. He watched as bodies dropped one by one. A companion fell right on top of him, blood splattering across his body. Frozen in fear, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Then a black shadow swept past. Darkness swallowed his vision. Hyuga Orin bent down and picked up an item from a corpse. Bandit's left greave, movement speed plus 5. Another duplicate. He continued racing uphill, relentlessly reaping bandit lives. At last, his actions alerted the entire bandit camp. Enemy attack! A shrill scream echoed throughout the mountain. Who is it? The bandit leader charged down from above. Chains were wrapped around his body, and in his hand was a heavy iron ball connected to those chains. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/cannonbreaker. Chapter 32, finally reaching the destination. 1,213 words. Very soon, he saw the killer. A youth dressed in white, veins bulging around his eyes, pupils pure white. The Hyuga clan. The bandit leader was clearly a cultured man. He recognized that classic appearance at once. After all, people born with white pupils, there was only that one family in Konoha. Hyuga Orin didn't answer. He simply hurled shuriken at the leader. Shuriken times heavy firepower times fireballs. A row of fireballs streaked forward at extreme speed. The bandit leader could only raise the iron ball in his hand to block. Clang! 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 Metal rang out as the tremendous force transmitted through the iron ball, pushing the leader backward step by step. When the noise finally died down, he was just about to move the iron ball away and check. Hyuga Orin was already standing on top of it. The blade in his hand flashed past the bandit leader's neck. A massive head flew into the air. The bandit leader hadn't even had time to use a single nin technique. Experience plus 112? Bandit's armor, plus 15 defense. Only 1 drop. What a useless boss, Hyuga Orin clicked his tongue. He kicked off the ground and rushed in another direction, charging straight at the remaining bandits without stopping, continuing to harvest the entire mountain. The moment they realized something was wrong, the bandits chose to flee. Anyone who could escape from the mountain did so desperately, sprinting for their lives. A living Yama King had descended on their stronghold, he killed on sight, without even giving them a chance to speak. If you had complaints, at least say them. If you said them, we'd definitely change. Why cling to us and kill us all? Who comes straight for lives like this? Hyuga Orin, a player. Even though Hyuga Orin was already moving as fast as he could, he still couldn't catch up with people running for their lives. Everyone scattered and fled, leaving him no chance to strike. As long as they ran fast enough, death couldn't catch them. It had to be said, they made the right decision. Experience plus 677, silver plus 78. Corpses littered the mountain. Anyone who could run had already escaped. Hyuga Orin, instead, went back to retrieve the shuriken he had thrown earlier. These were money. There were also quite a few dropped items from farming. Bandit's necklace, plus 10 chakra recovery speed. Bandit's left bracer, plus 5 strength. Money pouch, open to obtain 10 to 100 taels of silver. Bandit's right bracer. Bandit's right greave. Finally completed it. Hyuga Orin equipped the necklace, ring, and left bracer. New information appeared on his status panel. Bandit set, attack plus 10, defense plus 10, recovery speed plus 10. Set skill, sap, no level. Set bonuses were calculated separately, but what he cared about most was this sap skill. A god-tier skill for the early game. He took a soldier pill from his inventory and stuffed it into his mouth. As he chewed, a bitter taste spread across his tongue. Soldier pills were essential supplies for ninja on missions, restoring chakra, stamina, and filling the stomach. Dieters would love them. The only downside was the taste, mostly bitter, with a hint of sweetness. Next time I'll try the Noro clan's version, Hyuga Orin muttered as he chose a direction and headed down the mountain. He'd heard the Noro family's soldier pills tasted better, just a bit expensive. The location Tsunade had given them lay at the border of the Land of Fire. Crossing the mountain range brought him there. For some reason, Hyuga Orin encountered no further danger along the way. It was as if, in the eyes of the other villages, he simply didn't matter. In fact, it wasn't just him. The same went for Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi. Standing on a tree branch, Hyuga Orin looked toward the distant border. A military camp had already been set up there. Beyond the camp lay the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain and the Land of Fire met on flat terrain, divided only by an indistinct line marking their borders. So this is it? Byakugan. All obstacles vanished from his sight. The world turned transparent grey, only human bodies with chakra-possessed color. Blue chakra stood out vividly in the Byakugan. He saw many people moving about within the camp. From this distance, he could survey the entire area. What reassured him was that everyone in the camp wore Konoha forehead protectors. But he didn't see Tsunade or the Hyuga brothers. They haven't arrived yet. Shifting his gaze, he spotted 3 familiar figures in the forests on both sides, quickly approaching the camp, with no one else following them. Only then did Hyuga Orin flip down from the tree and walk toward the camp. This entire area was now considered safe territory. They were merely preparing for war, taking precautions. The 5 great nations hadn't fully torn off their masks yet. But preparations like this weren't limited to Konoha alone. Other major nations were surely making similar military arrangements. The impact was huge. Ninja movements between nations would be restricted, causing major losses in revenue for the villages. After all, the largest source of missions for ninja villages came from nobles and merchants of the 5 great nations. Smaller countries' merchants simply couldn't afford long-term cooperation with major villages. These restrictions also halted cross-border missions, another heavy blow to the ninja villages. At times like this, it came down to foundations. Whoever had the weakest foundation would be the first to make a move. And whoever struck first, whether at the negotiation table or on the battlefield, would always be at a disadvantage. Next year is when the war breaks out. Sand Village, with the weakest foundation, should be the first to act, Hyuga Orin calculated silently. Just then, he turned his head toward the forest. A figure burst out from the trees, charging straight at him. The attacker opened with gentle fist. Hyuga Orin responded with gentle fist as well. But with something extra mixed in. Bare wrestling hands. A soft palm strike, yet carrying terrifying power. One palm slammed into the opponent's chest, blasting him backward. Hyuga Hayashi, what are you trying to do? Hyuga Orin asked lightly, looking at Hayashi. Inside his mind. Endorphin, max it out. All of it. Endorphin, LV2, EXP, 200 0. Endorphin, LV3, EXP, 300 0. Endorphin, LV6, EXP, 600 0. Endorphin, LV8, EXP, 800 0. 2,800 experience points vanished in an instant. Hayashi clutched his chest, face dark, and said in a low voice. Perhaps I gave you too many chances, so you've forgotten your place, groaned this arrogant. Where do you get the nerve? Hyuga Orin shot back mercilessly. What, planning to kill me here? His eyes flicked toward the nearby camp. Leaving aside whether you even dare, are you worthy, with your strength? Hayashi's face twisted as he held his chest. In direct combat, he was completely no match for Hyuga Orin. Gritting his teeth, he growled. Remember this. You are a branch family member. You will be a branch family member for life. Know your identity. His hands formed seals at lightning speed. Caged bird seal, activate. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 33, It's Just the Caged Bird Seal. 1,269 words. Pain. From his eye straight into his brain, as if someone were repeatedly stabbing needles into his eyeballs and brain, then shocking them with electricity on top of that. In just an instant, it felt as though he'd been dragged into hell to be tortured. This was not pain a human being was meant to endure. No wonder most branch family members couldn't withstand it. Pain was only one aspect of it, there was also an intense burning sensation, stabbing agony, a gritty, tearing feeling. Countless dense negative sensations piled together, to the point that Hyuga Orin felt the world itself begin to twist and distort. Endorphin! Hyuga Orin let out a low roar. His brain automatically released massive amounts of numbing hormones, forcibly suppressing the pain. He held on. Barely, Hyuga Orin managed to lift one eye. Everything before him had become blurry, Hyuga Hayashi was nothing more than a black silhouette. He kicked off the ground and closed the distance. The bronze war blade appeared in his hand, slicing through the air and stopping at Hayashi's neck. Gulp! Hayashi stopped forming seals and swallowed hard. Only then did Hyuga Orin feel a bit better. He kept one eye open, staring at Hayashi, his face filled with icy killing intent. Let's gamble. He grinned at Hayashi. Will you destroy my brain and eyes first, or will I kill you first? He called it a gamble. But Hyuga Orin knew perfectly well that Hayashi didn't dare to kill him. The commotion here had already drawn the attention of the camp. Hayashi would never bear the crime of murdering a fellow Konoha ninja. Hyuga Orin had always been fearless because he knew he wouldn't die. As a player, he simply couldn't bring himself to bow his head and submit. Better to suffer with dignity than to live without dignity and without pain. Players would never be slaves, unless it was a quest. And he didn't even have a quest system, just a status panel. Why should he listen to the main house? A bunch of NPCs, trying to control him. He'd kill them all sooner or later. Hayashi didn't move. He truly didn't dare to kill Hyuga Orin outright. Even if he technically held Hyuga Orin's life in his hands, he couldn't shoulder the consequences of killing a comrade. He was afraid. But even more than that, he was afraid Hyuga Orin would actually strike. Compared to his own countless restraints, Hyuga Orin embodied pure, reckless freedom. In Hayashi's mind, Hyuga Orin really might kill him. Just as the two faced off, a figure leapt out of the forest, fist raised, smashing down between them from above. A pale fist slammed into the ground. Boom! The earth shattered, dust exploding outward and obscuring the surroundings. Within the dust cloud, both Hyuga Orin and Hayashi jumped back at the same time. As the dust slowly settled, Tsunade stood between them, her expression extremely ugly as she barked coldly. I don't care what grudges exist between the Hyuga main family and branch family. Right now, you are both my subordinates, and you will obey me. One glance was enough for her to understand what had happened, and she knew Hayashi had initiated it. Tsunade cast a frosty look at Hayashi. What you did today, I'll be reporting it to your father. Attacking a companion in a key strategic area was an outright scandal for Konoha. Hayashi's face was heavy. He had only wanted to seize an opportunity to punish Hyuga Orin, but he never imagined Hyuga Orin would forcibly endure the pain of the caged bird seal. Hyuga Orin shot Hayashi a cold look and slowly drew a finger across his own throat. Hayashi's life. Hyuga Orin had his eye on it. Hyuga Orin! Tsunade shouted sharply at him. Don't keep provoking things. Even if you're my disciple, I won't indulge you. Understood, Tsunade-sensei, Hyuga Orin replied with a grin, as if nothing had happened. But he understood perfectly. Those words meant Tsunade was backing him. Hayashi's expression didn't just grow heavy, it became downright awful. Someone who could withstand the caged bird seal and had Tsunade's support. Hyuga Orin had completely slipped out of the Hyuga clan's control. Hyuga Hisashi came running over from afar, one backpack in each hand. Earlier, it had been Hayashi who noticed Hyuga Orin first and rushed ahead. He had assumed Hyuga Orin would be punished, but looking at the situation now, Hyuga Orin seemed completely unharmed. This wasn't something Hisashi could interfere in. He stood beside Hayashi in silence. Tsunade rubbed her temples with a headache. This squad doesn't need to continue anymore. Once the handover is complete, this team is disbanded. This damn team, whoever wanted to deal with it could do so. She, Tsunade, was done. As punishment, the two of you are confined. The prison built within the camp. It was meant to hold enemy ninja and extract intelligence, but it had only just been completed, no enemy prisoners had been captured yet. Unlike the Hyuga clan's dungeons, this place had ninja patrols at all times. Tsunade grabbed one with each hand and signaled the guards to open the cells. The Chunin in green flak jackets quickly unlocked two cell doors. Tsunade threw both Hayashi and Hyuga Orin inside. Stay here and reflect properly. She spoke coldly. Hyuga Orin plopped down on the ground, then quickly got up and walked to the cell door. Tsunade-sensei, if the team is disbanded, can I stay here? Tsunade stopped and turned to look at him. The rift between Hyuga Orin and Hayashi was now irreparable. If Hyuga Orin returned to Konoha, the Hyuga clan would definitely punish him severely. This time, it wouldn't be something as mild as confinement. She glanced sideways at the neighboring cell and said gravely. You should know, some things can't be avoided. No matter how long Hyuga Orin stayed here, he would eventually have to face the Hyuga clan. Tsunade-sensei, 1 year is enough. Let me stay here for 1 year. Hyuga Orin completely ignored Hayashi in the next cell, treating him as if he were dead. 1 year was enough to resolve the caged bird seal problem. Rain Hidden Village Ninja dropped items that could solve the caged bird seal, but they could only be used after reaching level 18 and changing class. 1 year was plenty of time. Once he removed the caged bird seal, even if he returned to Konoha, the Hyuga clan would have no way to deal with him. Tsunade's eyes sharpened, killing intent leaking as she stared at Hyuga Orin. If you become a missing nin, I'll personally kill you. Still, the chance of Hyuga Orin becoming a missing nin was very small. The caged bird seal could end his life at any moment. Don't worry, Tsunade-sensei, Hyuga Orin replied with a smile. Before the second and third Great Ninja Wars, he had no intention of becoming a missing nin. If he wanted to safely participate in war and farm experience, he needed a big tree behind him. And war was the best time to grind experience. I hope so. Tsunade frowned slightly, then turned and left. The Chunin who had opened the door made an innocent expression, as if to say none of this had anything to do with him. He didn't even lock the door completely. He was just a civilian ninja, he couldn't afford to offend the Hyuga clan. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 34, Hyuga Orin is also a graduate with a Jonin instructor now. 1,263 words. What exactly are you trying to do, Hyuga Orin? Hyuga Hayashi's voice came from the cell next door. He didn't understand why Hyuga Orin wanted to stay here for a full year. He had heard every word of Hyuga Orin's conversation with Tsunade earlier. None of your damn business, Hyuga Orin replied coldly. Was he supposed to tell Hayashi that he planned to solve the caged bird seal problem during this year? If he really said that, Hyuga Orin was certain the Hyuga clan would immediately dispatch a squad to take him away, no matter the cost, and lock him up permanently. The caged bird seal might seem like a measure to prevent the Byakugan from being coveted by outsiders, but in reality, it was the most important tool the main house used to control the entire Hyuga clan. Even the idea of removing the caged bird seal was something the Hyuga clan would never allow to exist. Hyuga Orin had no interest in dealing with Hayashi. Even if Hayashi had done nothing at all, he was still a beneficiary of the system, making them natural enemies. What's more, Hayashi had already used the caged bird seal on him. At that point, all pretense was gone. Now, the moment Hayashi found an opportunity, he would absolutely use the caged bird seal to kill Hyuga Orin. And if Hyuga Orin ever found an opportunity, he would kill Hayashi. Hyuga Orin touched the area around his eyes. The pain from the first activation of the caged bird seal had already faded, though a faint phantom pain remained. Still within tolerable limits. He pulled his thoughts back. His gaze fell on the skill attached to the set bonus. Sap? He silently chose to activate it. A transparent circle appeared on the ground beneath his feet. The range is kind of short, Hyuga Orin muttered, rubbing his chin. That transparent circle marked the effective range of sap. Such a short distance actually made it more suitable for close combat. The problem was, he was a ranged DPS. Using it the old way clearly wouldn't work. He needed to develop a new combat strategy around sap, preferably one that allowed him to harvest enemies at high speed and gain experience quickly. The neighboring cell fell silent. Hyuga Orin sank into deep thought. While Hyuga Orin was pondering tactics, the prison door suddenly opened. A man with white hair, dressed in a beige robe, walked in. He had delicate features and a gentle, scholarly appearance. You're Hyuga Orin, right? The man asked with a friendly smile. Hyuga Orin stood up and tilted his head slightly, smiling back at the familiar face. That's right. And you are? Even without an introduction, he already knew who this was. Jonin Biwako. No, correction. Jonin Hiruko. In the future, this man would research the Chimera technique, becoming a boss capable of dropping for bloodline limits along with the Chimera technique itself. But right now, he hadn't reached that stage yet. He probably wouldn't drop anything worthwhile. Hiruko smiled warmly. I'm Hiruko. I'll be your Jonin instructor from now on. Who? Hyuga Orin looked at him in surprise. He was actually being assigned a Jonin instructor? This was a treatment normally given to all ninja after graduating from the academy. Unfortunately, Hyuga Orin had been directly summoned by the Hyuga clan and never received one. As for Tsunade, she was their team leader, not an instructor. A formally organized team leader was only responsible for leading missions, not guiding a ninja's growth. At most, they were superiors and subordinates. Hyuga Orin hadn't expected to get a Jonin instructor now, let alone one of this caliber. This kind of treatment wasn't something an ordinary person received. And Hiruko, of all people. Hiruko-sensei, please take care of me, Hyuga Orin said immediately, bowing sincerely. Whatever Hiruko might become in the future had nothing to do with him. Right now, Hiruko possessed a large number of nin technique. One of a Jonin instructor's responsibilities was to teach nin technique. Hiruko nodded with a smile. His gaze lingered briefly on Hyuga Orin's Byakugan, a subtle glint flashing in his eyes before vanishing. "Where did you put the sealing scrolls you brought?" Hiruko asked. "Oh, right." Hyuga Orin suddenly realized what he'd forgotten. He slapped the ground theatrically, releasing a prepared puff of smoke. As the smoke dispersed, a backpack appeared on the ground. Summoning technique. A hint of confusion crossed Hiruko's face. Hyuga Orin's technique felt off, but Hiruko couldn't quite pinpoint why. He quickly set the doubt aside and stepped forward, slinging the backpack onto his shoulders. "Come with me," Hiruko said, turning toward the exit. Hyuga Orin glanced at the tightly shut door of the neighboring cell. Looks like his confinement was over. He hadn't even been locked up for long. Pretty good luck. Following Hiruko, Hyuga Orin walked beside him and asked, "Sensei, I'd like to ask, were we a transport team, or bait?" Hiruko looked at him in surprise, clearly not expecting a child to think of that. After a moment, he explained. "You were the transport team. The bait was the team led by Orochimaru and Jiraiya. After all, who would suspect that 3 genin and 1 jonin were escorting critical supplies?" Hyuga Orin nodded in realization. A psychological tactic. The team that seemed least likely was carrying the most important cargo. That was why so few enemy ninja intercepted them. Most of the enemy forces had gone after Orochimaru and Jiraiya instead. Command tent, conference area. Jiraiya and Orochimaru sat in their seats looking rather disheveled. Their armor was visibly damaged in several places. "This time we really flashed out most of the foreign ninja hiding in the Land of Fire," Jiraiya said cheerfully. "Man, I'm exhausted." "Tsunade, you have no idea." As Jiraiya rambled on, both Orochimaru and Tsunade developed matching headaches. "Enough," Tsunade snapped, slamming her palm onto the table and cutting him off. "This isn't the time for that. What we need now is intelligence on the Land of Rain." The Land of Rain was a key strategic location. Neither Iwagakure nor Sand Village would give it up lightly. Once war broke out, they would inevitably invade the Land of Rain. And intelligence from within the Land of Rain was the clearest indicator of both villages' movements. "Just send a few people to scout," Jiraiya said casually. Orochimaru sighed helplessly. "Most intelligence within the Land of Rain is controlled by a Megacure. Getting information from them won't be easy." Jiraiya scratched his head. Ninja were experts at stealing intelligence, but also experts at protecting it. Taking information from a Megacure ninja was indeed difficult. And the Rain-hidden village ninja had already gone into hiding, making them even harder to find. They, too, sensed that war could break out at any moment. "So what do we do?" Jiraiya asked, completely out of ideas. Thinking wasn't his strong suit. Orochimaru unconsciously licked his lips. "We need to send infiltrators into a Megacure. Spies who can steal intelligence from within." At that moment, Hiruko lifted the tent flap and walked in with Hyuga Orin. Tsunade glanced at Hyuga Orin, then looked away. Hiruko smiled at the 3 of them. "The supplies are intact. We have more than enough to handle emergencies." Seeing all 3 of them frowning, he asked curiously, "What are you discussing?" "I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 35, Hyuga Orin, so I'm just being assigned like this? 1,248 words. We need intelligence from a Megacure, specifically, information on the movements of Iwagakure and Sand Village, Orochimaru said in a mild tone. Hiruko fell silent in thought. As the temporary commander here, he immediately understood what the 3 of them were planning. There were naturally spies from Konoha embedded in Iwa and Suna. Learning their movements wasn't difficult, but the information those spies sent back always had a delay. And in the current tense situation, even a small time gap could lead to serious consequences. The Land of Rain was the focal point contested by all 3 sides, making it the easiest place to observe the movements of both powers. Moreover, the Land of Rain itself was a Megacure's territory. A Megacure would inevitably be watching the 3 great villages closely. The intelligence in their hands was crucial, and more importantly, it wouldn't be delayed. A Megacure has completely gone into hiding. Finding them won't be easy, Hiruko said. After all, a Megacure was a small village. They wouldn't dare confront 3 great ninja villages head-on. That's why we need a spy to infiltrate a Megacure, Orochimaru stated, laying out the plan directly. The gazes of all three shifted to Hiruko. The meaning was obvious. Hiruko's gentle expression didn't change, but inside, he was already cursing them out. These three had just arrived and stripped him of his command authority, and now they wanted him to go undercover as a spy? Could you people at least try to be human? At the very least. Hiruko paused, then said slowly, since it's only reconnaissance, someone too strong would easily attract attention. The best choice would be a ninja with solid self-preservation ability and strong reconnaissance skills, making it easier to gather intelligence. He deliberately guided the direction of their thinking. Whoever wanted to go be a spy could go, he certainly wouldn't. Not him. Strength not too high, capable of self-defense, strong reconnaissance ability. Standing behind Hiruko, Hyuga Orin fell into deep thought. Why did this description sound so familiar? Hyuga Orin, Tsunade suddenly asked in a flat tone, how's your transformation technique? Hyuga Orin glanced at his LV2 transformation technique and replied honestly, average. Wait. Hold on. Hyuga Orin suddenly looked up at the four people present. All four pairs of eyes were focused squarely on him. Hyuga Orin pointed at himself in disbelief. You're not seriously thinking of sending me, are you? And Hiruko too. He'd only just become his instructor, and the first thing he did was send him off as an undercover agent? Is that how a guidance jonin is supposed to work? Hyuga Orin stared at Hiruko in disbelief. Hiruko unconsciously turned his head away. He did feel a little guilty, but Hyuga Orin had only been temporarily entrusted to him by Tsunade. They weren't close to begin with. Better him than me. Hiruko was definitely not going. Hyuga Orin really wanted to curse out loud. Yes, he had his eye on a Mega Cure, but not like this. If he went undercover, how was he supposed to farm a Mega Cure ninja? He was after loot drops. Not intel drops. If it's only average, then as long as you're careful, it should still work, Tsunade said after some thought. A Mega Cure doesn't have Sensora-type ninja. If you're cautious, you won't be exposed so easily. Sensora-type ninja weren't easy to cultivate. Only the 5 great villages actively trained them, smaller villages rarely did. Small villages mainly focused on raw combat strength when training ninja. Hyuga Orin, wow, thank you so much. Thanks to your whole family for telling me to just be careful. In the end, despite Hyuga Orin's silent resistance, he was still chosen as the undercover operative. The 4 of them were completely heartless, no one even gave him a chance to argue. Hyuga Orin cursed under his breath as he followed behind Hiruko. I'm just a fresh academy graduate. What virtue or ability do I have that for grown adults would gang up and assign me, a kid, to be a spy? Listening to Hyuga Orin behind him, Hiruko rolled his eyes. The kid wasn't even swearing, but somehow it still felt filthy. We're not asking you to steal any core secrets, Hiruko said, trying to placate him. Just some peripheral intelligence. Then where exactly are you taking me, sensei? Hyuga Orin stopped complaining and looked at Hiruko curiously. The 2 of them had arrived at the southeastern corner of the camp. There were very few tents here, only 4 or 5. Don't say I didn't take care of you, Hiruko said, pulling open the flap of one tent. Take whatever you want inside. Hyuga Orin looked at the tent interior. Stacks of shuriken, kunai, explosive tags, and all kinds of ninja tools and weapons were piled up inside. Really? Hyuga Orin's eyes lit up. Yes, Hiruko nodded. You're leaving today, and there's no time to teach you any nin technique. All I can do is let you take more ninja tools. Hyuga Orin eyed Hiruko suspiciously. How much am I allowed to take? Hiruko waved his hand casually. As much as you want. These were the supplies Hyuga Orin and the others had transported anyway. Letting him take some wasn't a problem. Then, sensei, could you step outside for a moment? I'll pack quickly, Hyuga Orin said, putting on an embarrassed expression. Hiruko shook his head. That won't do. Whatever you take, I have to record it. This was to prevent Hyuga Orin from transferring large quantities of supplies. Techniques like summoning or sealing scrolls could be used to move huge amounts of materials at once. TCH. Hyuga Orin clicked his tongue. Hiruko's face darkened. This kid definitely had that idea. Good thing he hadn't fully trusted him. If a large amount went missing, the blame would land squarely on Hiruko. After all, in name, he was still the highest-ranking officer here. Damn Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Hiruko cursed inwardly. Those 3 would be leaving soon anyway. When they were gone, authority here would return to him. Hyuga Orin didn't care what Hiruko was thinking. He stepped forward and started grabbing things. Explosive tags, he grabbed over 10 at once and stuffed them into his ninja pouch, which in reality meant straight into his item inventory. Explosive tags, 23. He had never fought such a rich battle in his life. Don't take too many explosive tags, Hiruko reminded him. They're dangerous to carry, and most fights don't even use them. Explosive tags needed a few seconds to detonate. Against highly mobile ninja, they were easy to dodge, unless used in carefully timed traps. Hyuga Orin ignored him completely and stuffed in another dozen. His eyes then landed on the large shuriken beside him. No doubt about it, that was the one he couldn't afford. He immediately grabbed 3 or 4 and packed them away. Kunai? Another dozen. Steel wire? Needed some. Shuriken? Even more essential. Hiruko watched as the pile of weapons visibly shrank. Something was very wrong. Wait a second. What kind of ninja pouch is that of yours? How can it hold so much? Hearing that, Hyuga Orin hurriedly stuffed in even more shuriken and said innocently, "Sensei, you said I could take as much as I wanted." He sneakily added a few more explosive tags and another giant shuriken. Stop right there. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 36, Entering the Land of Rain. 1184 words. Inventory, kunai, 45, explosive tags, 53, shuriken, 99, steel wire, 15, Fuma shuriken, 5. He'd never fought such a wealthy battle before. If Hiruko hadn't stopped him, he could have taken even more. It's just missing shields, spiked clubs, 3-section staves. Hyuga Orin muttered dissatisfiedly. What else do you want? Should I give you my commander's seat too? Hiruko snapped, completely unable to maintain his composed persona anymore. Losing that many supplies had a huge impact on him. That's not impossible, Hyuga Orin muttered under his breath. Get lost. Hiruko roared. Grabbing Hyuga Orin by the back of his collar, he dragged him straight out of the supply tent. Letting this guy into the armory was like letting a rat loose in a grain warehouse. No wonder he didn't want to watch him pack. Was that ninja pouch some kind of special ninja tool? How could it hold so much? Dragging him all the way to the camp gate, Hiruko took out a scroll and tossed it to Hyuga Orin. This is Konoha's summoning scroll. If you obtain any intel, use summoning to send it back. I'll maintain one-way contact with you. Right now, he just wanted to throw Hyuga Orin out as fast as possible. He didn't want to see him again. Got it, Hyuga Orin replied perfunctorily, opening the summoning scroll. Inside was the summoning technique diagram. Hyuga Orin said quietly. Sensei, I don't actually know summoning technique yet. The Ninja Academy didn't teach this stuff. Hiruko frowned. Didn't Tsunade teach you? Tsunade had only taught him medical nin technique, nothing else. Hyuga Orin looked at Hiruko with an unreadable gaze. Hiruko rubbed his temples. Fine. I'll teach you now. Summoning technique wasn't particularly difficult. Hand seals are, boar, dog, rooster, a monkey, ram. Chakra circulation. Hiruko explained the entire method in detail. You can practice it more. I'm your teacher anyway, I won't mind if you summon some random junk. Hyuga Orin nodded seriously. By his understanding, summoning technique really wasn't hard. C-rank nin technique were generally easy to master. But without a proper summoning contract, never use summoning technique casually, Hiruko warned sternly. Otherwise, you might summon an uncontrollable summoning beast, or even get transported to an unknown location. Hyuga Orin fell into thought. So, random monster spawn, or random dungeon. Sounds kind of interesting. Seeing Hyuga Orin zoning out, Hiruko instantly regretted agreeing to Tsunade's request. No. From the moment Hyuga Orin started looting the armory, he'd already regretted it. Alright, get going and do your mission. Hiruko shoved Hyuga Orin out of the camp, his face full of barely concealed disgust. Hyuga Orin flipped and landed lightly on the ground, muttering as he looked toward the Land of Rain border. You still haven't told me how to actually enter a megacure. Before Hyuga Orin could turn back, Hiruko came out again. Sensei, are you coming with me as an undercover agent? Hyuga Orin asked in surprise. Can you think of something good for once? Hiruko cursed inwardly. Ever since meeting Hyuga Orin, nothing good had happened. I'm helping you solve your identity problem first. He'd been angry earlier, sending Hyuga Orin alone into the Land of Rain wouldn't even get him in contact with a Megacure ninja. The Land of Rain. A country perpetually shrouded in rain. Only a few days each week would the clouds finally disperse. The Land of Rain had long been plagued by civil war. War, disease, famine, death. It was as if every misfortune in the world gathered here. Some even called it a place untouched by sunlight. Yet as the outside world slid closer to chaos, the Land of Rain's constant internal conflict strangely came to a halt. The entire country fell into an eerie silence. Like the calm before a storm. Hyuga Orin and Hiruko had altered their appearances and were walking through a city in the Land of Rain. The city roads were all dirt paths. With the constant rainfall, the ground was soft, each step sinking into a small pit. Sensei, where are we going? Hyuga Orin swept his gaze across the surroundings. The Land of Rain was completely different from the Land of Fire. At the very least, cities in the Land of Fire didn't have people barely clothed. Here, it seemed normal. Many wore patched clothing, others wore ill-fitting garments. The clothes Hyuga Orin and Hiruko wore were full of patches as well, but by local standards, they actually looked relatively well off. Hiruko scanned the surroundings. Obviously, to draw out the Omegacure ninja. He didn't see a single ninja anywhere. The two of them had entered openly through the Land of Rain border. With such an obvious trail, if Omegacure knew, they would have investigated immediately. Yet, nothing. These people really know how to keep their heads down, Hiruko sighed. Such neglect of border control, such complete indifference to foreign ninja entering their territory. It was as if they had no intention of protecting their own country at all. Foreign ninja, especially rogue ninja, could easily cause massive chaos. The Land of Fire also had rogue ninja roaming about, but would any of them dare let Konoha catch wind of their movements? Absolutely not. They'd be extremely cautious. That was the deterrent of a great ninja village. But the Land of Rain was completely undefended. Use your Byakugan and check if there are any ninja nearby, Hiruko said, giving up on passive baiting. Byakugan? A flash of silver light passed through Hyuga Orin's disguised pupils. Hiruko glanced at him curiously. Your transformation technique is pretty good. Normally, transformation would collapse once a nin technique was used. But Hyuga Orin hadn't reverted. Hyuga Orin ignored him, his gaze sweeping rapidly around before pointing toward two buildings near the city entrance. There are chakra fluctuations in both spots, genin level. Hiruko looked toward the two 3-story buildings. From there, the city entrance was clearly visible. And from such a distance, without sensory ninja, detecting them would be extremely difficult. Looks like they're a Megacure, Hiruko nodded in realization. So they hadn't completely abandoned vigilance, just monitoring quietly without acting. Move! The two figures vanished instantly. Muyu sat by the window, his eyes covertly scanning the city entrance. Calling it an entrance was generous, just a wall built from stacked stone blocks. Everyone who entered or left had to be recorded by him. When will this ever end? Muyu sighed helplessly. He'd thought that with the civil war ending, peace would finally come to the Land of Rain. But Omegacure's current policy was to go completely dark. No missions, no exposure, no outside contact. He'd heard that tensions abroad were rising, but what did that have to do with the Land of Rain? He didn't understand. Suddenly, pain shot through his neck. He turned his head in confusion. And saw two figures inside the room. When did they get in? With that question lingering in his mind, Muyu fell into deep darkness. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 37, Going Undercover in Omegacure begins. 1177 words. Name, Muyu. Rank, Genin of Omegacure. Affiliation, subordinate of Omegacure Chunin Kusamori. Mission, monitor cities near the Land of Fire border and record the characteristics of all suspected ninja. Muyu opened his mouth and poured out everything he knew. A red curse mark glowed faintly on his forehead. Hiruko was maintaining the technique. Puppet curse. Sensei, I want to learn this, Hyuga Orin said, eye shining as he stared at Hiruko. Turning a person directly into a puppet. If this skill were leveled to 10, it would probably produce some completely unexpected effects. This curse technique is very difficult. I'll teach it to you when you return, Haruko replied. The puppet curse was an A-rank technique, similar in nature to sealing techniques. It wasn't something just anyone could learn. Moreover, it was a technique Haruko had personally developed. All right then. Hyuga Orin smacked his lips. He just didn't know whether Haruko would still be in Konoha by the time he returned. Now that we know his identity and mission, from this moment on, you will replace him, Haruko said seriously. You'll become a member of a Megacure and obtain intelligence for Konoha. Of course, if you're exposed, just reveal your identity. A Megacure won't dare do anything to you. Small ninja villages rarely dared to provoke major ones, especially Konoha, which was already being called the strongest ninja village. That's not necessarily true, Hyuga Orin thought, curling his lips, but he didn't say it aloud. In a few years, once the war started, a Megacure's leader Hanzo would actively move against all three great villages. Historically, he was the only leader of a small village to openly confront the 5 great nations. Understood. Seeing that there was nothing more to gain from Haruko, Hyuga Orin stopped bothering with polite conversation. Noticing Hyuga Orin's disinterest, Haruko didn't press further. He looked at the rain ninja whose eyes had gone dull. He's useless now. SHHK. A flash of steel. The rain ninja's head was severed. The headless body collapsed to the ground, while the head rolled twice before stopping at Haruko's feet. Experience plus 112? Skill, Mind Bullet, unusable. Sensei, I'll leave him to you, Hyuga Orin said with a cheerful grin, even smearing some of the blood onto his own body. You, Haruko stared at Hyuga Orin's smiling face, startled. Was there really nothing wrong with this kid? He took a life without hesitation and showed no discomfort toward corpses whatsoever. That kind of attitude. He had to admit, it was very ninja-like. Suppressing the unease in his heart, Haruko quickly took out a sealing scroll and sealed the corpse away. You clean up the blood, Haruko said, glancing at the floor soaked in red. Don't worry, I'll make sure nothing's exposed, Hyuga Orin said confidently, patting his chest, while reaching into his pocket. Wait, what are you doing with an explosive tag? Haruko shouted, eyes wide. Isn't everything already settled? Of course it's to erase suspicion, Hyuga Orin replied calmly, detonating the tag. Boom! Flame swallowed the room. Hyuga Orin's figure flew out through the window. By the time he landed, he had already transformed into the appearance of the dead genin, screaming at the top of his lungs. Konoha ninja attack! At once, several hidden figures appeared, surrounding Hyuga Orin protectively. Their gazes shifted toward the room engulfed in flames. A figure slowly stepped out through the shattered window frame. Haruko, his body scorched in places, lowered his head and took one deep look at Hyuga Orin, who was now being shielded by Rain Ninja. A gust of wind passed. Haruko vanished. Hyuga Orin finally couldn't hold on anymore. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. When he opened his eyes again, he was staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. You're awake? A cold voice rang out. Hyuga Orin looked at the man before him in confusion. Who are you? The man frowned, eyeing the bandages wrapped around Hyuga Orin's head. I'm your superior, Kusamori, he said coldly. Why did that Konoha ninja attack you? Konoha? Hyuga Orin clutched his head, acting as if he were in pain. To be fair, it really did hurt. He had deliberately failed to dodge during the explosion and had been struck in the head. I'm Mu Yu. I don't know anything. Brain Enkephalin. This skill didn't just block pain, it also allowed active control over one's emotions. That was something Hyuga Orin had discovered after leveling it up. Right now, he displayed a perfectly confused, amnesiac expression. Even a master actor wouldn't be able to tell truth from lie. Rather than pretending to be the original Mu Yu and dealing with his existing relationships, it was far easier to wipe the slate clean. Just pretend to have amnesia. Of course, this would raise a Megacure's suspicions, but Hyuga Orin had ways to eliminate those. Kusamori's eyes flickered. He suddenly drew shuriken and threw them. 3 shurikens shot toward Hyuga Orin's brow, throat, and heart, 3 vital points. Hyuga Orin slammed his palm down, lifting his entire body and dodging all 3. He kicked hard off the wall, using the rebound force to charge straight at Kusamori. Kusamori shifted slightly, evading Hyuga Orin's strike. As they crossed paths, Kusamori abruptly raised his knee and smashed it into Hyuga Orin's abdomen. Hyuga Orin acted as if he felt nothing. He kicked Kusamori in the face, sending him flying into the wall. Bang! Before Kusamori could react, Hyuga Orin was already on top of him, straddling his body and raining down punches on his head. Stop! Hearing the commotion, others rushed in and grabbed Hyuga Orin, pulling him away. He tried to kill me. I'm going to kill him. Let go of me. Let go. One of the ninja struck Hyuga Orin's neck with a precise chop, knocking him unconscious. Kusamori wiped the blood from his face and glared angrily at Hyuga Orin. So? Is it really Mu-Yu? Someone asked. Kusamori nodded helplessly. Most likely. If Hyuga Orin had been using transformation technique, that brief exchange would have broken it. Since it hadn't, the odds were high that this really was Mu-Yu. He's lost his memory, and his sense of pain, Kusamori said, turning to a man in a white coat. What's going on? The man frowned and thought for a moment. It's probably cerebral trauma. Internal bleeding compressing the nerves, cases like this have happened before. Amnesia, loss of pain perception, violent tendencies. He glanced at the unconscious Hyuga Orin. It fits perfectly. Kusamori frowned. Can he still be a ninja? The man in the white coat pondered. There have been ninja with similar conditions. Some continued as ninja, others quit. But those who kept fighting usually experience rapid increases in combat strength, before eventually going mad and dying. Pretending to be unconscious, Hyuga Orin's lips curled into a meaningless smile. It worked. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 38, Successfully Eliminating Suspicion. 1,261 words. Amnesia. Disordered pain perception. Prone to madness and violent rage. This was the persona Hyuga Orin had designed for himself. As a medical ninja, he naturally knew these kinds of cases. With a bit of acting, it was easy to muddle through. This condition wasn't common, there were only a handful across the entire ninja world, but it was widely known. Because every ninja village, more or less, had 1 or 2 individuals with similar symptoms. It was also the easiest illness to fake. With this setup, the Rain Ninja wouldn't dwell on his past abnormalities. And once they heard that this condition could rapidly increase combat strength, a megacure wouldn't truly relegate him to being a civilian either. For a small ninja village, no fighting strength could be wasted. Even if he might die later, it didn't matter, especially in a place like the Land of Rain. Sometimes, ninja were simply consumables. Just look at how Hanzo would treat his subordinates later on. Rain Ninja were basically used like living explosive tags. It had to be said, Hanzo was ruthless. Several others entered the room as well. According to the intelligence Hyuga Orin had obtained, these were all the stationed ninja of this city. They had all rushed over because of the Konoha attack. It certainly wasn't for his sake, Mu-Yu was just an insignificant genin. Hyuga Orin was strapped down with restraints. He lay in this room for 5 days. During these 5 days, Kusamori repeatedly came to explain Hyuga Orin's identity to him. Most of it Hyuga Orin already knew. Kusamori was his superior, with 10 genin under his command. Hyuga Orin was just one of them. The truly unexpected information was this. We are Lord Hanzo's most loyal subordinates, Kusamori said softly while sitting beside Hyuga Orin. Our entire lives are devoted to serving Lord Hanzo. As for that so-called rain shadow, Shozo, he'll only drag us into the depths of hell. From everything Kusamori had said over the past few days, Hyuga Orin pieced things together. At present, the one controlling a megacure was a man named Shozo. The current policy, no resistance, only surveillance, was issued by Shozo. Hanzo, meanwhile, was already a megacure's golden signboard. Many small ninja villages would flee at the mere mention of his name. Yet Hanzo had not officially become a megacure's leader. Or rather, at this moment, he was still fighting against some nobody who wouldn't even merit a name in the original story. The outcome was inevitable, Hanzo would win. But the process might take as long as 2 years. If Hyuga Orin remembered correctly, the Second Shinobi World War truly erupted in year 37. Hanzo declared war on the 3 great nations in year 38. This old bastard Shozo really knew how to cling to life. At the very least, he'd managed to survive until year 37, constantly blocking Hanzo from taking power. I swear my life to Lord Hanzo, Hyuga Orin said earnestly. He had no choice but to sound sincere. He was still tied up, there was nothing he could do otherwise. As for whether he truly belonged to Hanzo's faction before, it didn't matter. He had amnesia now. Who he used to serve was irrelevant. So, sir, could you untie me? Hyuga Orin asked, looking at Kusamori with pleading eyes. Even though he could break free himself, Bear Palm's strength was more than enough. But he was playing the role of an amnesiac genin. Where would Bear Palm come from? All right. From today on, you'll carry out missions with me, Kusamori said solemnly. He untied Hyuga Orin while maintaining a vigilant gaze. Last time, Hyuga Orin had gone berserk and nearly killed him. Caution was necessary. Thank you, sir, Hyuga Orin said, rolling his wrists and flashing a bright smile. The hardest hurdle was over. All that remained was fully blending in. Hyuga Orin changed into clean clothes, donned a purple vest, and adjusted the Omega Q forehead protector on his brow. He was now officially a member of Omega Q. Genin Mu Yu. Heh heh. Hyuga Orin chuckled twice at his reflection. He had come to Omega Q to farm drops, only to become an Omega Q ninja instead. What a completely unfunny joke. He pushed open the restroom door and walked out. Kusamori had already been waiting outside for some time. Kusamori nodded in satisfaction as he looked Hyuga Orin over. What technique do you still remember? Hyuga Orin thought for a moment. Only the 3 basic techniques. The Academy Basics, Transformation, Clone, Substitution. They were practically universal. There was no way Omega Q didn't know them. Kusamori nodded. Looks like you've forgotten your previous technique. That's fine, I can teach you again. Omega Q's system was simple. Jonin taught Chunin. Chunin taught Genin. Hyuga Orin, however, had little interest. Instead, he said flatly. Compared to learning technique, I want to kill enemies. A bloodthirsty gleam flashed across his face. Skills were nice, but how could they compare to farming kills? Kusamori frowned. Right now, that old man Shozo wants us to stay hidden. We absolutely cannot clash with other villages. Who? Hyuga Orin rolled his eyes in frustration. Just his luck. But if you really want to kill, Kusamori continued bluntly. You can kill civilians in the Land of Rain as you like, as long as you don't kill too many. What kind of nonsense was that? Did he really look like someone with no bottom line? What did killing civilians even give him? A few points of experience? A bit of money? What was the point? One genin was worth far more than a bunch of civilians. I prefer killing the strong, Hyuga Orin replied coldly. If they're not ninja, I have zero interest. Of course, Sir Kusamori, if you are interested, we could try sparring instead. Hyuga Orin's eyes lit up as he stared at Kusamori. He felt that he could probably kill him. Kusamori's face darkened. Remember, I am your superior. Do not show killing intent toward your superior. TCH. Hyuga Orin clicked his tongue dismissively. Kusamori sighed helplessly. Mu Yu had changed so much. He hadn't been like this before. Who would have thought that after losing his memory, he'd become this vicious? I'll find you opportunities, Kusamori said, leading Hyuga Orin out of their safe house. Now that Hyuga Orin posed no issues, Kusamori took him straight to work. At the highest tower of the border city. Hyuga Orin was stationed here. Your task is to sort through and organize the intelligence sent up by the other ninja, Kusamori explained. Then analyze it and infer Konoha's movements. He pointed to 7 people behind him. They're all my subordinates. You used to know them. You can ask them about your past if you want. Kusamori's primary responsibility was intelligence concerning Konoha. Hyuga Orin nodded and smiled politely at the group. Please take care of me from now on. For some reason, every one of them shivered at that friendly smile. I have other duties. I'll leave the rest to you, Kusamori said. His body turned into a puddle of water and vanished. Seeing Kusamori leave, the others showed no interest in talking to Hyuga Orin. They merely cast him a cold glance before returning to their work. Looks like relationships among colleagues here aren't very good, Hyuga Orin muttered. Then, as if he'd thought of something, a chilling smile slowly spread across his face. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 39, Hyuga Orin, the psychiatric patient. 1,311 words. Including Hyuga Orin, now posing as Mu Yu, there were actually 10 people under Kusamori's command. 8 of them were assigned to monitor the cities for entrances. The remaining 2 were responsible for compiling and organizing intelligence. Mu Yu's original duty had been to monitor one of the entrances. But now that Hyuga Orin was pretending to have completely lost his memory, he was instead reassigned to the intelligence aggregation work. The problem was that the ninja working alongside him, Shishue, was clearly dissatisfied. "So you're just going to sit there like that?" Shishue snapped. He watched as Hyuga Orin lounged in a chair, casually wiping down a knife that had come from who knew where. The blade was bronze-colored, an unusual hue for a weapon. Hyuga Orin looked at him with a half-smile. "What else should I do? I've lost my memory, haven't I?" Right now, he was a full-blown amnesiac. And a mentally unstable one prone to violent outbursts. Bang! Shishue slammed the documents in his hand onto the table. "Mu Yu, don't push your luck," Shishue said coldly as he stood up. Shishue looked to be around 20 years old, far larger and taller than Hyuga Orin's current disguise. He stared down at him from above. "Don't think that pretending to have amnesia lets you sit on my head." Just as he was about to teach Hyuga Orin a lesson, the person in front of him vanished. Actually, a voice whispered by his ear. "Besides amnesia, I also go berserk. Nico style times fire heaven form times ghost step." A sudden, sharp pain stabbed through Shishue's chest. He lowered his head in disbelief, only to see a bronze blade piercing straight through his heart from behind. "I really like co-workers with bad relationships," Hyuga Orin said calmly as he appeared behind him and yanked the blade free. Shishue staggered 2 steps forward, struggling to turn his head. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Hyuga Orin. "You, how dare you?" He couldn't finish the sentence. Darkness swallowed him as he collapsed to the floor. Experience plus 124. Hyuga Orin activated the Byakugan and quickly scanned the surroundings. Then he pulled out Konoha's summoning scroll and spread it open on the ground. His hands flew through seals. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, ram. Bang! A cloud of smoke erupted. Shishue's body vanished. Hyuga Orin swiftly rolled up the summoning scroll and stored it in his inventory. Then he picked up Shishue's dropped loot. Low-grade mana potion? Not bad. That's a decent drop, Hyuga Orin muttered, putting away the potion. It could restore lost chakra. He then calmly turned around, sat down in Shishue's seat, and began doing the work Shishue had been assigned. Having regained command of the border camp, Hiruko finally felt triumphant. Tsunade and the other 2 had already departed. Now all the ninja here were under his authority again, temporary though it still satisfied his vanity. He was in the commander's tent organizing intelligence, which was basically his only real job. Just then. Bang! A body appeared atop the summoning scroll beside him. Hiruko stared at the corpse, his gaze landing on the rain-hidden village forehead protector. He fell into silence. What the hell did Hyuga Orin do this time? Why did he send over a rain ninja's corpse? This summoning technique is not for disposing of bodies. And isn't this way too blatant? Where's Shishue? Kusamori asked when he returned to the tower, only to find Hyuga Orin alone. Hyuga Orin looked at him with a smile that carried an unsettling meaning. He was too noisy. The implication was obvious. Kusamori went silent. After a long while, he finally said, "You'd better restrain yourself. Don't casually kill your comrades again." The person in front of him was a certified mental patient. There really wasn't much he could do. Besides, rain-hidden village ninja killing each other wasn't exactly rare. With Shozo and Hanzo locked in opposition, plenty of people had already turned their blades on fellow villagers. Until the 2 sides decided a victor, incidents like this were considered minor. "This is too boring," Hyuga Orin said, his expression filled with manic intensity. "If it stays like this, I can't guarantee how long I'll hold back." With endorphin masking pain and regulating emotions, no one could see through him. What he was showing now was genuine. Kusamori, however, nodded in satisfaction. "You really are suited to become one of Lord Hanzo's men." After hesitating for a moment, he pulled a mission scroll and a nin technique scroll from his clothes. "This is a mission issued by Lord Hanzo. If you complete it, you'll earn the honor of meeting him in person. The nin technique scroll, I applied for it on your behalf." Originally, Kusamori had wanted to observe Hyuga Orin longer, in case Muyu was a spy planted by Shozo. But Shozo's people wouldn't casually kill their own comrades. He tossed both scrolls to Hyuga Orin. Hyuga Orin opened the Nin Technique scroll first. Water release times water. Water release, who? Hyuga Orin muttered, disappointed. Water release wasn't within his preferred range, and he didn't possess a water chakra nature. His chakra affinities were fire, lightning, and wind. If this were a game skill, he could have learned it instantly. But with a real Nin Technique scroll, he'd have to start from scratch, and without water affinity, he couldn't learn it at all. Keeping his expression neutral, Hyuga Orin stored the water release scroll and opened the mission scroll instead. Assassinate Kojima Koji. Kojima Koji was the city lord, a noble. Just an ordinary person. Hyuga Orin said, disappointed. Kusamori shook his head. He's a supporter of that old bastard Shozo. A large part of Rain Hidden Village's finances comes from him. He definitely has ninja guarding him. Hyuga Orin frowned. If there's a jonin, or even a special jonin, I'll give up. Kusamori glanced at him in surprise. Does he still retain some memory related to ninja strength, even after losing his memory? Still, Hyuga Orin hadn't even mentioned Chunin. Was he implying he could handle one? Impossible. More likely, the amnesia had made him arrogant. Kusamori said solemnly. Kojima Koji only has one Chunin and a few genin guarding him. No jonin or special jonin would bother with someone like him. In short, Kojima Koji was just one of Shozo's supporters. Shozo wouldn't waste valuable jonin resources protecting him. Hyuga Orin nodded. Then it's worth a try. One Chunin was worth over 1,000 experience points. If he could kill Kusamori as well, that'd be over 2,000 experience. Find another 1,500, and he could level up again. He was level 15 now. 3 more levels until class advancement. This mental patient identity was surprisingly useful. The mission scroll in Hyuga Orin's hand suddenly ignited, quickly burning into ash that fell to the floor. This mission requires secrecy. It must not be exposed, Kusamori said. Then what about the time and location? Hyuga Orin asked. I'll notify you when the time comes, Kusamori replied coldly. He glanced at the document on the desk. You're free to move around during this period. Someone else will handle the paperwork. Judging by Hyuga Orin's state, he clearly wasn't cut out for clerical work. Got it, Hyuga Orin replied casually, waving his hand as he headed for the stairs. Konoha's task for him was to monitor Iwagakure and Sand Village, not Konoha itself. These documents were useless to him. Only Kusamori remained behind, watching Hyuga Orin's retreating figure with an unreadable gaze. No one knew what he was thinking. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 40, Leveling Up Has Never Been Difficult. 1,205 words. Hyuga Orin stepped out of the high tower, a slip of paper clenched in his hand, a list of addresses. Don't think that going undercover meant he couldn't farm experience. According to the intelligence he'd reviewed, this city was home to a large number of wandering ninjas. After the 5 great nations sealed their borders, wandering ninjas had begun to converge on small countries instead. And the Land of Rain had become one of the hardest hit areas. Other minor nations' ninja villages would actively expel wandering ninjas. The Rain Hidden Village's policy of non-resistance applied even to them. Hyuga Orin had memorized all their locations. How terrified does this guy have to be of the 5 great ninja villages, Hyuga Orin muttered, unable to understand why the current Rain Shadow, Shozo, would issue such a policy. Wandering ninjas without restraints were capable of anything. He walked straight up to a secluded house and knocked on the door. Who is it? A wary voice came from inside. Your ancestor. Hyuga Orin kicked the door open with a single blow, sending it flying inward and exposing several wandering ninjas holding blades. His gaze swept the room, landing on the dark red bloodstains on the floor. According to the intelligence, the original family of 4 who lived here had all been slaughtered by wandering ninjas. Rain Ninja! A bald man near the door shouted in alarm. Unlike him, his companions hesitated not at all, drawing their long blades and charging forward. Byakugan! The disguised transformation technique masked the abnormal veins, only making Hyuga Orin's eye seem faintly luminous. He raised his hand and unleashed a barrage. Shuriken, heavy firepower. Empowered by bare paw hand, the shuriken ripped through the room at terrifying speed. Experience plus 80, experience plus 77, experience plus 95. The 8 men inside barely managed to block 1 or 2 shuriken, but the rest pierced straight through their bodies. In the end, Hyuga Orin gained experience plus 645, 5 money pouches, and a special kunai. Wandering Ninja's kunai, plus 20 attack. Another offhand weapon. They don't even have genin level strength, Hyuga Orin said calmly, wiping the blood off his cheek. One of the wandering ninjas had been too close, splattering blood across his face. He collected all the shuriken he'd thrown and prepared to head to the next location. Hyuga Orin had already memorized all the wandering ninja intel in the city. They were perfect sources of experience. As he stepped outside, his brow furrowed. Under the Byakugan, he saw an enormous mass of chakra behind a distant tree. This chakra, it's almost Jonin level. A bronze battle blade appeared in his hand as he shouted toward the tree. Who's there? Come out! A red-haired boy slowly emerged, looking panicked and frightened. I didn't see anything. He turned to run. Hyuga Orin flipped forward, landing directly in front of him. The boy's bangs covered his eyes, hiding them from view. But that appearance. You're Nagato? Hyuga Orin asked curiously. Nagato crouched down, clutching his head in terror. How did this person know his name? He was too afraid to answer. At that moment, a middle-aged man rushed over and shielded Nagato with his body. I'm sorry, honorable ninja, the man said hastily. This is my son. If he offended you, please accept this as compensation. He pulled out a small money pouch. Hyuga Orin glanced at the two of them and shook his head. No need. So Nagato really was in this city. Hyuga Orin rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Neither father nor son dared to move. They knew full well that the ninja in front of them, despite his young appearance, could easily take their lives. Hyuga Orin looked at Nagato, whose hair concealed his eyes. Those eyes were Rinnegan, transplanted from Uchiha Madara. At this very moment, Nagato's every move was under Madara's watchful gaze. Hyuga Orin shook his head. Madara would drop incredible loot, but that was a late-game boss. Right now, Hyuga Orin absolutely couldn't afford to provoke him. His figure blurred and vanished. Nagato's father finally let out a long breath, then turned and scolded his son harshly. Why were you running around recklessly? Nagato lowered his head, then spoke softly after a long pause. The people who took over Aunt Shuanai's house, the man just now killed all of them. Nagato's father turned to look at the house behind them and fell silent. Wandering ninjas were tumors to people like them. Hyuga Orin arrived at another building and knocked on the door. Open up, here to bring warmth. Before anyone could respond, he kicked the door open and sent shuriken flying. The people inside weren't even worth describing. In the end, Hyuga Orin gained experience plus 564, a lightning release skill book, and 3 money pouches. Skill book, lightning release times perception lightning. He tossed the skill book into his inventory without hesitation. Neither lightning release nor water release were within his learning plans. His main focus was fire release, earth release, and wind release. Even though he lacked earth chakra affinity, game skills didn't care. As long as the panel said it was usable, he could learn it. Experience was limited. It was better spent upgrading core abilities. By the end of the day, Hyuga Orin had wiped out most of the wandering ninjas in the city. Altogether, he gained experience plus 1856. Most of the drops were money pouches, yielding anywhere from 10 to 100 taels of silver. Wandering ninjas were weak, with terrible drop rates, far inferior to bandit leaders. Among all the wandering ninjas in the city, not a single one truly reached genin level strength. Or perhaps there were, but they were hiding much deeper. His biggest gains were low-grade health potion times 5. Low-grade mana potion times 3. Now I can actually fight prolonged battles, Hyuga Orin said with satisfaction. With these potions, I don't have to rely entirely on leveling to reset my state. It had been a good day. Kusamori, however, was in a very bad mood. He stormed into the room and slammed his palm onto the table. What exactly did you do? Just killed some wandering ninjas, Hyuga Orin replied indifferently. Kusamori took a deep breath. Was this just about killing wandering ninjas? Because of you, that old bastard Shozo wants to send someone to replace me as the controller of this city. This city was extremely important to them, whether for recruiting manpower or harvesting resources. Hyuga Orin grinned. Then just make sure he never gets here. The killing intent radiating from Hyuga Orin made Kusamori frown. You mean? Kill the person he plans to send, Hyuga Orin said plainly. Kusamori shook his head firmly. Impossible. That would be betraying Rain Hidden Village. As if you haven't betrayed it plenty already. Hyuga Orin rolled his eyes inwardly, then continued to tempt him. As long as it's a Chunin, I can kill him for you. You? Kusamori looked at Hyuga Orin with deep suspicion. I'm very strong right now, Hyuga Orin said, baring his teeth in a chilling grin. Want to try? I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 41, Hyuga Orin, I want blood to flow like a river. 1,223 words. Kuramori looked coldly at Hyuga Orin, completely ignoring the provocation in his words, and asked bluntly. How do you plan to resolve this? If Hyuga Orin hadn't acted on his own and attacked the rogue ninja, how would Masakado have learned about what was happening here? Hyuga Orin had no intention of actually fighting Kuramori either. Under his current disguise, he was no match for a proper Chunin. He had ways to kill a Chunin, but no way to defeat one. Those were two completely different things. Touching his chin, Hyuga Orin thought for a moment, then changed the subject. I'm actually curious, how did a Megacure get this information? Kuramori frowned. You're saying there's a spy for that old bastard Masakado among us? Isn't it obvious? Hyuga Orin spread his hands. I only acted today, and a Megacure already has the news. If no one tipped them off, how could it be that fast? The Land of Rain might be a small country, but even so, intelligence couldn't circulate that quickly unless someone was deliberately passing it on. Kuramori thought about his other subordinates, but he really couldn't tell who might belong to Masakado. And strictly speaking, all the Rain Ninja were still nominally under Masakado's command. Hanzo was famous as a fierce double-flower enforcer, but he hadn't officially taken power yet. Who leaked the information doesn't really matter, Hyuga Orin said meaningfully as he looked at Kuramori. What matters is... Kuramori-sama, have you really decided who you're backing? What nonsense are you talking about? Of course it's Lord Hanzo, Kuramori replied firmly. As a Megacure's strongest military force and leader of the hardliners, Hanzo of the Salamander enjoyed immense respect. Masakado was nothing more than a decaying, sinking ship. Only Lord Hanzo was the vessel of the new era. Then what are you still hesitating for? Hyuga Orin shot back. If you support Lord Hanzo, you should first complete his mission, then kill the ninja sent to replace you, and finally take control of this city. That's what you should be doing, instead of standing here looking forward and back. What was the point of hesitating here? He couldn't even farm experience properly like this. He wanted blood to flow like a river? A look of sudden realization flashed across Kuramori's face. In truth, he had been wavering all along. Though he had decided to follow Lord Hanzo, Masakado still represented a Megacure's orthodoxy. The banner of legitimacies made him hesitate. That sliver of hesitation kept him from openly breaking with Masakado. Even if Masakado didn't care about him in the slightest. As long as Lord Hanzo wins, we will be justice, Hyuga Orin said, his voice dripping with temptation. Those words finally steeled Kuramori's resolve. Tonight, you'll act with me. Got it. Hyuga Orin replied, his face splitting into a brilliant smile. Do we deal with the mission target first, he asked eagerly, or the guy sent to replace you? Kuramori looked at Hyuga Orin, who seemed excited at the mere thought of killing. This guy, Mu Yu, was seriously sick. He hadn't been this bloodthirsty before. We complete the mission first. Everything else can wait. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to turn his blade on a colleague. TCH. Hyuga Orin looked dissatisfied. Killing one less Chunin meant losing over 1,000 experience points. Kuramori really didn't understand how precious experience was. Night. Rooftop of the City Lord's Manor. Looking down from the roof, Hyuga Orin saw many soldiers patrolling. Because of the rogue ninja incident, security at the manor had been tightened considerably. Just the two of us. Hyuga Orin turned to Kuramori. Kuramori nodded. Lord Hanzo's forces are still too few. In this city, it's only you and me. In the struggle between Hanzo and Masakado, Hanzo held the advantage in personal strength, while Masakado held the loyalty of the masses. I'll draw everyone's attention. Mu Yu, you infiltrate and carry out the assassination. Mu Yu. Kuramori looked on in panic as Hyuga Orin jumped straight off the roof. Did this guy even listen to what I said? Hyuga Orin didn't care what Kuramori was thinking. An assassination mission, right? No one in this world understood assassination better than him. He jumped straight into the crowd. Everyone stared at him in stunned confusion. They were stunned, but Hyuga Orin wasn't. Shuriken were pinched between his fingers. Pulling the mobs. Shuriken technique, saturation fire. Hyuga Orin turned into a merciless shuriken launching machine. Shuriken flew in all directions, rapidly harvesting the soldiers' lives. Only then did they finally react. Enemy attack! A shrill scream rang out. Soldiers scattered throughout the manor rushed toward Hyuga Orin's position. But what greeted them was an overwhelming storm of shuriken. Kuramori cautiously poked his head out from the rooftop, staring at the battlefield below. Hyuga Orin had become a machine that reeked flesh and blood. Whoosh! A shuriken sliced past Kuramori's cheek, leaving a bloody gash on his face. Noticing Hyuga Orin glance his way, Kuramori gritted his teeth and growled, "That bastard did it on purpose." But where was he getting so many shuriken? There was no way his ninja pouch could hold this many. Even a ninja who ran a weapons shop couldn't pull out this many shuriken, and Hyuga Orin still hadn't stopped. Kuramori could only hear the endless sounds of lives being harvested. He carefully recalled the mission details. This was an assassination, not a massacre, right? Gritting his teeth, Kuramori decided that since Hyuga Orin was drawing all the attention, he would carry out the assassination himself. His body dissolved into a puddle of water and vanished from the spot. Hyuga Orin finally stopped throwing shuriken. There were no enemies left appearing in the courtyard. Everyone who had shown up had already been stripped of their lives. Experience plus 1254. Finally, enough to level up again. But just in case, he decided to max out the experience bar first. Level, LV.15, 3499 to 3500. Just one more point and he'd level up immediately. Glancing at the floating loot above the corpses, Hyuga Orin stepped forward and swept everything up. Low-grade health potion? Low-grade mana potion? Militia hood, plus 10 defense. Damaged long blade, plus 10 attack. Skill tome, bone dislocation technique? Aside from the mana and health potions, the rest was useless to him. He tossed it all into his inventory to gather dust. After stowing everything away, Hyuga Orin looked up at the sky. At some point, several umbrellas had appeared overhead, floating down toward the ground. Nin technique, Senbon rainfall. Countless Senbon shot out from the umbrellas, surging toward Hyuga Orin and completely covering the ground around him, leaving no room to dodge. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Before the Senbon landed, Hyuga Orin vanished from the spot. Substitution technique. He reappeared outside the area of effect, his expression grim as he looked toward another rooftop. Under the moonlight. 3 figures stood atop the roof. Hey! You're one of Hanzo's men, aren't you? One slightly older ninja demanded coldly. Speak. What is your purpose here? Hyuga Orin's pupils glowed with a pale white light. 3 genin, he muttered. The Chunin hasn't shown up yet. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 42, Gamers Don't Have Time for Cutscenes. 1258 words. Seeing that no Chunin had appeared, Hyuga Orin didn't bother answering their questions and directly blanketed the area with shuriken time saturation fire. What kind of player would have the leisure to listen to plot dialogue anyway? Wasn't it all just smash the skip button? The 3 of them experienced, for the first time, what it meant to be completely drowned in shuriken. Whoosh! 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 The sound of tearing wind screamed past their ears. Even the darkness of night couldn't conceal the silhouettes of several hundred shuriken. Where the hell did he get so many shuriken from? One bald rain ninja screamed. It was already too late to escape the area of coverage. He could only draw the blade at his waist to block. Clang! The weight behind the shuriken was far heavier than they'd imagined. After blocking just 2, his arms went numb, and he could no longer grip his sword. The remaining shuriken swarmed in, instantly punching hole after hole through their bodies, yet from those gaping wounds, only streams of water spilled out. Water clone technique. The three figures dissolved into puddles of water. Hyuga Orin lowered his gaze to the ground. Two hands suddenly stretched out from beneath the earth, grabbing both of his legs. Substitution technique. His figure vanished from the spot. In the hands that had been clutching his legs, an igniting explosive tag appeared. Who? Sensing something wrong, the Rain Ninja tried to throw the tag away. Too late. Boom! The explosive tag detonated violently, forming a blazing fireball. Hyuga Orin reappeared on the other side. The moment his feet touched the ground, two figures charged at him simultaneously from left and right, attempting a pincer attack. Then the Hyuga Orin between them turned into an explosive tag. Boom! Using substitution technique again, Hyuga Orin appeared at a distance, watching as two pitch-black human-shaped figures were blown backward. Substitution technique plus explosive tag, an absolutely perfect combo. There was still some distance, so the blast didn't kill them outright. Explosive tags are this useful, why wouldn't you use them? Hyuga Orin casually flicked his wrist, sending two shuriken flying. He had no intention of stepping forward to check whether they could still fight. Both shuriken struck with pinpoint accuracy, piercing their throats. Experience, 456. Experience, 487. He bent down and picked up the two dropped items from their corpses. Consumable, Peeping Gene 200. Consumable, Insight D of 80. Greed Island items from the Hunter world, Hyuga Orin muttered as he stowed the two cards away. Both cards originated from Hunter x Hunter's Greed Island, though they've been slightly altered within this game. Peeping allowed one to see an enemy's drop items. Insight rendered most gen technique ineffective. Both were solid abilities, but unfortunately, they were single-use items. Drops from a Megacure Ninja all came from the Hunter x Hunter world, ranging from Nen abilities to items. Hyuga Orin looked down at the ground. What, still not coming out? If you keep hiding down there, you'll suffocate. A figure slowly emerged from the earth, it was the older ninja from before. Where his arms should have been. Honestly, who understands this kind of pain? Who fights like money doesn't matter, throwing around explosive tags like that? And since when was that something a genin could casually use? Not to mention that technique, the one that instantly swapped positions. He had never seen anything like it. What kind of technique was that, exactly? The older Rain Ninja couldn't help asking. It didn't resemble anything a Megacue should have. Hyuga Orin looked at him oddly. Just substitution technique. Don't tell me you don't know it. Substitution technique, my ass. You. He tried to point at Hyuga Orin, wanting to say something. Too bad his hand was gone. Did he really think he could fool someone this blatantly? There was no way he believed that was substitution technique. Hyuga Orin had no interest in continuing the conversation. He pushed off lightly with his foot, closing the distance in an instant. With a flick of his wrist, a bronze-colored blade appeared in his hand. The older ninja closed his eyes and chose not to resist. Having lost both arms, he had already lost the right to continue as a ninja. A flash of bronze light. Hyuga Orin appeared behind him as the older ninja collapsed weakly to his knees. Experience, 753. This guy was fairly strong, just unlucky that he never got the chance to show it. Hyuga Orin turned back and picked up the dropped item. Nen Exorcist Skill Fragment, 1/10. It actually dropped directly, could today be my lucky day? He hurriedly stored away the Nen Exorcist Skill Fragment, 1/10. This item was the key to resolving the Caged Bird seal. The Nen Exorcist skill was an extremely powerful support ability in the game. It could remove all abnormal statuses from a player, regardless of system. Even curse seals like the Caged Bird fell within its scope. Unfortunately, the drop rate for Nen Exorcist skill fragments was absurdly low, and there was no guarantee who would drop them. A trash mob might drop one, or it might take killing a Jonin. Pure RNG. Now that I've got the first one, how far off can the second be? Activating his Byakugan, Hyuga Orin scanned the surroundings. Inside the manor, Kuramori was locked in a fierce stalemate with a Chunin. For the time being, neither could gain the upper hand. This guy is seriously useless. Hyuga Orin curled his lip and looked in another direction, where a group of ordinary people were moving quickly. Seeing that Kuramori wouldn't be finishing things anytime soon, Hyuga Orin charged toward that group, heading straight for the back gate. Stop him! A maid blocked his path. Hyuga Orin vaulted over her with a clean goat jump. Because of the chaos in the city lord's manor, many people were panicking, but most of them were servants or maids. Hyuga Orin had zero interest in them. He soon reached the back gate, where he saw a group of armored soldiers guarding a richly dressed man. At a glance, he confirmed that the man in the center was the mission target. Shuriken flew once more. This time he didn't even need to use bare bow hands. Kunai times firepower suppression. In the darkness, countless kunai spread out like a sheet of black gauze, sweeping down over the group. By the time they realized what was happening, it was already too late. The kunai rapidly harvested their lives. Experience, 10. Experience, 5. Experience, 4. In total, only, experience, 95. After everyone was dead, Hyuga Orin stepped forward and looked at the luxurious clothes dyed red with blood. Running for your life, and you're dressed this flashy. Shaking his head, he bent down and picked up the dropped item from the dead noble. No one else dropped anything. Decorative item, rose. Just as expected. Hyuga Orin sighed helplessly. Nobles usually dropped this kind of decorative junk. Once players reached a high enough level, they could unlock a space called Cozy Home. However, no items from the outside world could be brought into it, only decorative items were allowed. Wonder if I'll even get a cozy home. Hyuga Orin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although items couldn't be brought inside, cozy home could be entered anytime, anywhere. In a sense, it was a pretty decent shelter. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 43, Hyuga Orin has a special way to instantly kill a Chunin. 1297 words. Hyuga Orin hid within the shadows of the roof beams, watching the battle below. Not everyone possessed powerful sensory abilities, at the very least, the 2 Chunin fighting beneath him didn't. They continued their fierce exchange, completely unaware of his presence. Water release, water shuriken technique. After trading several blows, Kuramori pulled back, rapidly forming hand seals. Several shuriken condensed out of thin air, flying toward the enemy with tremendous force. Opposite him stood a Chunin wearing a conical hat, his face wrapped in bandages. The water shuriken pierced straight through his body, yet only streams of water flowed out of the wounds. With a bang, he turned into a puddle of water. Hyuga Orin saw it clearly. During the moment they separated, the opponent had already finished forming the seals for a water clone, using it to block Kuramori's vision while he circled around to the other side. Using the darkness inside the building as cover, he had already slipped behind Kuramori, his hands still rapidly forming seals. Water release, poison mist technique. He bit down on a pill, shattering it. Chakra transformed rapidly inside his mouth, mixing with the crushed medicine and spraying out as a thick purple mist toward Kuramori. Sensing danger behind him, Kuramori turned and slashed with his kunai, only to be met head-on by a cloud of purple fog. His entire body was swallowed by the poison mist. The mist didn't last long and soon dispersed, but Kuramori was left half kneeling on the ground. The enemy Chunin drew his blade and advanced, clashing directly with Kuramori's kunai. Clang! But Kuramori was already poisoned and had expended a great deal of stamina earlier. He immediately fell into a disadvantage. In Hyuga Orin's eyes, though, this wasn't merely losing ground. Kuramori was about to die. The poison itself wasn't especially potent, but continuing to fight violently after being poisoned would only cause it to spread faster throughout the body. Once it reached the heart, there would be no saving him. Kuramori knew this too. Gritting his teeth, he quickly formed seals. Bang! White smoke burst forth. The enemy's blade chopped down, only to strike a piece of wood. Kuramori turned and fled without hesitation. He had no intention of continuing the fight, valuing his life, he chose to retreat. But the enemy ninja clearly had no intention of letting him go, and immediately gave chase. Always acting like some top-tier expert in front of me, turns out you're not all that. Hyuga Orin curled his lips. Now it was his turn to act. After careful calculation, he had already prepared a complete method for instantly killing a Chunin. First, he took out an explosive tag and fixed it onto the roof beam, using chakra to set it to detonate in 3 seconds. Then he hurled a shuriken straight at the Chunin who was in pursuit. 3. Hearing the sound of tearing air, the Chunin quickly turned around and knocked the incoming shuriken away with his blade. At the instant the shuriken was deflected, Hyuga Orin used substitution technique, swapping places with it and appearing diagonally above the Chunin. The Chunin's eyes widened. He couldn't comprehend how the other had arrived there, as if he had switched positions with the shuriken. What kind of technique was that? 2. It didn't matter if he'd seen it before or not. He was going to die anyway. Hyuga Orin wore his signature grin, lips curling back to reveal white teeth. The Chunin was now within the range of his skill, Sap. With one sap, a phantom club materialized behind the Chunin and smashed heavily into the back of his head. Sap dealt no damage, but its effect was immediate, instantly interrupting the water body flicker technique the Chunin had prepared. This had originally been set up to guard against Kuramori suddenly counter-attacking midway. It was meant as insurance. Now, it was perfectly spent. In the next instant, Hyuga Orin used substitution technique again, swapping positions with the explosive tag. 1. In that single second, the Chunin clearly saw the explosive tag swelling as it prepared to detonate. He pushed off the ground, trying to leap backward. But it was already too late. 0. Boom! The violent explosion blasted the Chunin away. Only then did Hyuga Orin flip down from the roof beam. Outside the building lay the Chunin's body, his front completely charred black by the blast. Yet he hadn't died instantly. Out of sheer kindness, Hyuga Orin couldn't bear to see someone suffer like that. He casually threw several shuriken empowered by bare bow hands, all striking the Chunin's head. The Chunin's head exploded like a watermelon. A notification flashed before Hyuga Orin's eyes. Experience plus 1234. Even the experience is respectable. Hyuga Orin stepped forward and picked up the dropped item from the Chunin's corpse. Skill, Nen Stitching, unusable. Phantom Troop March's ability. This one's actually well suited for a medical ninja, and it's fairly comprehensive too. Unfortunately, he didn't meet the requirements to learn it yet. I'll keep it for now. Might be useful later. He placed the skill into his backpack, glanced at the fallen Chunin, and found that nothing else had dropped. Shaking his head, Hyuga Orin walked out. The fleeing Kuramori had already stopped, likely having realized from the explosion that the situation had turned around. When he saw Hyuga Orin emerge, Kuramori let out a long breath of relief and hurriedly rummaged through his ninja pouch, pulling out an antidote pill and swallowing it. The dark poison spreading across his face visibly receded at a rapid pace. As expected, it wasn't a particularly strong poison. If it had been poison from Chiyo or Hanzo, Kuramori would already be buried by now. Speaking of Chiyo, she should still be fairly young at this point, right? Would swimsuit Chiyo be worth looking at? Hyuga Orin hurriedly shook his head, forcibly banishing the thought. The image of elderly Chiyo in a swimsuit had barged into his mind far too vividly, he absolutely could not keep thinking about it. He looked at Kuramori, shuriken already pinched between his fingers, and began to consider whether he should just kill Kuramori right here. After all, that was over 1,000 experience points. Kuramori also became alert at that moment. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have taken Mu Yu seriously, but having just taken an antidote, it wasn't wise to fight. If combat broke out, the antidote could lose its effect. He didn't want to die of poison just because of a genin. The atmosphere between the two grew heavy, an unusual tension spreading through their thoughts. Especially when he saw the shuriken in Hyuga Orin's hand, Kuramori's face went pale. This guy really is thinking about killing me. In the end, Hyuga Orin let out a helpless sigh, his face full of regret. Kuramori-sama, are you feeling all right now? As he spoke, he put the shuriken away. Killing Kuramori now would make his undercover work too troublesome. At the very least, he had to wait until he could make contact with Hanzo. Though he didn't know why Hyuga Orin suddenly stowed his weapon, Kuramori finally relaxed. What was that explosion just now? Where's Sueyu? Sueyu? Hyuga Orin said with a playful expression. You mean the ninja who attacked you earlier? I saw him actually dare to lay a hand on you, sir. I got so angry that I blew him up on the spot. Bullshit. Kuramori roared inwardly. This guy had clearly wanted to kill someone from the start. But the real question was, how exactly had he killed a Chunin? I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 44, Time to Level Up. 1,232 words. The explosion earlier naturally made Kuramori think of explosive tags. But the key problem was, where did Muyu get explosive tags from? Even he only had a few. During his fight with Sueyu just now, he'd heard several explosions. Don't tell him this kid was carrying a whole stash of explosive tags on him. Where the hell did he get them? Although Kuramori was full of questions, he understood that now wasn't the time to press them. The important thing was that this guy genuinely had thoughts of killing him. If he asked the wrong question and provoked him, Muyu might just silence him on the spot, and there'd be nowhere to complain even if he died. Hyuga Orin stepped forward, looking down at Kuramori from above. Kuramori-sama, can you still walk on your own? If he couldn't move and needed to be carried, it might honestly be better to just kill him outright. That tone really doesn't sound like you're trying to help me, Kuramori complained inwardly. It felt like this guy might kill him at any moment. Yes. Kuramori forced the word out through clenched teeth. He staggered as he stood up. Just as Hyuga Orin didn't want to help him, Kuramori also didn't want the other getting too close. Even though he hadn't sensed any killing intent so far, Hyuga Orin's actions already carried a faint, unmistakable threat. To be able to hide killing intent so thoroughly, after losing his memory, this guy was practically born to be a ninja. Or so he thought. Then he remembered how Hyuga Orin had jumped straight down and started slaughtering people in broad daylight. Maybe not so absolute after all. You go first, Kuramori ordered. Although the poison prevented intense movement, light activity was still manageable. Right now, Kuramori didn't feel safe letting Muyu out of his sight. He was worried the guy might suddenly toss a few shuriken at him. That was absolutely something he could do. Hyuga Orin shrugged and walked ahead. Since he'd already decided not to make a move, he had no intention of changing his mind. What about Kojima Koji? Kuramori asked from behind. The mission's already done. He's at the back gate, Hyuga Orin replied, tilting his head sideways to look at Kuramori. Do you want to go confirm it, Kuramori-sama? Kuramori nodded. We'll go out the back. I need to confirm it. Then we'll leave from there. Confirming Kojima Koji's death was only proper. They also needed to withdraw. How he covered this up afterward would be another matter. The man's death couldn't be pinned on a megacure. Judging by Hyuga Orin's killing spree, most of the people inside were probably already dead. Crack! The sound of a twig snapping echoed out. Kuramori suddenly turned toward a corner, where a figure lay sprawled on the ground, as if they'd tripped while running. You didn't kill them all. Kuramori's voice warped with shock. Hyuga Orin looked at him wordlessly. I told you, I have zero interest in ordinary people. People with no ability to fight back weren't even considered monsters. He didn't have a habit of killing NPCs when gaming. For a few measly points of experience, why bother? Besides, they probably didn't even see who attacked. In the pitch-black chaos, everyone was just trying to escape. Who had time to look carefully at the attacker? Let's go. Hyuga Orin said flatly and headed straight for the back gate, ignoring Kuramori entirely. Kuramori clenched his teeth hard. This guy absolutely didn't deserve to be a ninja. What kind of ninja left behind such a massive flaw? But with no combat strength left, Kuramori couldn't silence anyone even if he wanted to. All he could do was follow behind Hyuga Orin. After confirming the target's death, the two returned to the watchtower overlooking the city. Kuramori hurried back to his own room. Staying around Hyuga Orin any longer would either get him pissed to death, or killed outright. Once Kuramori was gone, Hyuga Orin returned straight to his own room. This haul was pretty damn good. Looking at the 4,135 experience points, he spent 1 point to level up first. Name, I'm Hyuga Orin? Class, none. LV.XX, 0, 4000. Chakra, 230 to 160 plus 50 plus 20. Skills. Gentle Fist, LV.5. Clone Technique, LV.2. Substitution Technique, LV.10. Transformation Technique, LV.4. 8 trigrams Air Palm, LV.3. Byakugan, LV.3. Fire Release Times Unknown Fire, LV.4. Medical Nin Technique, LV.2. Bare Bow Hands, LV.4. Endorphin, LV.8. Nico Style Times Fire Heaven Form, LV.1. Experience Pool, 4,132. Seeing that he still had enough experience to level up again, Hyuga Orin hesitated. If he were somewhere completely safe, leveling again wouldn't be a problem. But continuing undercover in a megaqueue meant leveling up had to be considered carefully. One level didn't boost his strength that much, and there was no efficient way to convert it into immediate combat power. Right now, maintaining his disguise was the most important thing. Hyuga Orin looked at transformation technique on the panel. Substitution technique at max level is basically god tier, so what about transformation technique? Transformation was the key to him being able to hide in a megacure long term. Even though Kono has intelligence claimed that a megacure had no sensory type ninja, what if they were wrong? Intelligence was never absolute. If a village deliberately concealed something, even a great ninja village might fail to obtain critical information. Especially since the 5 great nations looked down on small villages to begin with, their intelligence gathering efforts were insufficient from the start. Just in case, Hyuga Orin dumped his experience into transformation technique. Fortunately, it didn't require much experience to level. Transformation technique, LV.5. Experience, 0/500. Trait, none. Transformation technique, LV.8. Experience, 0/800. Trait, none. Transformation technique, LV.10, max. Trait, pending selection. Available traits. Reality, no detection type skill can see through your transformation simulation, copy the physical attributes of the transformation target mass, alter your own mass, becoming wind, becoming a mountain. Who? Hyuga Orin's eyes widened as he stared at the third option. Become wind, become a mountain. Wasn't that description a little too outrageous? He looked back at reality, this one clearly matched his current needs the best. But then there was mass. This trait looked absurdly powerful, and the boost it would give him was immediately obvious. Then he glanced at simulation. Simulation feels kind of useless. What he disliked most was the second option. In the ninja world, all combat power ultimately depended on chakra. Even someone like Senju Hashirama, his so-called sage body still relied on chakra. Pure physical strength alone couldn't unleash that much power. Wait. Hyuga Orin frowned. Ninja world bodies might be weak, but what about other worlds? For example, the Dragon Ball world. If he transformed into someone from there, fighters who relied almost entirely on physical strength, wouldn't he be able to bulldoze the entire ninja world? But the uncertainty was huge. Hyuga Orin fell into deep hesitation. The first option was something he desperately needed. The second option had massive uncertainty, but if it worked, his strength could skyrocket. The third option was extremely stable and reliable. This is really hard to choose. Decision paralysis was kicking in hard. In the end, he clenched his teeth. And chose. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 45, A Powerful Transformation Technique. 1286 words. Mass. That was Hyuga Orin's final choice. If the goal were purely to conceal his identity, then the first option, reality, was indeed extremely strong, but it offered little long-term value. Besides, a max-level transformation technique might not be incapable of fooling others anyway. As for the second option, simulation, the uncertainty was simply too great. Physical attributes were a composite of many factors, bloodline, talent, chakra. He couldn't be sure that, lacking those conditions, transforming would truly preserve the target's physical strength. In the end, Hyuga Orin chose the most reliable option, mass. This choice clearly had enormous future potential, and it was steady and dependable. Transformation technique, LV.10. Experience, max. Trait, mass. A far more complex body of transformation technique knowledge surged into his mind. If Hyuga Orin had to evaluate it, this version of transformation technique completely surpassed the current level of nin technique in the ninja world. It was a technique that simply should not have been possible in this era. Just like substitution technique, once either reached max level and selected a trait, it became a transcendent, era-defying nin technique. In theory, Hyuga Orin could teach this technique to others. But the difficulty involved was beyond imagination. It wasn't that the technique itself was impossibly hard, it was that it required a vast amount of prerequisite knowledge and understanding. He himself only grasped it because the system had directly implanted that knowledge into him. My own self-preservation isn't even guaranteed yet. How would I have time to teach others? Hyuga Orin immediately cut off such naive thoughts. Before he had sufficient strength, there was no way he would pass this kind of nin technique onto anyone. At most, he could sell skill books or equipment he didn't need. Those didn't affect him much. But this transformation technique, it's really absurd. Hyuga Orin carefully experienced the details of the technique. Ordinary transformation techniques, no matter how they changed appearance, never altered the user's fundamental form or mass. A user couldn't turn into a pebble by the roadside, nor into a massive boulder. But his current transformation technique ignored those rules entirely, as long as he was willing to expend chakra. From something as small as a needle to something as massive as a mountain, it was theoretically possible. The only problem was the sheer, ocean-like amount of chakra required. With his current reserves, it was completely unsustainable. True 72 transformations. Even if I can't reach that extreme yet, I can still do this much. Hyuga Orin formed the ram seal. The chakra within his body began to fluctuate at an eerie frequency. Transformation technique times water transformation. Puff! A cloud of smoke burst forth. Hyuga Orin's body became transparent. He reached his hand toward his own chest, his arm passed straight through his body and emerged from his back. No devil fruit needed. I can still use elementalization. In a sense, doesn't that make me invincible? Hyuga Orin withdrew his hand, pleasantly surprised. Then his expression immediately turned sour. Puff! Smoke appeared again. Hyuga Orin reverted to his original form and collapsed onto the floor, staring blankly at the ceiling. My chakras completely drained. No, this chakra consumption is even more insane than substitution technique. His face twisted in bitterness. After using this form of transformation technique, he had zero combat capability left. He quickly took out a low-grade mana potion and drank it in one gulp, icy cold, with a faint bitter taste. The trace amount of chakra left in his body began to recover rapidly. Only then did Hyuga Orin sit up. I almost played myself to death. After catching his breath, he quickly used transformation technique again, turning back into Mu Yu. This time, the transformation felt different, far more refined, almost indistinguishable from his real body. In the past, transformation technique had always felt like wearing a layer of clothing. That sensation was completely gone now. He glanced at the pitiful 232 experience points remaining. With that little experience, he couldn't do anything at all. Activating his Byakugan, he looked toward Kuramori's room. Kuramori wasn't resting, instead, he was sitting at his desk, writing something. Still working seriously, huh? A faint smile tugged at Hyuga Orin's lips. This mission was carried out under my leadership. Kuramori was writing his mission report, detailing the completion process, as well as certain issues that could be corrected. This report was meant for Lord Hanzo. If Lord Hanzo saw how smoothly the mission had been completed, Kuramori would surely be able to follow him even more closely. Though his body was still weak, it couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. That man was the hero of the Land of Rain. Hanzo of the Salamander. Although Rain Shadow Masakado still held the title of Koge, he had never enjoyed Hanzo's popular support. Masakado merely clung to the banner of legitimacy. Other small ninja villages feared only Hanzo. Many of them would choose to flee the moment they saw Hanzo. As for the 5 great ninja villages, they would say, Hanzo of the Salamander? Who's that? Some nobody? Never heard of him. The 5 great villages didn't even exist on the same plane as these small villages. As for Masakado, the 5 great villages at least recognized him. After all, he was still technically a Koge. But that recognition ended there. Other small villages didn't recognize him at all, he had no notable achievements to speak of. The 2 factions existed in entirely different social strata. And Omegakure itself didn't belong to the circle of great villages either, so to them, Hanzo was nothing short of a heroic figure. Kuramori-sama. Hyuga Orin's eerie voice suddenly came from behind. Why isn't my name on that report? Kuramori shuddered violently and whipped around. Mu Yu was standing right behind him, staring quietly. At some point, a bronze knife had already appeared in his hand. Where does this guy keep getting his weapons from? And how had Mu Yu walked right up behind him without being noticed? Had he really become this weak already? Kuramori swallowed hard. Just about to write it. Just about to. He was genuinely afraid of Hyuga Orin now. Part of it was because of his weakened state, but more than that, he was afraid that Hyuga Orin might suddenly go berserk. This guy's bloodlust was no joke. For the sake of his life, Kuramori wrote down Mu Yu's contributions to the mission in full. Still, he did it with reluctance. A merit earned by one person versus two, how could that be the same? If he weren't completely outmatched right now, he would have swallowed the credit whole. At best, he would have written Mu Yu's name down as a casualty. Unfortunately, that wasn't an option. Hyuga Orin watched as Kuramori wrote his name into the mission report. Though the credit was downplayed, it was at least recorded. Only then did he nod in satisfaction. Now then, Kuramori-sama, you can send the report. Seeing that Hyuga Orin had no intention of leaving, Kuramori understood, unless the report was actually sent, this man would not go away. With no choice, he reluctantly took out a summoning scroll and spread it out on the desk. He placed the mission report on top, bit his thumb, and pressed it onto the scroll. Puff! A burst of smoke appeared, and the completed mission report vanished. Hyuga Orin watched thoughtfully. Kuramori hadn't formed any hand seals to use the summoning technique, very different from the method Hyuga Orin used himself. As for what the actual difference was, he had no idea. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 46, An Ordinary Day in the Land of Rain. Probably. 1,262 words. Do you have anything else to do? Kuramori's expression darkened as he began to usher him out. The report that was supposed to exaggerate his merits had ended up being written truthfully instead. How was he supposed to catch Lord Hanzo's attention like this? Don't be fooled by how he lorded it over Genin. When it came to Hanzo, he was nothing more than an inconspicuous tune-in. Without some truly outstanding contribution, Hanzo might not even spare him a glance. Nothing in particular, Hyuga Orin replied with a beaming smile. I just came to see whether Kuramori-sama had gone to sleep. You lunatic! Who in their right mind comes to check whether someone's asleep? Kuramori nearly cursed out loud. Wait! Suddenly, he became alert. His gaze locked onto the bronze knife in Hyuga Orin's hand. This really didn't look like someone checking whether he was asleep. It looked more like someone making sure he'd sleep forever. Seeing Kuramori's wary stare, Hyuga Orin put the bronze knife away with a regretful expression. Since Kuramori-sama isn't asleep, I'll go back and sleep myself. Why the hell do you look so regretful? Kuramori felt his scalp go numb. If he really had fallen asleep, would he even see tomorrow's sun? Good night, Kuramori-sama. Hyuga Orin tapped 2 fingers against his forehead protector, then turned and left through the doorway. Only after Hyuga Orin was gone did Kuramori finally let out a long breath. After losing his memory, this kid completely changed. No. Recalling Hyuga Orin's actions, Kuramori ground his teeth. He's become less and less like a human. The things he did weren't things normal people could pull off. I can't keep staying in this room. Glancing around the room he'd lived in for years, Kuramori realized that ever since Mu Yu went crazy, this place was no longer safe. Before, he'd worried about enemies breaking in to kill him. Now, he was worried that his own teammate would do it. Even though Mu Yu was just a genin. Nothing in this world was absolute. Teammates really couldn't be trusted. At this rate, I'm going to be driven insane by him. He hurriedly packed his things, planning to move somewhere else to rest. After all these years, he might not have accomplished much, but he had plenty of safe houses. The night passed without incident. The next morning, when Kuramori returned to the tower, he saw Hyuga Orin doing one-handed handstand push-ups. 10:22. 10:23. Seeing Kuramori walk in, Hyuga Orin finally stopped. His body was already drenched in sweat. Hyuga Orin had a very clear understanding of himself. Nin technique could be learned directly through the game system and leveled up with experience. But his own physical condition still required personal effort. Most of his free time wasn't spent researching Nin technique, it was spent training his body or refining chakra control. Of course, his physical training wasn't the suicidal, limit-breaking kind used by Might Do Wei or Might Guy. Breaking limits might work once or twice, but doing it too frequently in a short span would cause irreversible damage. Hyuga Orin trained in moderation. You're more diligent than you used to be, Kuramori said, looking at him with a complicated expression. Mu Yu hadn't been like this before. Better than realizing I can't beat the enemy and regretting it later, Hyuga Orin replied with a grin. He had his eyes firmly set on the coming war. Without sufficient capital, he'd just end up as cannon fodder. Kuramori-sama, when are we going to ambush the ninja who's replacing you? Hyuga Orin asked eagerly. Kuramori tossed him a scroll. They'll arrive tomorrow, 1 Chunin leading 3 genin. A standard ninja squad. Hyuga Orin took the scroll. The intel was written clearly on it, and disappointment showed on his face. 3 genin just weren't worth as much experience as a single Chunin. Unless they were exceptionally strong. A 4-man squad was the standard formation in the ninja world, 1 Chunin plus 3 genin. A high-end version would be 4 jonin, but such teams were extremely rare. Jonin were the top-tier forces of any village, each burdened with many responsibilities. Situations that warranted for jonin forming a squad were almost non-existent. Though he knew it wasn't quite appropriate, Kuramori still couldn't help asking. What exactly are you disappointed about? Hyuga Orin replied with a helpless look. 1 Chunin and 3 genin, not enough to kill. Then how many would be enough? Would 80 or 100 Chunin do it? Don't end up running faster than me when that happens. Kuramori forcibly suppressed the flood of colorful profanity rising in his heart and said darkly. We'll make our move tomorrow. Get ready. His poison had been neutralized, and after a night's rest, he'd mostly recovered. Combat-wise, there was no issue. Handling 1 Chunin wouldn't be a problem. As for Mu Yu, ordinary genin probably weren't his match. Even now, Kuramori still couldn't figure out where all of Mu Yu's weapons came from. He'd never found any sealing scrolls on him. Summoning techniques had noticeable signs when used. As for that single ninja pouch on Mu Yu's lower back, it could barely hold a few shuriken at most. Judging by how deflated it looked, there was no way it contained that much stuff. Could he have awakened some kind of bloodline limit that allowed him to create ninja tools? But did something that absurd even exist in the ninja world? Tool release? Don't worry, Kuramori-sama. Mission guaranteed. Hyuga Orin replied casually, ignoring Kuramori's probing gaze. After all, Kuramori couldn't see his inventory. Everything he owned was stored there. And today, don't go anywhere. Do your job properly. Kuramori suddenly roared, recalling something. He really didn't want this guy going off to provoke Rogue Ninja again. Rogue Ninja were a minor issue. But if this somehow flashed out a covert Konoha squad that had snuck in, that would be catastrophic. Got it. Hyuga Orin said perfunctorily, picking at his ear. There wasn't much useful intelligence on this side anyway, only trivial things to report back. Haiden, or rather, Hiruko, was probably already a little annoyed. Kuramori left, apparently to attend to other matters. Hyuga Orin was left alone, reading through the delivered intelligence reports. All of it was mundane daily nonsense from around the city. Rain Ninja shouldn't even be called ninja anymore. They should be called voyeurs. Looking at a report that meticulously recorded the color of a young girl's underwear, Hyuga Orin's face darkened. He continued reading. What's the point of writing about what a man wears? Hyuga Orin slammed the report onto the floor. These Rain Ninja really did nothing all day but handle this kind of trivial garbage. Just glancing at it made his eyes hurt. How bored did they have to be? Still, there was some useful information mixed in, like the discovery of several Konoha ninja who had infiltrated the Land of Rain to gather intelligence. He wasn't sure whether reporting this to Hiruko would make him so angry that he'd come over just to scold him. So Hyuga Orin decided not to pass on the detailed Konoha-related intelligence. He only reported that Konoha's movements had already been exposed, along with the eye-burning trash intel that nearly gave him needle-eye. With no one else in the tower, Hyuga Orin directly used a summoning technique to bundle up the reports and send them back. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 47, The Replacement Squad Arrives. 1,243 words. Hyuga Orin tossed the letter in his hand into the nearby brazier. The paper writhed in the flames, gradually turning into ash. It was a letter from Hiruko. Aside from a round of scolding, it contained absolutely no useful information. What kind of valuable intel could I even get from a place like this? Hyuga Orin curled his lip. This area corresponded to the Konoha direction, so any intelligence gathered here would naturally be related to Konoha. Unless he was reassigned elsewhere, it was impossible for him to obtain anything truly useful for Konoha. Watching the letter burn completely to ash, he walked to the window and looked down. The city itself wasn't very large. From the tallest structure, nearly half of it was visible at a glance. Unlike Konoha's brightly lit nights, this place fell into near total darkness once night arrived, with only a few scattered points of light still burning. Outside, a light rain dripped from the sky. The entire city looked like an abandoned ghost town, carrying an inexplicable sense of desolation. So this is the main battlefield where the Second Shinobi World War is about to erupt. Hyuga Orin's lips curled upward. If history followed its normal course, the Land of Rain would be completely reduced to a primary battlefield. And that would be his golden opportunity to level up rapidly. Soon, very soon. Before the war fully broke out, he needed to build up a certain amount of strength. War was indeed the best leveling ground, but it was also extremely dangerous. Gentlemen, I long for your war. Before dawn the next day, Kuramori led Hyuga Orin out of the city and into a mountain forest. The two hid themselves in the trees. Hyuga Orin glanced at the grass below. Fresh green grass covered the mountain path, with no signs of human footsteps. Aside from a few traces left by animals, there was no hint of human activity. This is the route they're guaranteed to take, he asked Kuramori curiously. Kuramori replied with a grave expression, this intelligence came directly from Lord Hanzo. There won't be any mistakes. He scanned the surroundings, waiting for the replacement squad to appear. The city behind them would belong solely to Lord Hanzo. Then can you be sure when they'll arrive? Hyuga Orin asked again. At this point, he had already activated his Byakugan to observe the surroundings, but there were no chakra signatures at all. Kuramori shot him a look. It's written in the scroll I gave you yesterday. Didn't you read it carefully? Hyuga Orin couldn't help averting his gaze. He'd only checked the team composition, he really hadn't read the rest in detail. Seeing his reaction, Kuramori immediately understood. Veins bulged slightly on his forehead. This guy was actually so careless with a mission. Hyuga Orin stopped asking questions. He moved from the tree branch onto the trunk, hanging sideways against it. Tree climbing and water walking were basic skills he had mastered long ago. After all, his chakra control was, frankly speaking, absurd. What are you doing? Kuramori demanded in a low voice. What if those people arrived right now? Setting traps, obviously. Hyuga Orin replied as if it were only natural. He began wrapping steel wire around shuriken and tossing them outward. The wire quickly wound itself around multiple trees. Next, he took out explosive tags, leaping between the trees and slapping them into place, setting them to trigger on contact and leaving a trace of chakra behind. All the words Kuramori had been about to say died in his throat. He could only stare as Hyuga Orin calmly wove trap after trap. No. Where was he getting so many ninja tools from? It felt like even his own stockpile as a Chunin was nowhere near as large. Was this guy really a shinobi of the Land of Rain? For the first time, Kuramori seriously questioned it. Hyuga Orin kept his Byakugan active. In the black and white world, he could still distinguish expressions. He clearly caught the suspicion flashing across Kuramori's face. Landing on a tree, Hyuga Orin stabbed a kunai into the trunk and smiled with an unreadable expression. Only after finishing all the traps did he return to their original tree. As if nothing had happened, he waited alongside Kuramori for the enemy to arrive. Silence settled between the two. Okishima led his subordinate swiftly through the forest. Captain Akishima, will there be fighting when we get there? The half-grown boy following closely beside him asked curiously. Akishima glanced at him. This was a young talent favored by a Megacure's leader, Masakado. The main purpose of this mission was to escort him safely away from a Megacure. The village was far from peaceful now. Hanzo's threat was growing by the day. Although Hanzo himself wouldn't openly rebel while lacking the banner of righteousness, his subordinates had far fewer scruples. Skirmishes between factions were frequent. Hanzo had fewer men, but they were elites. Masakado had numbers, but few truly strong fighters. Probably not, Akishima shook his head. This was merely a handover. The so-called violations by the other side were just an excuse. The real goal was to get these three away from the center of the conflict. And honestly, he couldn't imagine why any fighting would break out. The boy sighed and muttered, this non-resistance policy is really terrible. Akishima pretended not to hear him, but his heart grew heavy. Out of fear of the three great ninja villages and conflict with them, Masakado had chosen a policy of non-resistance. That decision had disappointed many. The enemy had practically invaded their homeland, and the first response was not to fight. Even Akishima couldn't understand it. Such actions had already driven many people toward Hanzo's side. Koge-sama, what exactly are you trying to do? Akishima sighed inwardly as the whoosh of wind passed by his ears. The group remained relatively relaxed. If they encountered rogue ninja, they would usually avoid them. Not because they couldn't win, but because they feared the possibility of Konoha shinobi in disguise. Although the three great villages hadn't yet entered full-scale war, intelligence gathering was already underway. In such circumstances, who could be sure whether a rogue ninja was real or fake? If real, fine. If fake, they might not stand a chance against shinobi from a major village. Just as they were nearing their destination, Akishima's expression suddenly changed. He raised his hand and rapidly formed a signal. Something's wrong. Hide. The genin behind him showed flashes of excitement, but they obeyed immediately, dispersing and concealing themselves. Akishima halted on a tree branch, his gaze fixed on a nearby tree. A kunai was openly embedded in the branch. There were no signs of battle in the area, so where had this kunai come from? As he cautiously scanned the surroundings. Help! A sudden scream rang out. Someone had been hoisted upside down, dangling in midair. Akishima immediately saw the steel wire wrapped tightly around the person's ankle. It's a trap. Retreat! Akishima roared. But the young man favored by the rain shadow ignored the order and charged toward his trapped companion. Retreat! Akishima shouted again, trying to snap him back to his senses. The boy turned a deaf ear. Until. Boom! I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 48, Assassinating the Replacement. 1226 words. The violent explosion erupted, completely engulfing the bound genin. The young man who had desperately tried to save his companion was blown flying. Akishima sprang out of the underbrush at once, leaping toward the youth. At that very moment, Kuramori also burst out from hiding, his hands rapidly forming seals. Water release. Water shuriken technique. Several water shuriken condensed out of thin air and shot straight toward Akishima. Akishima immediately pulled the umbrella from his back and snapped it open. Spinning in midair, he kicked the youth with one foot, sending him flying toward a safe spot, while the umbrella blocked the incoming water shuriken. Clang! Clang! Kuramori's kunai slashed into the umbrella, tearing a gap in the canopy. As Akishima continued to rotate, he forced Kuramori back. After the brief exchange, the two separated and returned to their respective positions. Akishima stared coldly at the forehead protector on Kuramori's brow. We're both rain ninja. Why attack us? A frigid smile crept across Kuramori's face. He tapped his forehead protector with a finger. You're in the way. Seeing that smile, Akishima let out a helpless sigh. Another factional conflict. Because of this internal struggle, a megacure was already showing signs of splitting apart. Now it had reached the point of openly hunting each other down. According to Masakado's original thinking, this small city shouldn't have been particularly dangerous. But reality proved otherwise. Then again, it wasn't exactly that Masakado was wrong. If this were earlier, Kuramori truly wouldn't have dared do something like this. He would have handed things over obediently and left. But who told him he now had Hyuga Orin at his side? After being egged on by that guy, Kuramori was now charging straight down a path of no return. Hyuga Orin, how is this my fault? I also respect Lord Hanzo, Akishima said, trying to rein in his anger. But tearing the village apart like this will only turn Lord Hanzo into a sinner as well. He didn't want to fight this meaningless battle, though they had already lost one man. Lord Hanzo can never be wrong. Kuramori snapped, cutting him off. His hands flew through seals. Dragon oxed rabbit. Water release, violent water wave. A torrent of water burst from Kuramori's mouth, surging toward Akishima. Akishima was struck head-on, yet his body instantly turned into a log. Substitution technique. Kuramori suddenly looked up. The shattered umbrella was floating in midair. At some point, Akishima had slipped behind him onto a nearby tree, his hands forming the rooster seal. That seal. Ninja art, Senbon rainfall. Needles poured down from the umbrella. Kuramori could only move frantically to dodge, but the Senbon seemed guided, tracking him as they fell. He rolled across the ground, darted and leaped, pulling a long distance away before finally escaping the barrage. Akishima had no intention of holding back now. He charged straight toward Kuramori. On the other side, the Rain Ninja youth landed heavily on the ground. Just as he tried to get up, a sharp kunai was silently pressed against his neck. I suggest you don't make any movements that might cause a misunderstanding, Hyuga Orin said softly, standing behind him with the kunai in hand. He deliberately kept his tone gentle, trying not to provoke an extreme reaction. The youth swallowed hard. He hadn't noticed at all how the other had appeared behind him. The cold sharpness against his neck made goosebumps erupt all over his skin. He dared not move, but he still forced out a question. We're all from Omega-Q. Why attack us? Have you betrayed the village? Hyuga Orin watched the distant battle and had no immediate intention of taking the boy's life. Hearing the question, he kindly explained. We haven't betrayed anyone. This is just factional conflict. You know it too, the struggle between the Rain Shadow and Lord Hanzo. The youth asked in disbelief. Just for that, you're willing to kill? Hyuga Orin didn't turn his gaze, but he still answered calmly. Of course. A village can't have two leaders. When two leaders exist, one must disappear. Otherwise, Omega-Q will only keep tearing itself apart. Whether Omega-Q split or not had nothing to do with him. But the longer Omega-Q held on in the future war, the longer the war would last. The youth stubbornly retorted. You won't succeed. Hyuga Orin finally looked down at him, genuinely surprised. Where does that confidence come from? Is it that? He pointed to the other side. A Rain Genin lay there, his entire body wrapped in steel wire, a shuriken embedded in his neck, he clearly dead. That was the youth's last remaining companion. One had been blown to pieces. Another had fallen into a trap and been killed by shuriken. Now only he and Akishima remained, and Akishima was locked in battle, while he himself was being held hostage. Defeat. A complete, crushing defeat. The youth's face twisted with frustration. Then what are you waiting for? Why not just kill me? Are you planning to use me to threaten Chunin Akishima? That won't work. As he spoke, he suddenly lunged backward, slamming himself toward the kunai. Seeing this, Hyuga Orin simply slashed the blade across his neck. What a hassle, Hyuga Orin sighed helplessly. The reason he hadn't killed the kid wasn't to use him as leverage, it was to use him as a smoke screen. That way, he wouldn't have to go help Kuramori. Since the kid was seeking death himself, Hyuga Orin had no intention of stopping him. He might as well send him on his way. Fortunately, Kuramori had no spare attention to look his way. Hyuga Orin quickly dragged the corpse aside and hid it. He glanced at the experience notifications before his eyes. Experience 356. Experience 345. Experience 654. That last kid looked fairly strong, unfortunately with no chance to show it before losing his life. Hyuga Orin melted back into the shadows, continuing to observe the battle. Kuramori's kunai slashed through Akishima's body, yet it passed through like empty air. In contrast, Akishima's punch slammed into Kuramori's face, sending him flying. He adjusted his posture mid-air and landed steadily on a tree. At that moment, figures of Akishima appeared everywhere, on trees, on the ground, on rocks. Waterfall clone technique. Kuramori's expression turned grave as he stared at the countless Akishimas. This was a classic Omega-Q technique. After using it, the real body hid underground, while clone phantoms were used to confuse the enemy. When no attack was needed, the user stayed hidden beneath the earth. When it was time to strike, they emerged in sync with the clones, making it seem as if the clones possessed physical attack power. It was a nin technique with deception maxed out. There were two ways to break it. The simplest was to use Earth Release, which could easily counter it. But Kuramori didn't know Earth Release. The second was to seize the moment when the real body emerged and land a decisive blow. But how could he possibly tell when that moment would be? And this was a tune-in using the technique, the level of deception was even higher. Kuramori had fallen into serious danger. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 49, A Fierce Battle Between Two Chunin. 1,313 words. Kuramori was getting beaten down. He kicked one of the Akishimas, but his foot passed straight through the body. At the same time, a clone beside him smashed a punch into his lower back, sending him flying. He rolled across the ground, barely regaining his footing, only for even more Akishimas to rush in and continue their assault. He could only barely fend them off. He had no way of telling which attacks were real, so he chose the dumbest possible method. Block everything. Punches and kicks rained down like a storm. Damn it, how am I supposed to fight this? Kuramori could only retreat again and again. The waterfall clone technique wasn't especially powerful, but he had no effective way to counter it. Mu Yu. He had no choice but to pin his hopes on his subordinate. The last enemy had died after being poisoned by Mu Yu. But where the hell was Mu Yu? After scanning the surroundings, he didn't see Mu Yu anywhere. Not even the sounds of fighting could be heard. Don't tell me this bastard ran off. Several Akishima clones surged forward again, continuing to gang up on Kuramori, forcing him to retreat further and further. In the end, he leaped up into a tree, looking down at the mass of Akishima clones below. The waterfall clone technique was essentially an earth release technique, so it shouldn't have much of a way to deal with trees. Or so he thought. The clones immediately turned and began attacking the tree itself. Boom! Boom! The massive tree shook violently. In no time, the thick trunk was severed at the waist, forcing Kuramori to move again. Hey, that's crossing a line. Kuramori jumped to another tree, but every time he did, the Akishima smashed that tree as well. They weren't slower than him at all. This forced him to keep relocating, gradually dragging the battlefield back toward the original area. Don't think you're getting away. A swarm of Akishimas chased relentlessly, sticking close behind him. Kuramori glanced back. A black mass of figures filled his vision. He didn't dare stop for even a moment and sprinted straight toward the area where they had originally been hiding. Reaching that spot, he finally felt a bit of relief. Why had he dragged the battlefield away earlier in the first place? This time, instead of retreating, he charged forward. He leapt down from the tree, rushing straight toward Akishima. His body slipped through several Akishima clones. One clone leapt high into the air, kunai in hand, stabbing straight toward Kuramori's back. It's over. Kuramori's stamina and chakra were already heavily depleted. And with the clone's chakra signatures all tangled together, he had no way to distinguish the real body. That gave Akishima the perfect opening. He was already behind Kuramori, the kunai only needed to pierce his back to end his life. At that moment, the Akishima in midair suddenly came to a dead stop. His pupils shrank violently. Kuramori turned around, a cold smile on his face. He jumped up and delivered a flying kick, sending Akishima crashing away. The flying Akishima traveled a short distance before abruptly stopping, then dropped straight to the ground. At some point, a loop of steel wire had wrapped around his ankle, and attached to it was an activating explosive tag. Boom! Kuramori jumped back a step as the Akishima clone rapidly dissipated. He dropped to one knee, slowly exhaling a breath of foul air. This area was filled with traps designed by Hyuga Orin. Without these traps, there was no way he could have turned the tables. As the dust from the explosion gradually settled, Akishima, also kneeling in the distance, frowned as he looked at Kuramori. The explosive tag had gone off some distance away. It had injured him, but not severely. It had also blown apart the steel wire around his ankle. Now, he didn't dare move recklessly. Shifting his focus away from Kuramori, he finally noticed the steel wires scattered all around. If he hadn't been completely focused on Kuramori earlier, he should have noticed this long ago. But why didn't you use this earlier? Akishima asked Kuramori. Kuramori awkwardly looked away. The traps weren't his work. Out of misplaced confidence and a trace of inferiority, he hadn't wanted to rely on traps designed by Mu Yu. And later? He'd simply forgotten. The fight had been too intense. It hadn't even crossed his mind. If he hadn't been pushed to the brink, he truly wouldn't have remembered at all. You made me overlook this, what a clever strategy, Akishima growled through clenched teeth. Earlier, one of his subordinates had already fallen into a trap. He'd thought that was the only one. He hadn't expected there to be so many. Because the two of them had fought for so long without triggering any traps, he'd completely let his guard down. What are you even saying? Listen to yourself. If Kuramori had that kind of brain, would he still be stuck as a tune-in here? But then again, in terms of results, it had dealt a massive blow to the enemy. So why couldn't it count as his strategy? Kuramori copied Hyuga Orin's trademark grin. Somehow, that smile felt perfect for the moment. He stood up and charged straight at Akishima. This time, he was going to kill him. As for the traps scattered all around, he'd personally watched Muyu set them up. He knew exactly where they were, both the obvious ones and the hidden ones. Akishima hurriedly raised his kunai to block. The two blades collided rapidly, sparks flying everywhere. The tide had turned. Now it was Kuramori who held the upper hand. Akishima had to watch out for both the traps and Kuramori's attacks. For a time, he was forced steadily backward. But retreating wasn't easy either. There were traps behind him as well, he had to stay constantly alert. This wouldn't do. If he didn't move the battlefield, he'd either die at Kuramori's hands or get killed by the traps. His gaze shifted toward the trees. Because of the light rain, distinguishing the hidden steel wires was extremely difficult. Still, after careful observation, he found a few relatively clear paths. If he could break through from those points, he could quickly relocate the fight. Akishima leapt from the ground, jumping toward a distant tree. Kuramori immediately saw through his intention and jumped up to intercept. Don't even think about leaving. If the battlefield changed, the situation would no longer be favorable. Akishima was clearly much stronger than him. Kuramori's kunai slashed across Akishima's body. But it felt like cutting through air. Damn it! A clone! Akishima's real body had already leapt out of the trap zone and was bounding toward a tree. Just as he was about to land on a branch, a figure appeared there first. Hyuga Orin stood on the branch, grinning at him. Surprised? Didn't see that coming, did you? Akishima narrowed his eyes. Just a genin. Although this didn't match his expectations, he was still confident in his Tai technique. A mere genin. Gentle fist times mountain-shattering strike. Hyuga Orin's palm slammed heavily into Akishima's abdomen. Akishima's eyes went wide. The force transmitted through that palm far exceeded what a genin should possess, it was power that even most chunin didn't have. Boom! Akishima's body was blasted downward, crashing toward the ground. As he fell, countless steel wires snapped tight around him, rapidly binding his body, along with explosive tags tied to the wires. Boom! Firelight illuminated the surroundings. Experience, 1869. From above, Hyuga Orin looked down at Kuramori. Kuramori had just landed on the ground, staring at him with a completely blank expression. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 50, finally, it's time to silence him. 1,207 words. Seeing Akishima blown to pieces by the explosion, Kuramori finally let out a breath of relief. The most dangerous enemy was dead. He hadn't expected the ninja sent by Masakado to be this strong, he'd nearly capsized completely. Next, as long as he handled things properly, Rain Shadow Masakado wouldn't discover the truth for quite some time. And that window of time would be more than enough for Lord Hanzo to make many moves. Everything he had done was for Lord Hanzo. For a Megacure. What about the other 3? Kuramori wiped the blood from his face, the result of Akishima's punches earlier. During that desperate struggle, he'd taken quite a bit of damage. Hyuga Orin remained standing on the tree, showing no intention of coming down. He chuckled lightly. As for the others, they're all dead. Right now, it's just the 2 of us left, Kuramori-sama. Kuramori nodded coldly. Then it's over. Clean this place up. We leave immediately. This area needed to be thoroughly dealt with. They couldn't allow anyone to discover the deaths of Akishima's squad. As long as everything was covered up, no one would be able to trace the mistake back to him. But Hyuga Orin clearly had a different opinion. Tilting his head, he said. What are you talking about, Kuramori-sama? Who? Kuramori frowned. Have you gone deaf? Hyuga Orin patiently explained. No. I'm just reminding you, things here aren't completely finished yet. There are still enemies. Kuramori scanned the surroundings, instantly becoming alert again. When it came to Hyuga Orin's judgment, he still trusted it. Hyuga Orin helplessly slapped a hand against his forehead. Was this guy's head full of water? It was already this obvious, and he still hadn't realized. Hyuga Orin was even starting to doubt his own decision. Kuramori-sama, there are no other enemies here. He snapped his fingers lightly. Flames ignited at his fingertips. But there's still you and me. The fire caught on the steel wires beside him. Like a chain reaction, the flames raced along the wires, spreading outward and igniting all the surrounding lines. For a moment, it looked like a massive hemispherical fireball covering the ground. But the flames didn't last long, falling rain quickly extinguished them. Only then did Kuramori fully react. He stared at Hyuga Orin in disbelief. "You're going to kill me? You finally figured it out. Just you. Just me." Hyuga Orin leapt lightly down from the tree, landing on the ground. He slowly spread his hands, assuming the stance of the gentle fist. "And it's a fair duel, too. Not everyone gets an opportunity like this. If he could backstab, he'd never fight head-on. If he could use dirty tricks, he'd never clash directly." That was Hyuga Orin's usual way of fighting. A frontal, life-and-death battle like this. This was his first time. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Kuramori stared at the stance Hyuga Orin had taken, his eyes widening. "Gentle fist, you really aren't Mu-Yu." The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan was far too famous. The entire ninja world played with hard fists, only the Hyuga played with gentle fist. It was impossible not to recognize it. "Why now?" Kuramori asked quietly. In that instant, he fully understood. This was a silencing. The only person who knew all of Mu-Yu's details was him. Rain ninja were different from those of the great villages. They had no formal ninja academies, no veteran mentors guiding them. Omega-Cure shinobi were all about free growth. Usually, only a direct superior knew a subordinate's full capabilities. Once Kuramori died, no one else would know what Mu-Yu was truly capable of until he showed it himself. Because now is the most appropriate time. Previously, Hanzo hadn't even known who Mu-Yu was. Even if Hyuga Orin wanted to continue infiltrating, he had no upward path. But Kuramori had already reported his name to Hanzo. Once Kuramori died, Hyuga Orin could directly establish contact with Hanzo. Continuing the infiltration would become far easier. In other words, Kuramori no longer had any value. "Don't even think about running," Hyuga Orin said as he slowly advanced. "The fire I just lit rearranged all the traps here. The layout is completely different from what you know now." Hyuga Orin hadn't wasted these years. Although he had a game interface, he himself wasn't fully datafied. Many abilities couldn't be reflected on a panel. Trap setting was one of them. It wasn't something that could ever be condensed into a skill. Kuramori took a deep breath. "So you're a Chunin too? What's your real objective?" Hyuga Orin shook his head. "I'm still a genin. Aside from silencing you, I also want to test my own strength." And to be safe, he deliberately weakened Kuramori from the start. The kunai embedded earlier weren't just random, they were meant to alert Akishima's group, preventing them from charging headlong into the traps. That way, Akishima would be forced to fight Kuramori and drain his strength. Although, judging from the earlier fight, without those traps, it wouldn't have been draining Kuramori's strength at all. Kuramori would have been straight up killed. Is this guy the absolute bottom tier of Chunin? Everyone can bully him? Hyuga Orin felt a bit disappointed. Testing strength. Kuramori gritted his teeth, his expression turning vicious. A genin using me, a Chunin, to test himself? The arrogance of you Konoha bastards knows no bounds. His hands flashed through seals. Water release, water shuriken technique. Shuriken rapidly condensed in midair. Kuramori charged toward Hyuga Orin, kunai in one hand, seals still forming with the other. Then test it with your life, you bastard! Hyuga Orin watched him charge in, not bothering to cancel his transformation technique. Beneath his feet, a faint 8 trigrams diagram slowly formed. Gentle fist art times unknowable fire times 8 trigrams 64 palms. His figure vanished in an instant. Violent flames ignited around his hands. His twin palms became like blazing infernos as they struck toward Kuramori in a rapid storm. 1 palm. 3 palms. 8 palms. The water shuriken Kuramori controlled struck first, only to evaporate into mist upon contact with Hyuga Orin's blazing palms. Hyuga Orin's 8 trigrams was fundamentally different from the Hyuga clan's traditional version. The Hyuga 8 trigrams targeted 64 chakra points, completely sealing the opponent. Hyuga Orin's 8 trigrams focused on form. Every palm carried scorching flames, reinforced by bare bow hands. A single strike was enough to take a life. This was Hyuga Orin's strongest attack, stronger even than his shuriken. At the instant Kuramori collided with him. 9 palms. 15 palms. 18 palms. The kunai was slapped away. Kuramori's palms and arms shattered instantly, reduced to charred black lumps under the flames. Chest. Head. Abdomen. Almost in an instant, all were struck. The terrifying force sent his body flying backward, but the raging flames completely incinerated him into ash. Hyuga Orin slowly came to a stop at the 23rd palm. 23 palms to take down a Chunin. A notification flashed before his eyes. Experience plus 1112. Kuramori, dead. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox audiobook.